Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novel Wonderland. Shinji Matou at your service. Chapter 201 to 253, Chapter 201, Reiner's Archisort. 1,273 words. The phone call from London, England, the way of addressing Shinji by name, and the voice of a young man who had just entered his youth, these three clues converged into one point, indicating the identity of the person on the other end of the line, Waver Velvet. The Fourth Holy Grail War brought tremendous growth and transformation to two individuals, Shinji, who had the opportunity to meet a renowned mentor, and Wave, who found an eternal friendship. Waver, who had been taught by Iskandar what it meant to be a man and how to conquer, underwent a magnificent transformation in a short period. His frivolous, naive, and inexperienced demeanor disappeared completely, replaced by maturity, stability, and a sense of responsibility. It could be said that he had become a completely different person. The fact that he spoke with such urgency, saying something terrible has happened, indicated that the situation was indeed dire. What's going on? Shinji asked. The contact between me and Professor Kenneth has been discovered, Waver replied. What? Shinji's body jolted at Waver's words, dispelling his drowsiness. How did they find out? Did you expose any vulnerabilities? I don't know. Besides following your instructions to inherit the El Meloy classroom, I haven't done anything related to the El Meloy family that could raise suspicion. Shinji knew that Waver wasn't lying. Kiritsugu had an intelligence network at the clock tower, and Waver was a key target of surveillance. He truly hadn't done anything that would arouse suspicion. That's strange, then. It's been almost a year since you officially took over the El Meloy classroom, so that can't be the reason. So, is someone deceiving you? Please tell me in detail what happened. Right after class this afternoon, I found someone waiting for me at the entrance of my rented apartment. The first thing that person said was that she wanted to see the professor. I told her I didn't know, but she didn't believe me and insisted that I must know. And then? I kept insisting that I didn't know, and she kept insisting that I must know. We were in a deadlock for half an hour. In the end, she said she would come again and make me admit it. Upon hearing Waver's description, an image immediately came to Shinji's mind. The two of them stood in front of the old apartment building, repeating the phrases no and don't know for half an hour. What a bizarre scene it was. Passers-by must have thought these two people were fools. Suddenly, Shinji remembered a term Waver used. Did you just say she? Was the person who approached you a girl? Do you know her identity? Well, I do know that. Her name is Reiner's Archisort. Indeed, it was her. The moment Shinji realized that it was a girl with whom Waver had been in a standoff, he had a faint feeling that it was her, the girl who was destined to be intertwined with Waver for a lifetime. Reiner's Archisort, despite being only 8 or 9 years old, is another key surveillance target for Shinji, on par with Waver. From her surname, it can be seen that she is related to the Archibald family where Kenneth belongs. Archisort is a branch of the Archibald family, and Reiner's is the next successor of the El Meloy title. However, Archisort is on the outskirts of the El Meloy faction and is not given much importance, but Shinji values Reiner's herself. It is well known that the Type Moon world has multiple parallel universes, but in all the known universes, Reiner's will inherit the title of Lord El Meloy and carry the banner of the El Meloy faction. As for Kenneth, he will die for various reasons, regardless of whether he participates in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Although Shinji has ensured Kenneth's safety, for now, he doesn't know when Kenneth will die. Following the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket, he has made other arrangements. Monitoring Reiner's is one of them, and investing in Waver is another. Regardless of the universe, Reiner's will designate Waver as her guardian and bestow upon him the name of El Meloy too. Before Reiner's comes of age, Waver will act on her behalf and wield the authority and title of Lord. Reiner's is a true genius who grew up in the clock tower, where various factions engage in power struggles. This has given her exceptional political wisdom and intuition. She was the first to recognize the potential of the El Meloy classroom and the first to recognize Waver's potential. It is likely that, like in other parallel universes, she has been secretly observing Waver and collecting information about him. If she were to discover something, it wouldn't be surprising. With these thoughts in mind, Shinji said to Waver, act as if nothing has happened for now and continue living your life as usual. I'll go back home and discuss it with your professor. His injuries have healed quite a bit, and I'll see if this is an opportunity for him to return to the clock tower. Okay, it's about time for the professor to come back. If he doesn't return soon, the El Meloy faction will truly collapse. Before your class tomorrow, either I or your professor will contact you. Remember to keep your phone line open. That's it. After saying that, Shinji hung up the phone, got up and dressed, and called the steward of the Observation Bureau's branch in the city of Misaki to arrange a vehicle. At 8 a.m., Shinji rushed back home, and as he got out of the car, Byakuya was also preparing to leave. Shiki? Father, mother. The mother referred to as Elsa Saju, no, now she should be called Elsa Matou. 2 years ago, the well-known prodigal son of the business world, Byakuya Matou, finally turned over a new leaf and married his longtime confidant, Elsa Saju. After marriage, he no longer indulged in worldly pleasures. The couple lived harmoniously, leading a happy life. Shinji and Sakura also upgraded their address from aunt to mother to Elsa. This child, why didn't you let us know in advance before coming back? Elsa affectionately said, have you had breakfast? I'll have someone prepare it for you. No need to trouble yourself. Shinji waved his hand, I'll take care of it myself later. You and father should go to work. I have urgent matters to discuss with Mr. Kenneth. Where is he? Mr. Kenneth, after having breakfast, went to the workshop. It seems like... Before Elsa could finish speaking, Shinji had already dashed into the hallway, leaving behind a single sentence. Thank you, mother. That rascal. Byakuya muttered in the direction his son had left, no manners. Don't blame him. There must be something urgent. Elsa defended Shinji, it takes half a day to travel from Misaki City to here. He rushed back overnight. Byakuya crossed his arms and nodded thoughtfully. What happened? Elsa asked. I don't know, but it's related to that world, something we shouldn't meddle in. All we can do is manage this household well and provide them with strong support. Let's go, to our battlefield. At this moment, Byakuya had a charming demeanor. Elsa was once captivated by him and chose to follow him, walking together for 10 years. Now, she still followed behind him and would continue to do so for the next 10 years, and the 10 years after that, until he grew old and couldn't walk anymore, then they would look back on their lives together. P.S. Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran is playing in the background. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 202, Going to London. 1,235 words. The underground space of the Matou family has been extensively renovated and expanded, currently divided into 3 floors and 7 workshops. The first workshop is the exclusive workshop of Justies and Skachik, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. The second workshop is the teaching workshop, where Skachik instructs her apprentices, and where Kenneth previously taught Waver. The third workshop is the training ground, where Shinji and others practice their magecraft and martial arts. The fourth workshop is the alchemy workshop, used for the creation of various tools and artifacts. The fifth workshop is the experimental workshop, used for conducting magical experiments. The sixth workshop is the medical workshop, where Kenneth regularly receives treatment. The seventh workshop is the standby workshop, only used when all the other workshops are occupied. Shinji knocked on the door of the fifth workshop. A slightly sharp voice came through the specialized magical communication line from within the workshop. Who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me before noon? It's me, Shinji. There is an urgent matter that requires your immediate attention. Give me 3 minutes, and remember to be prepared to resist any toxic gases when you come in. It seems Kenneth is conducting some kind of dangerous experiment. Exactly 180 seconds later, not a second more or less, Kenneth opened the door to the workshop, punctuality being one of his good habits. The workshop was filled with a silver mist, but since the workshop was protected by a bounded field, the mist did not spill out. What is this? I'm trying to modify the volume and hydrargyrum. What you see is the result of a failed attempt, half mist, half liquid. There seems to be a problem with the pressure adjustment. Anyway, let's think about it later. What did you come to see me for? Kenneth, standing in the center of the workshop, activated a pre-prepared ritual to gradually recover the scattered magical mercury. Last night I received a message from Waver. Someone has guessed the connection between you and him. As he said this, Shinji deliberately glanced at Kenneth but found his expression had hardly changed. You don't seem very surprised. Yes. Kenneth nodded. Although my participation in the Holy Grail War alongside Waver has been kept secret, the nobles of the Clock Tower should be able to uncover it with their abilities. Previously, due to Waver's low magical aptitude, not many would have suspected him. However, recently, to stabilize the wavering Elmiloy faction, you had me publish a few papers under my name. Yes, with your consent. Therein lies the problem. Even if the papers did not go through Waver's hands, the mere fact that I have asserted my presence will arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. I have been out of contact with the El Malloy faction for so long, so where did they get the information from? Of course, there are many possible channels, and the option of obtaining information through Waver ranks low, but as long as it exists, someone will investigate, and it's only a matter of time before it is discovered. I see, the factional struggles of the clock tower are indeed troublesome. Shinji sighed, secretly giving himself a thumbs up for his two great decisions. The first wise decision was to keep Kenneth as the leader. Although he is prideful and difficult to get along with, he is the head of a faction and is well versed in the factions and rules of the clock tower. Without him, Shinji's actions would not have gone so smoothly, and he may have even been targeted by the clock tower's power players. The second wise decision was to be content with their gains and not be greedy. Even if they could successfully absorb the Archibald family, they would just end up having to contend with the schemes of other powerful factions. An equal partnership where each side contributes and benefits is the most prudent choice. After explaining the reasons, Kenneth finally showed a hint of confusion. The only surprising thing is that someone should have suspected Waver sooner. Whose nose is so sharp, Bartholomew's or Sophia's? Neither. Shinji smiled and shook his head. It was the young princess of the Archibald's branch, Raina's. Raina's. Kenneth's expression changed more than ever before. You know her? Yes, I'm practically her magecraft tutor. She has excellent magical talents, especially in sensing prana. I haven't seen anyone better than her among her peers. She's also very intelligent. Although she came from a branch family, she may not have a high chance of leading the El Malloy faction, but she could certainly manage a classroom. I was originally planning to have her take over the El Malloy classroom that I'm letting Waver inherit. But judging from her performance this time, perhaps a mere classroom is beneath her. Should we cultivate her to be a lord's aide, or even raise her position in the line of succession? Though that would depend on her compatibility with the Archibald's lineage crest. Kenneth's detailed analysis, grasp of talent, and planning fully demonstrate that he is a qualified head of a faction. Perhaps his performance in the Fourth Holy Grail War was very poor, but that does not represent his entirety. For a scholarly faction head who has been pampered in a high position, the Holy Grail War was simply incompatible with his nature. Becoming one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower and leading the El Malloy faction to prosperity, Kenneth is a qualified faction head and family head, excluding the part about personal risk-taking. Having been struck by the Holy Grail War, the reflective Kenneth has now recognized his character flaws and weaknesses. The Clock Tower is about to welcome an even stronger and more impregnable lord. Shinji has full confidence in this new Kenneth. What should we do next? Since we've been discovered, there's no need to hide anymore. Prepare to make a move. We'll return to London in 7 days. Your treatment? The regeneration of my magic circuits is complete. The adaptation period will be the same no matter where I am. Since you put it that way, I'll contact Waver right away to put his mind at ease. Saying that, Shinji took out his phone and dialed the overseas call to London. There is a 9-hour time difference between London and Japan, so this is precisely the time when Waver should be asleep, a small act of revenge for last night's disturbance. As soon as the phone was answered, a girl's voice came from the other end. Is this Lord Kenneth? I'm Raina's from the Archisort family. You taught me magecraft before. Don't grab the phone, I already told you that's not Lord Kenneth. This was Waver's voice. Hello, is anyone there? I already told you. Shinji and Kenneth exchanged glances, a series of expressions, an eye contact, and then Kenneth spoke. Weber, no need to stop Raina's. Professor Lord Kenneth. It's me. Waver, Raina's, I won't ask why you two are together at this time, but I have something to entrust to you. What is it? Please give us your orders. Spread the word that the missing for 3 years Kenneth Archibald is about to return. Whether by coincidence or intentionally, as the word return left his mouth, the silvery mist fully converged, gathering behind Kenneth, adding a special aura to this lord. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 203, The Clock Tower, Bonus. 1,392 words. London, the capital of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, is the largest city in Europe and the biggest economic and financial centre. In the year 50 AD, the Romans established the predecessor of this city, Londinium. For over 1,000 years after that, this city has risen and fallen with the tides of time, destroyed and rebuilt numerous times, until it became the London we know today. The core of the city has maintained the boundaries drawn since the Middle Ages, and it is home to countless historical landmarks and attractions, such as the Tower of London, Buckingham Palace, Westminster Abbey, and more, some of which have histories spanning over 1,000 years. However, compared to the structure that will be mentioned next, all of London's other historical sites are merely juniors. That structure is the Clock Tower, the core and headquarters of the Mage Association. The supernatural world has two major powers: the Holy Church, a secret Catholic organization established to manage the occult and hunt heretics, and the Mage Association, a self-defense group composed of magi of all nationalities and schools, whose mission is to manage, nominally, conceal, and further develop magecraft. The Mage Association's responsibilities include managing, nominally, and concealing magecraft, as well as advancing its development. To protect itself from threats, the Church, other mage factions, and strange beings that punish those who violate taboos, it wields military force. It also operates research institutions to prevent the decline of magecraft and has enacted laws to suppress magical crimes. The Mage Association consists of three main divisions: the Clock Tower in London, the Wandering Sea in the North Atlantic, and the Atlas Institute in Egypt. Of the three, the Clock Tower, as the headquarters, is the youngest, having been founded by many heretical mages who were driven out of the Atlas Institute and the Wandering Sea. There are two schools of thought on when it was established. Some say it was before the Common Era, while others say it was in the 2nd century CE. Regardless, its history predates the name London. To this day, the Clock Tower has become the supreme magical academy, gathering a vast number of magi. The original headquarters of the Clock Tower was located beneath the British Museum, considered the oldest structure in all of London. However, as the organisation and the city grew, it was later relocated to a small town on the outskirts of London. This town consists of over 40 student dormitories and more than 100 educational buildings, with the original school building of the Clock Tower, the symbol of the institution, standing as a literal clock tower at the centre. Shinji now stands before this tower with his suitcase, ostensibly as the heir to a minor magus family from a remote region to pay respects at this holy site. This clock tower is no longer used as a school, and is only open to the public for a few days each year. Unfortunately, today is neither a commemorative day nor is there a major event, so Shinji can only regretfully stop at the entrance. He takes a few photos of the exterior with his camera and takes some selfies using his magecraft, feeling that this trip was not a complete waste. This scene is seen by the tower's guards and passers-by as the behavior of someone unfamiliar with the world, and they regard him with disdain. Yet Shinji also looks down on them, a group that has never weathered any storms, thinking themselves to be the academic elite. Of course, I don't fit in with the mainstream of the magical world. I should hurry to Waver's Place, at least there won't be such an unpleasant atmosphere. Though the clock tower serves as the power center of the Mage Association, at its core it is a massive magical academy. The headmaster has been the same person since the clock tower's establishment, though this individual has long since withdrawn from worldly affairs. Since the formation of the feudal lord system in the 12th century, the clock tower has been composed of 13 departments: the fundamentals, I, individual fundamentals, 2, spiritual invocation, 3, mineralogy, 4, zoology, IV, inheritance, 6, botany, 7, astrology, 8, creation, 9, curses, X, archaeology, 11, modern magecraft theory, 12, and the 13th department responsible for managing magi. Under these departments are various classrooms, including the one inherited by Waver, the Elmalloy class. Originally under the mineralogy department overseen by Kenneth, it was a flagship program, but after Kenneth's disappearance, the mineralogy department fell into power struggles and turmoil, causing the historic Elmalloy class to decline. 2 years after Kenneth's disappearance, the class was abandoned by the mineralogy department. At this time, Waver, having accumulated enough credits, became a third-level instructor and inherited this classroom. The reason a mediocre magus like Waver could inherit the classroom was that many families opposed to the Elmalloy faction saw it as the ultimate insult to Kenneth. Once, the classroom Kenneth valued the most has fallen into decline and has even fallen into the hands of a mediocre disciple. They wonder how you, the genius, feel about this. However, no one expected that this mediocre disciple would be able to whip the classroom into shape in a short amount of time. Although initially Waver didn't even have a formal department assignment and was just barely managing to hold classes with only a few students, his exceptionally simple and practical teaching style quickly became a topic of discussion among the new generation, New Age, within the clock tower. He even managed to convince a few lecturers who had failed in the power struggle to take the stage, achieving an unprecedented multifaceted educational system. Although the current Elmalloy classroom is not exactly thriving, it has gained a decent reputation and stands out among the modern magecraft theory department. Shinji casually found a female magus, called her sister a few times despite his young age, acted cute, and thus managed to get the directions to the Elmalloy classroom. The district of the modern magecraft department, Norwich, is a road that gives the impression of being patched up. While the scenery on the west side has a historical feel, you can occasionally catch glimpses of modern architecture towards the east side, closer to London. This landscape is less about a lack of unity, and more like using bandages to hide the wound after a major surgery. There is a strong relationship between the environment and magecraft, which can be seen from the entire town where the clock tower is located, having a classical style. However, the modern magecraft theory department is the least valued of the clock tower's 13 departments and does not enjoy the same level of financial abundance as the other departments. While not entirely, about 70% of this world is determined by budgets, and this applies to the world of magecraft as well. Ultimately, the concept of money, which converts the value of the world into numerical values, also has an element of mystery and is thus inevitable. The continuously inflating assets on Earth are a collective unconscious fantasy created by this concept itself. As they say, money isn't everything, but without money, you can't do anything. Shinji, who had already done his research beforehand, muttered this as he swung around the ivy-covered brick walls, went down the slope, and headed toward the intersection. Soon, his destination came into view, the smallest teaching building among the 13 departments of the clock tower. Officially, this is presented as a facility affiliated with a certain university. Incidentally, some major departments, such as the entire Faculty of Basic Sciences, are directly disguised as universities, revealing the stark differences between departments. The entrance hall of the teaching building is decorated just right, with the solemnity and taste valued by the English aristocracy, yet it also has touches of modern elements, giving a sense of well-balanced comfort. However, in less than a minute, this comfort was shattered by a sudden, agonizing scream. P.S. The location of the clock tower is something Nezu himself is vague about. In Fate Grand Order Chapter 4, it's said to be under the British Museum, while in Lord Elmeloy 2 case files, it's described as being in the suburbs. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 204, The L. 1247 words. A. The voice was getting closer, from above and descending, accompanied by increasingly obvious tremors. If you listen closely, you could even discern the voice spiraling downwards. It seemed someone had tumbled down the stairs, all the way from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Just as Shinji came to this conclusion, a person came tumbling out of the stairwell. To Shinji's surprise, this young man, not much older than Shinji himself, sprang up from the ground the moment he hit the floor, seemingly unaffected by the fall from the upper level. The young man, having regained his footing, wasted no time in brushing off the dust on his clothes, and looked up to shout, "You barbarian, you bumped into me again." "Sorry, it's because you're too short, I didn't see you." The apology came with a distinct lack of sincerity. The other young man was also a teenager, but in contrast to the first one's slender build, he was considerably taller. Standing side by side, the difference between them was as stark as that between a professional basketball player and an ordinary person. "Do you want to fight?" the shorter youth glared, raising his fist. "I don't want to be accused of bullying the weak," the taller one taunted, crossing his arms. "Who's the weak one is yet to be seen," the shorter one threw a punch. Though the punch seemed to miss, the moment it was thrown, the air in front of it suddenly solidified, as if an invisible lead ball had been thrust forth, hurtling towards the taller youth's face. The tall young man remained motionless, and a sound of indistinct meaning escaped his lips. The air projectile, as if encountering a sturdy wall, was deflected and bounced back. Coincidentally, this solidified air bullet, upon colliding with the magically reinforced ceiling of the school building, was redirected and its trajectory now aimed straight at Shinji's forehead. Shinji sighed helplessly and raised his empty left hand, shattering the air bullet. For someone like him now, even a real lead bullet could be crushed with a single palm strike, let alone this magically conjured air projectile. It was only then that the two young men, the taller and the shorter, noticed Shinji's presence in the entrance hall and quickly ceased their confrontation. "I'm so sorry, really sorry about that." "Apologies, I didn't notice. Are you all right?" "It's fine," Shinji smiled, not taking it to heart. Magi are people too, and everyone has had their moments of youthful impetuousness. Even in his previous life, Shinji had been in a few scuffles back when he was in school, though nothing as dramatic as this. "Well, that's good, that's good." The shorter young man noticed Shinji's luggage and his eyes lit up. "Are you here to enroll? Then we'll be classmates." "No." Shinji shook his head. "I'm here to see your professor, Wave of Velvet." "Where is he?" "The professor is in the office, up the stairs on the 3rd floor, in the room at the back," the taller young man replied. "And although I don't know which department you're from, please feel free to drop by our classroom and sit in on a few of our lessons. I'm sure you won't be disappointed in Professor Waver's teaching." That's right, Professor Waver is the best, the shorter young man echoed. Okay, I'll come by if I have the chance, Shinji nodded, picking up his luggage and making his way up the stairs. The two 15 or 16-year-old young men behind him were still loudly calling out. It's a deal then. You have to come. Hey, Waver is beloved by the students, even though they're a bunch of problem students. But the atmosphere here is certainly better than outside. Shinji's body relaxed, passed by the students trickling out of the classrooms, and made his way down the marble-floored hallway, knocking on the door at the end. Come in, Waver's voice sounded a bit different from his usual casual tone, carrying more of a teacher's authority. Shinji pushed the door open. Waver's office was divided into an outer and inner room, with a shoe rack by the entrance. England was different from Japan, without the habit of changing shoes when entering the school building. Waver must have made this arrangement as a personal preference, and Shinji imagined the wardrobe likely held a change of clothes as well. Seeing no one in the outer room, Shinji then placed his hand on the quite elegant door to the inner sanctum. Upon opening it, a neatly organized room came into view. The most noticeable feature of the room was the densely packed bookshelves. The books were meticulously organized by category and size, and the shelves were strategically angled to prevent direct sunlight from the windows. A quick scan revealed several hundred volumes on the sliding bookcases. On the desks sat a distinctive silver fountain pen and a double-bladed cigar cutter, suggesting the room's occupant had taken up the habit of smoking cigars. Overall, the office had an atmosphere befitting an academic institution, save for the latest Nintendo Game Boy-like gaming console tucked in the corner. Now, Waver sat in an antique chair at the back of the room, his hands resting on the armrests as he gazed pensively at a stack of documents. Compared to when the Fourth Holy Grail War had ended, Waver had undergone significant changes. His stature had grown from under 170 centimeters to over 180 centimeters, his round face had become more angular, and his once short hair now reached past his shoulders, though traces of his youthful features still lingered around his eyes. As Shinji closed the door, he greeted Waver. Hey, long time no see. Waver looked up at the sound, abruptly standing up from his chair, visibly surprised. Shinji Matou. It's me. How did you, where's the professor? Shinji didn't immediately answer, first activating a few rune seals, then speaking. Lord Kenneth is still in Japan. He asked me to come over in advance to prepare for his return a few days from now. You know many don't want to see him here. I see. Waver nodded in understanding. Even just taking over the El Meloy classroom for a time had drawn the ire of many, let alone being the head of a faction. Shinji had not announced his visit ahead of time, likely to avoid drawing unwanted attention. What are you planning to do? Is there anything I can assist with? First, I need to gather intelligence. I've already made arrangements for that. As for you, just provide me a place to stay for the next few days, so that you don't get kidnapped or worse. The news of Kenneth's impending return had caused quite a stir. As the source of this information, Waver would undoubtedly face immense pressure, and Shinji was here to prevent this pressure from turning into tangible threats. Kenneth had warned Shinji more than once that the factional struggles within the clock tower were as treacherous as the conflicts between nations, and due to the hidden and unique nature of magecraft, the level of cruelty was even higher. It was all too easy for someone to simply disappear without a trace. That's why Shinji was here. As one of the most important investments for the Matou family in the next 20 years, anyone who dared to harm Waver would have to answer to Shinji. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, The Autonomous Mystic Code Made. 1,441 words. Shinji's kind offer was something Waver naturally could not refuse. It had been 3 days since the news of Kenneth's return had spread, and from early morning Waver had felt the weight of numerous prying gazes. To be honest, he was quite concerned that he might be kidnapped. Waver knew his abilities were lacking, and the old apartment he was living in under the El Meloy name had limited defensive capabilities. Before Shinji's arrival, he had even considered staying in the office for the next few days, as it was much safer than the apartment. Those familiar with Waver knew he had a keen eye, one that could see through the surface to the true essence, be it the inner principles of magecraft or the true nature of a person. This keen eye is known as the discerning eye in Fate Grand Order. Through his discerning eye, Waver could see the strengths and weaknesses of his students, allowing him to tailor his teaching to fully develop their potential. He could also see through the plots and schemes hidden in the mist, thus protecting himself and the El Meloy classroom. Of all the humans Waver had encountered, Shinji had the highest evaluation in terms of combat ability. With him here, Waver had little to worry about. The only concern was how to protect himself when they were apart. Regarding this, Shinji had already made preparations. He tapped the 1-meter-tall suitcase, and it opened, with dazzling silver spilling out from within. It was not an exaggeration, the silver was indeed spilling out. The silver substance was mystic code mercury, which upon touching the ground automatically gathered and formed into a female automaton standing 1.65 meters tall, with a standard appearance and physique. This is... Waver unconsciously swallowed, unsure if he was more surprised or excited. Your professor's latest creation, an autonomous mystic code doll. Mystic code mercury is something you're familiar with. After over a year of research, he has performed deep processing on the improved Sway type, finally completing the autonomous doll you see before you. Compared to the original and Sway types, her biggest feature is the addition of intelligence and a magical furnace. She can move and act autonomously without her master issuing commands or providing magical energy. By referencing Einstein's automaton technology, the doll's intelligence level is very high. Not only can she serve as your bodyguard and handle various combat situations, but she can also be a great help in your daily life, handling laundry, cooking, cleaning, and even functioning as a multi-purpose tool. If you have any special requirements, you can also manipulate her with your magical energy to transform her into forms not pre-programmed. Incidentally, after the first transformation, the next time you just give the command, she will remember and evolve on her own. So, how about it? Aren't you captivated by such a versatile and adorable maid? If you are, then act quickly. It's only 998,998, not 9,998, and not 19,998, just 998,998 to bring home this all-purpose maid. Seeing Shinji fully in salesman mode, Waver was inexplicably compelled to ask, then, where can I purchase one? A strange silence followed. The two otaku men stood awkwardly, staring at each other beside the Mercury maid for dozens of seconds, before finally bursting into laughter. Oh dear, I can't help it, I can't help it. I've been watching too much TV shopping lately, and accidentally slipped into that mode. Me too, I got caught up in it without realizing it. Shinji leaned back on the sofa, while Waver returned to his antique armchair. Is this for me? Yes, your professor said it's a thank you for your efforts over the past few years. Originally, I wanted one too, but there are only 3 magical furnaces, so one each for you, your professor, and Miss Solar. Thinking about this just bugs me. I was the one who dug up the magical furnace from the basement of the K Hotel, so why didn't I get one? The magical furnace, capable of serving as an independent source of magical energy, is an extremely precious magical artifact. Even the Archibald family that Kenneth belongs to does not have more than a handful, and the Matou family doesn't have even one. Ignoring Shinji's complaints, Waver simply asked, Lord Kenneth and Miss Solar. They made up. After everything that happened, everyone has grown. Kenneth isn't as arrogant as before and has a better grasp of himself. Miss Solar also got rid of her ladylike attitude after her ideals were shattered. Now their relationship is stable, and I bet they'll get married once the Archibald family situation settles down. That's good, but won't it be too smooth sailing? I'm just telling you the result. The process of course wasn't as simple as I made it sound. Shinji shrugged. At first, Miss Solar locked herself away and Lord Kenneth didn't bother with her, they each went their own way. Shortly after you left, Lord Kenneth finally couldn't take it anymore and went to talk to Miss Soka, but they ended up in a huge argument. I happened to not be home at the time, but according to my uncle, it was a brutal sight. By rough estimates afterward, the damage alone was worth 6 figures. And then what happened? Waver pressed further. After that, it evolved into small arguments every 3 days and big ones every 5 days. In the end, they had to set up a sound-insulating barrier outside their rooms to avoid affecting others. Didn't anyone try to mediate? No one could. The maids in my house had been collateral damage several times, so in the end, my father decided that others shouldn't get involved in this kind of matter. A few months later, they seemed to have gotten tired of arguing and started a Cold War. Then what made them reconcile? There were about 3 factors. First, Kenneth's magic circuits were gradually recovering. Second, Miss Solar realized she was quite useless. And third, it was when my father and stepmother got married. After the celebratory dinner that night, the two of them talked all night and finally decided to start over. Well, I did have my doubts, but my father said there was no problem and that you should go see them yourself. Waver, being an expert at reading people's true nature, and Shinji hoping he could use Waver's keen eye to judge whether Solar has truly let go of her feelings for Diarmuid and is wholeheartedly marrying Kenneth. I'll go take a look. Waver nodded, then shifted his gaze to the Mercury-made doll. How do I operate this? Shinji rummaged through the bottom of the box and tossed a notebook over. That's the instruction manual. With your learning ability, you'll master the essentials quickly. Waver caught the notebook and quickly flipped through a couple of pages, surprised. It even has a disguise function. That was my suggestion. After all, the Mercury doll isn't very convenient to carry around, and you can't just lug a big box all the time. So I added an illusion function, so you can disguise it as a human or a tool when needed. By the way, designing it as a maid was also my idea. It fits the noble family persona, and you know what they say, all hail the Mo. Waver's expression twitched, but he didn't deny it. Influenced by the game-loving Iskonda, he had become quite the otaku, though not quite to Shinji's level of thick-facedness. The maid design is good, but if I bring it to class, the problem students will just laugh at me. The mere thought makes my stomach hurt. After all, Waver's classroom was nicknamed the Problem Student Containment Unit. While they may be problem students, they all have great potential, and they trust you. Shinji recalled the scene he encountered at the entrance. When I came, 2 students, one tall and one short, said they want me to hear your lecture, and that I won't regret it. Other teachers would be delighted to hear such praise, but Waver's expression only darkened further. Those 2 are the biggest troublemakers in the class. They're always fighting and bickering. Just thinking about them makes my stomach hurt. Just to be safe, when you saw them, were they fighting? Shinji rubbed his nose. They were. I knew it. Decided, their homework is tripled. No, make it 5 times as much. Waver felt his stomach hurting even more. At this rate, he's going to age prematurely. ======= Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Maid Kurumi. 1,290 words. Waver's rented apartment is not far from the neighborhood belonging to the modern magecraft theory department. It's just a few minutes' walk along the Thames River, south of the London Bridge, built by Queen Elizabeth II, who is known for her mastery of the legendary super magecraft spell land formation. Passing through the grey area where various races mix and where the black market and underground order prevail, one arrives at a district called Druid Street. Druids, originating from Greece and prevalent in Western European civilizations such as the Celts and the Britons, are a collective term for certain types of magus. They are mysterious and skilled in divination, meticulous in ritual sacrifices, and knowledgeable in calendars, medicine, astronomy, and literature. They are also synonymous with law enforcement officers, bards, and adventurers. Of course, their greatest expertise lies in nature-related magecraft. In Celtic history, the famous figures Siu Tulurin and Merlin are also considered part of the Druids. In London, if a neighborhood is named after such a name but has no connection to magecraft, the Mage Association wouldn't tolerate it. Perhaps due to the influence of the name Druid, this street has a naturally occurring barrier. No matter how noisy the surrounding neighborhood is, once you step inside, it immediately becomes peaceful, as if entering a different world. Because of this, despite the old houses and poor public safety, many magus are willing to choose to live here. Waver, who prefers tranquility over activity, is one of them. Turning into a certain side road on Druid Street, a reddish-brown building comes into view. This is the apartment where Waver resides. To be honest, Waver's apartment is terrible. The lush ivy and overgrown weeds can be laughed off, but the reddish-brown brick walls and chimneys are riddled with cracks. Whenever the wind blows, debris falls with a clattering sound. Conservatively estimating, this building is over 100 years old, or more daringly speaking, it has gone through the Industrial Revolution. Shinji seriously wonders if one punch with all his strength would collapse it, not because Shinji is particularly strong, but because the building is just that dilapidated. Opening the door and entering the lobby, which also functions as a stairwell, the spiral staircase in the center leads to the first, second, and third floors, with rental units behind each floor's door. There is an area next to the lobby for the use of the building manager, an old lady who leisurely rests on a rocking chair in the afternoon before dusk arrives. Waver helped Shinji with the temporary check-in procedures, and Shinji's room is located adjacent to Waver's, allowing for direct entry through violent means in critical moments. As for the repair fees, it's not Shinji's responsibility to pay. This property belongs to the Elmeloy estate, and Kenneth won't let him spend money. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, and opening a door that is no different from the others, a mixture of dust and unpleasant odors rushes toward them, causing them to cough repeatedly. The interior of the room is exactly what one would expect from a cheap apartment. Although it's relatively spacious, the level of clutter has already wasted the available space. The discarded items have no common theme among them. They range from piles of books and an aging desk to moldy leftover bread and several frequently used home video game consoles. Everything imaginable is present, making the room uncomfortably crowded. Overall, it's a room that matches the lifestyle of a recluse or a shut-in. Sketching a wind rune effortlessly, while opening the window and blowing away the dust along with it, Shinji couldn't help but comment, "The office is one thing, but it's a complete mess here." "Are you trying to show off, Elmeloy too?" "Tidying up the workplace is only natural," Waver replied nonchalantly. "And please, don't address me by that title. I'm not worthy of it, and it could cause various problems if others were to hear." Elmeloy II is the title bestowed upon Waver by Rayners, who inherited the Elmeloy family's lineage in another timeline after Kenneth's death. But since Kenneth is still alive in the current timeline, Waver naturally wouldn't receive that title. Regardless of the timeline, Waver dislikes that title. Yeah, Shinji replied dismissively, making it hard to believe that he took the statement to heart. "Although I don't mind a messy room, your place is excessively chaotic. How about cleaning it up a bit? It would be a good opportunity to test the maid's housekeeping skills." "No, if I tidy up, I might not be able to find things," Waver shook his head. Many people who have had rooms in a messy state for a long time often have such concerns when cleaning up. "But it puts me in a difficult position," Shinji said with a wry smile. "If someone invades your room and accidentally damages something, it will be a problem. The trash is one thing, but if the game consoles, cartridges, and discs get damaged. Stop, you win. Use Trimmao." Upon hearing this reason, Waver immediately changed his stance. Shinji's suitcase opened with a sound, and the liquid mercury maid returned to human form, speaking in Japanese. "Master, please give your command." Kurumi is the name Waver gave to the liquid mercury maid, derived from the classic Mo-style maid manga Steel Angel Kurumi created by the manga artist duo Kurigane Gumi. The main female character, Kurumi, is a robot controlled by an angel and shares a similar concept with the liquid mercury maid. The manga, which started in 1997, was published in the prominent Japanese publishing company Kadokawa Shoten's magazine Shonen Ace. In each issue of Shonen Ace, the members of the Matou family would specially deliver new games or handheld consoles from Tokyo to London via international express delivery. That's why Waver and Shinji haven't seen each other for a long time but still have such a close relationship. The bond of friendship among anime and manga enthusiasts is strong like that. "Clean the room, and I will tell you where to place the items." "Understood." The maid who received the order immediately began cleaning, with a slightly peculiar artistic style. Only Kurumi's upper body remained unchanged, holding a broom in one hand and a mop in the other. Her lower body transformed into a liquid state, forming 7 or 8 tentacles that wrapped around cleaning cloths, trash bins, and buckets, and tidying up various books and miscellaneous items, leaving the two otaku men dumbfounded. "Well, how should I put it? At least the efficiency is high. One person can do the work of 4 or 5 people. From that perspective, it's indeed an excellent mystic code. It's no wonder it's one of Professor Kenneth's proud creations." "That's true. At this rate, I estimate the room will be cleaned up in another 10 minutes. Oh, I suddenly realized that accepting this artistic style feels quite cool. After all, Magus creates things much more exaggerated than this. Indeed, it seems my days will be much easier from now on. To celebrate our wonderful life, let's play some games," Shinji said as he opened his suitcase. The suitcase had 2 layers, with the first layer containing the liquid mercury maid and the second layer containing his belongings. "This time I brought several new game releases, including some internal versions that haven't been released to the public. Oh, let me see. Advanced Grand Strategy 98. Seeing the game box placed on the top layer, Waver's eyes almost welled up with tears. It was the game beloved by the king he pledged allegiance to, and it was also his gateway into the otaku culture. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Faction. 1187 words. MIT Dioran, engine roaring like thunder. Jest wie der Blitz, swift as lightning. DEM Fagegen, facing the enemy. Impar. In the armor. Vorals den Kameraden, forward with comrades. Im Kampf stehen wir allein, we stand alone in battle. Stehen wir allein, yes, we stand alone. So stossen wir tief, thus we strike deep. In die Feindly. Into the enemy's ranks. With a powerful and resonant voice, accompanied by Waver's deep and magnetic tone, the confined rental room was filled with the song. This is the anthem of the Nazi German Wehrmacht, the most formidable force during World War II, known as the Panzerlied or Song of the Armored Troops. It is the most majestic among the German military songs. Waver sat in front of a Sega home video game console called the Saturn SS, while humming the song and commanding the German army to ravage Europe. The 1998 edition of Great Strategy is a strategic game set in the backdrop of World War II, and both Shinji and Waver are staunch supporters of the German army. Considering that they are currently in England, which was at odds with Nazi Germany, Shinji had already set up a soundproof barrier to avoid disturbing the neighbors and causing unnecessary misunderstandings before they started playing the game. Yes, that's it. The 1st Panzer Division of the Waffen-SS charging forward, crushing the enemy. It wasn't Waver who was singing, but Shinji sitting on the sofa, watching the battle unfold. Unexpectedly, just as Waver should have been delighted by the cheers of his otaku friend, he suddenly interrupted his singing and turned around, saying, "You should read the information." Yeah, I know, don't rush me. Shinji felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and his surging enthusiasm disappeared without a trace. He leaned to the side and lay down on the sofa, casually picking up the materials on the coffee table and starting to read. It was after dinner, and Waver had no classes tomorrow and was on vacation, so he could play games. On the other hand, Shinji had his tasks to complete, which was why he was being scolded by Waver. In the evening, one of the intelligence personnel from the Emir Kiritsugu intelligence network arrived disguised as a delivery person, bringing 2 fish and chips combos and an investigation report. The report detailed the various events that had occurred at the clock tower over the past 3 years and the movements of different factions. Shinji's task was to read the report quickly and assess the current situation. Although Shinji was already informed of most of the information through regular reports, receiving it in batches and summarizing it were different matters. With the return of the Lord and the inevitable turbulent situation, it was necessary to refresh his memory. By the way, the same report had been sent to Kenneth's computer via encrypted email. Having experienced the convenience of technology, he, as a traditional magus, no longer underestimated its power. The report first categorized the events in a timeline and then provided detailed accounts of each event and their impacts, focusing on the factions that constituted the power structure of the clock tower. As is well known, the lineage of magus is based on their magic crests, and as long as the magic crests are passed down, even if the bloodline is cut off, the lineage continues. But how did such huge lineages come into existence? The mystery lies in the bestowal of crests. Hey, don't get it wrong, it has nothing to do with a certain fan fiction involving a love triangle. Great families would give a small portion of their magic crests to others. Due to the nature of the crests, this damage would recover within a year, and others would use it as a foundation to cultivate their magic crests. These families would be considered branches of the main family, forming a vast lineage with the magic crests as the bond. The original magic crests, which serve as the source, are called lineage crests. The main family and its branches together make up the extensive lineage. For example, Archisort is a branch of the Archibald family. Aside from the legendary reclusive old monster of a headmaster, the most prestigious are the 12 lord families who have controlled the major departments for thousands of years. The Elmeloi family is one of them, and the leader of a lord family is respectfully referred to as Lord. Department of General Fundamentals, Trambilio. Department of Individual Fundamentals, Salonia. Department of Spiritual Evocation, Ulysses. Mineralogy, Elmeloi. Zoology, Chimera. Department of Law, Brishizen. Department of Botany, Yumina. Department of Astromancy, Animosphere. Department of Creation, Value. Curses, Jigmarie. Archaeology, Rockslot. Modern Magecraft Theory, Norwich. Legal and Political Affairs, Bartholomew. Among them, Modern Magecraft Theory, being the youngest in the establishment and the smallest in scale, does not bear the title of Lord unless a Lord transfers from another department. Centered around the 12 lords, the major families have divided into 3 factions based on their political stances. Led by Bartholomew, they believe that the operation of the clock tower should be entrusted to aristocracy with excellent noble lineage, advocating aristocracy. Centered around Trambilio, including the other major noble family, Valeretta, they believe in democracy, even if the bloodline is not ideal, and emphasize the employment of talented young individuals. Represented by Mystia, they are neutral and only care about researching matters unrelated to others, adhering to neutrality. The Elmeloi family, led by Kenneth, is a staunch supporter of the aristocracy. However, due to well-known reasons, the Elmeloi family is currently being marginalized and faces the danger of being absorbed. If Kenneth is confirmed dead or absent for a long time, the Elmeloi family will split and decline, losing the mineralogy department. They would become the first Lord family in 800 years to have a name that doesn't match their status until Waver revives them. However, that is not the case now, thanks to Shinji's influence. The Elmeloi family has weakened but still retains considerable strength. Kenneth has also prepared a series of measures to reverse the decline and reorganize the Elmeloi family. As long as this lord successfully returns, everything will be resolved. As Kenneth's ally, Shinji's task is to ensure that the return plan goes smoothly. Being the first to arrive at the clock tower for preparations is one aspect, and the second aspect is for the Magus killer Emir Kiritsugu and his partner Mu Hisao to personally arrange the return route and protection. And now, a 3-year-long planned performance is about to begin, titled The Return of the Lord. P.S. In other timelines, due to Kenneth's death, the Elmeloi family declined, and the mineralogy department came under the control of the Trambilio family. Waver, as the second generation, took the Elmeloi family to the modern magecraft theory department, making the department to have a lord. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, The Lord's Return, Bonus. 1,248 words. English design, English brands, English manufacturing, don't think that only Burberry's luxury goods can boast about this. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over £1 million can do the same. The mysterious and noble black, the retro-elegant body, perfectly embodies the aristocratic spirit of England. Now, such a top-tier luxury car is speeding along the roads in the suburbs of London. The man in the main seat is in his early 30s, his lemon-yellow hair combed into an English gentleman's beloved pompadour style. His somewhat sharp features are tempered just right by the man's steady demeanor. His attire, blending the classical and modern, further adds a touch of noble aura. This is a vehicle and a man who is perfectly suited to this country. He was born to belong here. 3 years have passed, time can fly so quickly. 3 years can change so much, just like himself. Then, what about the people he cares about? A trace of a cold smile appears at the corner of the man's mouth. Some things can be changed over time, but some cannot. Time is merely a witness, not the creator, for these things. Time itself cannot change anything. The lords who reside high in this ancient city are likely still the same as 3 years ago, unchanging. Even without entering London, the man can feel this. You've stayed here too long, long enough to overlook the changes in the world. Those who fail to recognize this will eventually be eliminated by the times. The man mutters to himself, his tone full of sarcasm. My father, and the Sophia family as well, the woman by his side asks. Slightly younger than the man, the woman has a head of fiery red hair tied into a proper matron's bun. In contrast to her hair color, the woman's expression and aura are gentle, giving a sense of serene tranquility. Her attire also reflects this, a simple yet elegant white dress, with only a ring on her left index finger as an accessory. Yes, although this answer may displease you, I do not want to deceive you, the man says, retracting the mocking smile on his lips. It's fine, I want to hear the truth, the woman shakes her head lightly, unperturbed by the man's candor. If we hadn't left here, hadn't gone to Fuyuki, we wouldn't have changed either. You'd still be the proud Lord Elmeloi, and I'd still be the noble woman of the Sophia family. Do you regret it? The man makes an unusual gesture with his left hand, and the female automaton driving the car slows down the vehicle's speed. It's impossible to say that I have no regrets at all. The past 3 years have indeed been very difficult to get through, but... The woman's lips, colored with a light pink lipstick, parted slightly as she let out a breath. It is precisely because of that I have come to realize how naive, ignorant, and annoying my former self was. But it was still worth it, wasn't it? You've changed. The man grasped the woman's hand. Your former self would not have been as calm as you are now. Yes, I used to be two extremes, ice cold towards things I wasn't interested in, and burning hot towards things I cared about. Now I'm probably a balance of the two. I wonder if you prefer my former self or the me now? The woman's eyes held a mischievous glint. I like both. The man's gentle smile softened his sharp features. I liked your former self when I knew that self, and I like your present self now. You've changed too. The woman murmured. Your former self would never have said something like that. Back then, you were so proud. Yes, because I've come to understand a very simple truth, I am not the center of the world, not even the center of the clock tower. The man nodded. Do you regret it? The woman asked the same question. No regrets. The man's answer showed the difference between him and the woman. Although the cost was great, it was all worth it. The clock tower, Britain, and I made a mistake. We were too immersed in past glories when we were just an isolated island nation overseas, yet we still thought of ourselves as the center of the world. If we had not awakened in time, we would have eventually paid a heavy price for that arrogance, just as I nearly became a waste of a person.
Are you going to try to wake them up?
They can't be woken up. They are like my former self, arrogant and contemptuous, with an unshakable belief that they are the center of the world.
Unless someone destroys them by force.
But most of those who want to destroy them don't have the ability, and those who have the ability won't do it. In that sense, I have to thank that Magus killer. And yet you still have that attitude towards him. Recalling the strange atmosphere between the two men on the road, the woman found it somewhat amusing. The pair who had escorted them back to London had left once they entered the city limits, leaving the two of them to continue on their own. Seeing him, my magic circuits start to throb in pain, and thinking of the suffering I've endured these past 3 years, I really can't speak to him properly. The man chuckled bitterly. Perhaps I'm still not mature enough.
So what are you planning to do next?
If I can't wake them up, then I'll join forces with and cultivate those who were clear-headed from the start. Like that student of yours, who's the worst? Don't mock me, I didn't expect him to do so well. The bitterness deepened at the corners of the man's mouth. Although I still think it's tragic that he lacks the practical ability in magecraft, I have to admit that the Clock Tower and the Mage Association need people like him. He may truly be able to change the entire world of magecraft. This is the first time I've heard you speak so highly of a student. Because I, like Waver, have also grown. Oh, and don't tell your father about any of this. Don't worry, I'm only your wife now. They haven't come looking for me even once in the past 3 years. I've completely lost faith in them. The woman's expression was as cold and indifferent as ice, and it was only at times like this that the man could see glimpses of her former self. Just as the man was about to say something, the Rolls-Royce they were riding in suddenly stopped. A beautiful girl with golden hair, flaming eyes, and porcelain-like skin elegantly curtsied by the roadside. "Welcome back, Lord Kenneth, Lady Solar." Behind the girl, the men in suits all bowed deeply. "Welcome back, my lord." "Welcome back, milady." The man and woman stepped out of the car, their gazes distant and weary, tinged with an unnamed nostalgia and sorrow. But this complex emotion was quickly replaced by a heavy, brooding aura. Kenneth Archibald has returned. P.S. Kenneth is hopelessly in love with Solar. In the Fate Zero event, it is revealed that Kenneth still keeps drafting love letters to Solar in his study and that he ordered Lancer to commit suicide because Emiya Kiritsugu had taken Solar hostage. ============================================================================================================================ㄐ Chapter 209, Chapter 209, Faction Struggles. 1199 words. In the suburbs of London, a small town that disguises itself as a university town, with a clock tower as its central landmark. This is the location of the Modern Magecraft Theory Department teaching building and Waver's exclusive office. Two otaku, one older and one younger, are sitting on the couch playing a Game Boy handheld console, facing each other. That's right, they are playing a local wireless multiplayer game. In 1998, the technology for wireless connectivity had not yet developed, so they could only connect through a data cable for close-range data exchange. Come in, some of the pets need to evolve," one of them says. "Let me check the guide." "Ghastly, Mackhop, and Geodude, that's the 4 we need, right?" "Are you all set on your end?" the other replies. "Of course, I caught them all last night." "You were up late again, weren't you?" "Of course, which day this week haven't I been up late?" "You know the reason." "I'll keep sleeping after you go to class. Completing the pokes is the top priority now." "All right, let's start the transfer." The first one is Ghastly. Oh yeah, let's witness the birth of Haunter. The game they are so passionately playing is Pokémon, Nintendo's widely popular franchise that spans games, manga, anime, and all otaku media. The specific games they are playing are the original Pokémon Red and Green versions, released in 1996. After their release, the cute monster designs, extensive collection elements, and high replayability quickly took Japan and the world by storm, reviving the flagging Game Boy sales and solidifying Nintendo's dominance in the gaming industry. Even before Shinji arrives in the NASAverse, Pokémon remains a national phenomenon in Japan, with each new release causing a frenzy. Given Shinji and Waver's otaku natures, they have of course already completed the games and filled their pokes, except for the few that require trading to evolve. Waver is in London, where the Pokémon craze has not yet reached. Shinji has also been traveling with Tuko, and the few female companions he has don't share much interest in the game. At first, Fujino and Sakura were willing to play with Shinji, but then Tuko had a random idea to teach them the basics of making dolls, so they became absorbed in creating piles of colored blocks, Tuko's words, as their version of live-action Pokemon, abandoning Shinji. As a result, these two Magus otaku have no local multiplayer partners and haven't thought to find any elsewhere. A few minutes later, the cheers of the two otaku echoed through the office. "We did it, Ghastly, Sandslash, Macamp, Golem. Finally, we've collected all 151, 151, 151. We just need to level them up to the max and our mission will be accomplished. Let's do it tonight, the lunch break will be over soon. I have class, you can take a nap. You can grind at night, but I can't. From today on, my glorious all-nighter gaming lifestyle is over." Shinji carefully saved his game, tossed the handheld aside, and stretched. Waver also put away his carefree gaming expression. "Yeah, the professor must be here by now. The clock tower is about to go through some turmoil." "That's inevitable," Shinji nodded. Many factions, especially those who made a move on El Meloy in the past 3 years, are worried about the Lord's retaliation. And you know, Lord Kenneth has never been known for being merciful. Just between us, we've heard of 3 plots to make sure Lord Kenneth disappears permanently. Who knows how many more unheard schemes are out there. That's why the professor bought a direct flight from Japan to London but didn't board the plane. Instead, he disguised himself and flew to Ireland via South Korea, then sneaked into Britain by land from Ireland. Yes, if he entered openly, even with all our forces, we can't guarantee Lord Kenneth's safe return. You know, no matter how strong we are, we can't stop a precision missile strike. Shinji and Waver exchanged a knowing look. In the NASAverse, there is an often overlooked but real premise: technology, especially in weapons, has surpassed magecraft. The destruction caused by a top Magus ritual over days can't even compare to a nuclear bomb. Arranging a few bombers and precisely timing strikes on Kenneth would be enough to kill him even if he had 9 lives. And for these ancient families, acquiring such aerial firepower is not difficult. Although those Magus aristocrats may not have that mindset, it's better to be safe than sorry. Any tiny possibility must be prevented before Kenneth can return successfully. What the two didn't know was that even with these precautions, Kenneth's journey back wasn't smooth sailing. Emir Kiritsugu alone spent 3 origin bullets and one of Kenneth Mystic Code Mercury Maids was severely damaged, showing how formidable the obstacles were. Of course, all of this is only up until this noon. When Kenneth enters the sphere of influence of El Meloy in the suburbs of London and joins up with Rainers and the elite who remain loyal to El Meloy, it means the Lord has formally returned, and the other factions, even if they are unwilling, can only grit their teeth and accept it. Otherwise, it would not just be private conflict, but an outright war, slapping the face of the entire clock tower and the 12 noble houses. No house can bear such a cost. The subsequent struggle will become more politicized and aristocratic. On the surface, it will be resolved through negotiation or quibbling. Tremberio and Baruareta, who are opposed to aristocracy, will lead the Democratic faction to launch inquiries and impeachment against Kenneth's 3-year unexplained absence, to establish Kenneth's dereliction of duty and further undermining El Meloy, hopefully causing this genius to lose his position as Lord and inciting internal strife within the El Meloy faction. Of course, Kenneth will not sit idly by and let this happen. He has prepared a series of arguments and merits sufficient to offset his 3-year neglect of duty. The aristocratic leader, Bartholomew, will also provide limited support and assistance as the situation warrants. Even if it is a united front, it does not mean they are of one mind. If Kenneth has no value, the aristocratic faction will immediately abandon him, which is also one of the reasons why he has been in hiding for 3 years. A person with a destroyed magic circuit has no value. When the night that shrouds and conceals everything descends, the elegance and harmony on the surface will be cast aside, and machinations, conflicts, purges, and other unsavory actions will unfold in the unknown. There are only a few hours left until the first night of the Lord's return. Waver, as always, enters the classroom. Shinji lazily reclines on the sofa, conserving his energy. P.S. In Fate E0, the Japan Self-Defense Force lost 2 F-15 fighter jets, and Father Risei directly arranged to get 2 replacements from the Middle East and sent them to Japan overnight to fill the gap. As one of the major factions under the Mage Association that rivals the Holy Church, they must have this capability. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 210, Chapter 210, Retribution. 1,239 words. As the clock at the Greenwich Observatory on the outskirts of London, the time benchmark of the entire world, struck midnight, signifying the end of the old day and the beginning of a new one, a figure silently appeared on Druid Street. Despite being a chaotic area with a mix of people and an underground black market, the streets remained bustling even at midnight. By Western European standards of population density, it could be considered lively. Of course, if measured by the standards of the world's most populous country, it would be considered sparsely populated. The figure that appeared moved at an extremely fast speed. If someone were to time it with a stopwatch, they would surely doubt their eyes. This person's speed surpassed the world record for the 100-meter sprint in the Olympic Games, and they had already covered a distance of over a kilometer at such a speed. What was even more astonishing was that while maintaining this high speed, the person was holding a mobile phone and having a conversation, showing no signs of exhaustion or breathlessness, as if it were effortless. Such a scene would cause a sensation no matter which city it occurred in. However, reality was not so. This person brushed past hundreds of people during their movement, yet not a single person took notice as if they were invisible. No, not as if they were truly invisible. The dark cloak draped over this person distorted the light that the eyes could capture, making them visually disappear. Not only that, the cloak unidirectionally blocked the transmission of sound, so no one except the owner of the cloak could hear the content of the conversation. This person was none other than Shinji Matou. The moment he received the encrypted communication, he donned the Hades cloak and left Waver's rental house. So, there are a total of 4 targets, right? Archie, Norgri, Atbolt and Gertler. I know about this family. They're a branch of the Archibald family, but they defected. They're like opportunistic wolves seeking personal gain. Right, I understand. The first 3 families will have their patriarch's left hand, right hand, and left leg taken respectively, while the last family will have their head directly removed. No problem. Although there's one more family than I anticipated, we should be able to expedite the process and resolve it before dawn. On your end, Lord, you need to be careful. Everyone knows that you'll be announcing a major research breakthrough tomorrow to secure your position. Tonight is their last chance, so you must be cautious. Nothing must go wrong. Understood. Since you're so well prepared, I won't say much more. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon on my side. Even if I can't complete the mission, I can still make a safe getaway. Just wait for good news from me. After hanging up the phone, Shinji's feet emitted a white light as a pair of winged shoes wrapped around his ankles. As the wings expanded, his speed doubled. The call was made by Kenneth, asking Shinji to assist him in carrying out the task of punishing and eliminating the traitors. During Kenneth's disappearance, the El Meloi faction suffered significant blows, both from hostile factions and from within the faction. Setting aside the hostile factions for now, as they are already enemies and deserving of being taken advantage of, revenge can be sought later. However, betrayal within the faction is a grave crime that no faction can tolerate. It must be addressed, otherwise, Kenneth's lordship and the dignity of the Archibald family will be severely damaged. The quicker the retaliation comes, the more it showcases Kenneth's determination and upholds El Meloi's reputation. Therefore, on the first night of his return, Kenneth requested the assistance of the secretive ace, Shinji, to restore El Meloi's prestige. The reason for not utilizing El Meloi's forces is primarily due to concerns for Kenneth's safety. He is calculating the enemies, and they are plotting against him, especially during such a crucial moment. If Kenneth can be eliminated at this time, the El Meloi faction will be finished. Furthermore, there might be traitors within the family, and there are concerns about the possibility of leaks. Shinji, who is unrelated to the El Meloi faction and has signed a binding contract, is the best choice. Shinji possesses stealth and combat abilities that rival those of an assassin and serve as an important guarantee for the clearing operation. After taking off his feather shoes, he walked down the Rhine River that runs through London. Shinji arrived at an aristocratic residential area with a classical British ambience. This is the headquarters of the Archie family, the first target for tonight's operation. Similar to the Archisort family where Rhaenys resides, Archie is also a branch of Archibald, but with a history several decades older than Archisort. They excel in magecraft related to mineral carving and hold a prominent position in the mineralogy department. Responsible for 2 classrooms, they are a pillar of the El Meloi faction. However, this family is not satisfied with the current situation and desires greater development. Before Kenneth's disappearance, they were the most steadfast supporters of the Lord. However, after Kenneth vanished, they couldn't restrain their ambitions and began forming factions to seize territories from other families. Fortunately, the head of this family remains rational, avoiding confrontation with the main family and refraining from excessive targeting. The punishment is limited to removing the left hand, which bears no magical inscriptions, as a form of retribution. The Archie family had anticipated tonight's operation and established a complex bounded field around the mansion. The family's internal guards were also heavily armed, while the head of the family hid in the deepest part of the workshop, hoping to escape unscathed and find a resolution. Unfortunately, 2 spies sent by Emir Kiritsugu to monitor the El Meloy faction are among them, with one situated in the Archie family. One can only say that this family brought this misfortune upon themselves. With an insider, Shinji's difficulty in infiltrating was significantly reduced. In just 15 minutes, Shinji broke through the workshop's defenses and stood before the head of the Archie family. Unlike protagonists in many movies and shows who grant prisoners an opportunity to speak, Shinji directly severed the latter's left hand. Then, in front of everyone's gaze, Shinji vanished without uttering a word. The Norgi and Atbolt families are similar cases. They either leaked information about the El Meloy faction to other factions or hindered the El Meloy faction's progress internally. They are typical examples of internal disharmony, deserving punishment without being sentenced to death, serving as a deterrent to others. Shinji's approach remained unchanged. Regardless of the presence of insiders or intelligence, Shinji relied on the performance of the Hade's cloak for infiltration. If infiltration was impossible, Shinji relied on brute force, assisted by a sickle and a slingshot, a sickle and a hammer. Shinji's clearing operation proceeded smoothly. The head of the Atbolt family even severed his left leg before Shinji took action, presenting it together with a prepared contract of Geist to Shinji, signifying his willingness to accept punishment and his loyalty. This straightforward attitude made Shinji view him in a different light. At 3:13 a.m., Shinji left the Atbolt family and headed to the final and most troublesome family, a rebellious traitor seeking personal gain, Gertler, who must be eliminated with thunderous force. Check out new story, Dolu or Dalu, Lucky Star. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 211, Purge. 1,255 words. Gertler has quite a reputation within the clock tower. However, it's not a good one. At least half of the Magus family show disdain or outright dismissiveness when the Gertler family is mentioned. Similar to the Velvet family inherited by Waver, this family has only lasted for 3 generations. However, despite being such a young family, they have achieved a level of prosperity that many families of 5 or 6 generations have not reached. Their size even surpasses the 3 Archibald branch families that were recently punished by Shinji. They don't rely on their strength, magical achievements, or luck like this heretical Velvet family. Instead, they rely on sucking up to the powerful, or in more derogatory terms, being sycophants. In the eyes of the long-established Magus families, the members of this family have no dignity. They would do anything as long as it is profitable. It is said that the first-generation head of Gertler served as a stable boy for a noble Magus family's young lady. Through flattery and appeasement, he won the favor of the young lady and obtained a branch with a magic circuit from a second-rate family. This served as the capital for establishing their own family. The second-generation head was a woman who surpassed the lack of dignity and boundaries set by the first generation. Utilizing magecraft and her attractive appearance, she seduced successful men everywhere and became a famous socialite in London. Her guests included high-ranking British officials, as well as influential figures from various countries seeking refuge during that special era. Of course, there were also heads of some Magus families. It was during this generation that the Gertler family established connections with the El Meloy faction. The third-generation head, the one Shinji needs to purge, did not have the extravagant behavior of the previous 2 heads. However, they were an opportunist who maneuvered between various factions. When Kenneth was young, this person surrounded him, ingratiating themselves and tying their family to the El Meloy faction. They showed dedication and effort in the following years, which earned them Kenneth's trust. Previously, when Kenneth went to Fuyuki City to establish a workshop in the K Hotel, this family was there to assist. Unexpectedly, shortly after the Fourth Holy Grail War ended and news of Kenneth's disappearance spread, this family immediately turned their backs on him. First, they used Solar's name to align themselves with the Sophia Ri faction. When they saw that the Sophia Ri faction didn't respond much, they switched to the Trambilio faction, becoming the vanguard in Trambilio's fight against the aristocracy and the El Meloy faction. They acted swiftly and ruthlessly, causing half of the damage suffered by the El Meloy faction. Naturally, they became a target that Kenneth had to purge. The Gertler family was aware that they were chosen as an example to deter others, so they actively took action after receiving news of Kenneth's return, trying to repair their relationship with him. In the end, they even reached out to Bartholomew, the leader of the aristocracy, asking him to mediate. Why does Kenneth remain determined to get rid of this unfamiliar wolf? After the Lord's meeting ended, he went straight home and cut off all possibilities of negotiation. Shinji had already learned about this story through various channels beforehand, and upon hearing the news of Kenneth's refusal to negotiate, he sensed that this would be the toughest challenge tonight. How challenging was it? The first line of defense, consisting of large-scale bounded fields and traps, was standard for every Magus family and can be ignored for now. The second line of defense startled Shinji. This family had hired an entire mercenary corps, turning their mansion into a fortress of war. TSK, truly befitting of the dishonorable Wolf family without any Magus pride. It seems I can't infiltrate like I did with the previous families. I have no choice, you force my hand. Let me, Shinji Matou, teach you what a true assassin is. Shinji stood silently above the Gertler mansion, expressing his disdain. He then released the levitation from his feathered shoes and descended with a weight of over 200 kilograms, including his equipment, under the influence of gravity. The legendary assassin Connor's no, kill, double, technique, leap of faith. 1 second later, Shinji's presence was detected by both detection barriers and modern surveillance equipment. The mansion immediately sounded piercing alarms. The seasoned soldiers who had spent years on the battlefield raised their rifles and began firing. However, Shinji was faster than them. Before the mercenaries' AK-47s could unleash a burst of gunfire, several silver streaks landed within their positions, followed by a dazzling blaze. The flames, ignited by runic magic, were comparable to professional incendiary rounds. It was difficult for ordinary people without magical resistance to escape being burned to death by even a slight touch of fire. Chaos erupted in the courtyard, filled with screams and curses in different languages. Shinji, having broken through the firepower blockade and successfully landed, remained expressionless, unaffected internally. These so-called mercenaries were nothing more than war hounds who roamed battlefields. Since they had chosen to make a living by killing, they should be prepared to have their lives taken at any moment. With the divine gun's blade in his left hand and the rune silver bullets in his right, Shinji effortlessly took down 2 mercenaries blocking his path. As he opened his detection runes and maintained his 1 step per second speed, he entered the Gertler residence. As soon as he entered the door, he was struck by the wide anti-infantry landmine, triggered in the same manner as the castle battle between Emir Kiritsugu and Kenneth Archibald, the tripwire type. Shinji's response mirrored Kenneth's. The heaviest mystic code on his body fell to the ground as he chanted, Fervuis. Boil, my blood. The volumen hydrargyrums we spread out in the form of a thin film, blocking the steel balls shot by the landmine. Immediately after, the murder steel balls, defended by the mercury film, rebounded even more intensely, causing the grand entrance to be riddled with holes. This was a newly added feature of the second-generation volumen hydrargyrum's way, utilizing the properties of mercury to create a spring-like defense layer that could store the kinetic energy of projectiles and counterattack in the same manner. When Shinji withdrew his defense of the mercury film, the entrance of the mansion was in ruins. Several people wearing bulletproof vests, both superhumans and mercenaries, lay in pools of blood, their deaths a gruesome sight. Shinji, still in a state of invisibility, smirked and ignored the overwhelming smell of blood. He bent down and picked up 2 grenades, throwing one toward the second floor and one toward the basement as he ascended the stairs. In an instant, the shockwave caused by the explosion shook the Gertler mansion, concealing Shinji's next move. Auton Latapor, Unquera. Automatic target acquisition. Similar to the automatic defense, the automatic target acquisition spell had also been improved. In addition to capturing temperature and atmospheric vibrations with the properties of mercury, it added magical detection capabilities, further enhancing target acquisition accuracy. Exclude the Nelson-style structure of the barrier nodes, exclude various magic traps, and then use detection runes for filtering, found it. As expected, the answer was the underground workshop. Sanktio. Track and eliminate. The magical mercury responded with a resounding transformation into razor-thin blades, shredding the floor of the ground floor of the residence and destroying the magic nodes along the way. Check out new story, Dolu or Dalu, Lucky Star. =========================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================== Chapter 212, Battle at the Gertler's Workshop, Part 1. 1,473 words. A qualified magecraft workshop needs to meet the following 3 conditions. First, it must be isolated from the outside world, hidden within a bounded field. Second, it must be strong enough to withstand various magical experiments. Third, it must have tight security measures in place to deal with unforeseen circumstances. It can be imagined that the defensive power of a qualified magecraft workshop is quite high. Although the Gertler family has only been passed down for 3 generations, their magecraft workshop is constructed to a very high standard. The foundation of the workshop is made of century-old spirit wood, and the coatings on the walls, floors, and doors are made of a special material mixed with magical essence. What's even more astonishing is that after learning the specific time of Kenneth's return, the members of this family temporarily added a layer of composite bounded field to the exterior of the workshop. Whether it was cut by Shuichi's mercury blade, blasted by firearms he conveniently brought along, or deciphered by rune magic, none of them were able to break through the workshop's defenses. The defensive strength is almost on par with the outer walls of my house. Among the workshops we've invaded today, yours is the toughest, Shinji remarked, looking at the workshop's outer wall that had been drilled through 5 centimeters without seeing an end. If I had enough time, I would like to unravel it slowly and see what surprises await me. Unfortunately, there are only a few minutes left until dawn. Time is essence. He flipped his right hand, and a golden magical artifact with flickering lightning appeared out of thin air. I can only resort to forced demolition. Behold, my Indra Vajra. Speaking to himself, his words were isolated by his cloak, unheard by others, but the roaring of the thunder of Indra was a different story. The golden thunder, symbolizing the might of the thunder god, shook the atmosphere and rattled the very foundation of the entire house. But this was only the beginning. The thunder concentrated at the tip of the noble phantasm easily pierced through the bounded field plating that could rival the current main battle tanks of the British military, tearing apart the defensive magecraft accumulated by 3 generations. The workshop's gates, which were claimed to be more than just a modern military fortress, were forcefully blasted open by the thunder of the gods, leaving a gaping hole. With the path clear, Shinji dispersed the physical form of the thunder of Indra, simultaneously raising an AK-47 and unleashing a barrage of fire into the opening. Unlike the previous 3 families, Kenneth had issued a kill order against the Gertler family, so Shinji had no reservations and could freely wreak havoc, embodying the true essence of the Assassin's Creed, Shadowless Knight. Emptying his magazine, he threw the last hand grenade into the workshop, protected by the Mercury Mystic Code, and dove into the breach. According to Shinji's estimation, as soon as he stepped into the workshop, he would immediately face a fierce counterattack, possibly high-level magecraft or even grand magecraft, or various trap mechanisms. For a magus with workshop support, bullets and grenades were not difficult attacks to deal with. If the head of the Gertler family didn't possess even this level of ability, the family would have been wiped out long ago and wouldn't have survived to this day. However, in reality, nothing happened. Yes, nothing at all. There was no counter-magecraft, no traps, not even the most basic barrier suppression. If it weren't for the detection provided by the moon spirit's essence, Shinji would have almost thought he was in the wrong place. Curving his right index finger, he created a few small openings in the mercury film that enveloped his body and looked through the holes to observe the situation inside the workshop. The interior of the workshop was empty, devoid of any experimental equipment and magical tools that a workshop should have. It seemed they had been moved elsewhere. Sitting by the remaining experimental table were 2 individuals. One was a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in an exquisite tailcoat with a small mustache on his upper lip. He was the final target of Shinji, the head of the Gertler family. The other was a girl of around 14 or 15 years old, with flaxen hair tied in a ponytail that hung behind her head. Her attire, somewhat similar to an equestrian outfit, not only did not diminish her beauty but also added a touch of imposing dignity to her exquisite face, which was no less than that of Sakura or Fujino. With just one glance, Shinji determined that this girl was not a member of the Gertler family. The family, which relied on climbing up by serving others, could never produce such an influential figure. Who was this girl? And why did she appear here? Just as Shinji was puzzled, the middle-aged man stood up and bowed deeply. Greeting envoy of Lord Elmeloy, I am the head of the Gertler family. I wonder if the sacrifices made along the way have somewhat appeased your anger, allowing me a moment to speak. If not, I am willing to continue offering sacrifices. The attitude of the head of the Gertler family was extremely humble, truly living up to his reputation as someone skilled at attaching himself to others. Most influential figures wouldn't reject having such a dog by their side. The prerequisite, of course, was that the dog was loyal, not a backstabber. Seeing that Shinji did not speak, the man bowed again. I thank you for your generosity. The Gertler family acknowledges its mistake. As long as Lord Elmeloy can temporarily quell the wrath of thunder, I am willing to pay any price to compensate for Elmeloy faction's losses. I only hope that the Gertler family can continue to exist. In Kenneth's demand, the task of removing the head of the Gertler family was not just about having the head atone for his sins through death, but to destroy the family. The most important magic crest of the Gettler family was engraved on their necks, and removing the head was equivalent to destroying the magic crest, thereby destroying the very foundation of the Gettler family. We know that my family is not qualified, nor do we have the position to make such a demand, therefore we specially invited B.A. As the word therefore left his mouth, Shinji's expression suddenly changed. With utmost speed, he took out a ruined silver bullet and fired it before the head of the Gettler family could utter that heavyweight name. Before taking action, Kenneth specifically reminded Shinji that even if he blocked the doors and refused to see visitors, there was still one last way for a family facing retribution to seek a mediator, which was what Shinji witnessed, the arrival of the Avenger alongside the mediator. If the mediator held enough weight, the Avenger would have to consider the consequences and leave room for negotiation. The only way to break this cycle was to not give the mediator a chance to reveal their name. Only in this way could Shinji use the excuse of ignorance to defer responsibility and avoid revealing identities. Shinji was stunned earlier because he hadn't expected this girl, who was only slightly older than himself, to be the mediator. After more than 3 years of experience, Shinji's perception had become increasingly sharp, especially when it came to accurately determining people's true age. It was a necessary skill when dealing with the mysterious side of the world, considering there were so many monsters who liked to act young. Now that he had realized it, he wouldn't give Gettler a chance to say anything more. The silver bullet pierced through the air, activating the Hurricane rune. The resistance of the atmosphere instantly turned into propulsion, and with the elasticity of the rubber tube, it shot out a bullet faster than a sniper rifle. Shinji believed that this bullet would be enough to make the target's head explode like a ripe watermelon before they could react. However, reality once again exceeded his expectations. The bullet, traveling at its maximum speed, was deflected. It wasn't deflected by the head of the Gettler family, a middle-aged magus of average magical ability who hadn't reacted that quickly, but by that noble girl. The girl, wearing white gloves on her left hand, lightly waved it, immediately diverting the bullet's trajectory. It grazed past the ear of the middle-aged man and embedded itself into the workshop wall. The girl held a whip in her right hand, which also functioned as a magical wand. The tip of the whip was aimed at Shinji, whose head was covered by a cloak. "Stop right there, you insolent person! .. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 213, Battle at the Gettler Workshop, Part 2. 1,319 words. Upon hearing the girl's statement, Shinji couldn't help but let out a sneer that only he could hear. Etiquette? Talking about etiquette with an assassin who intruded into someone's home in the middle of the night and engaged in a bloody slaughter? There was no logic, let alone etiquette. Even if they were to talk about etiquette, it should be a universally recognized code of conduct that applies across different times and cultures, reciprocity. If you make a move, don't blame me for going all out. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Scalp! With the chanting of a syllable, the mercury film instantly dispersed, splitting into 7 or 8 mercury blades that attacked the middle-aged man from all directions. If even one of them struck, the target would undoubtedly die. Step back. The noble girl casually pushed Shinji's target a few steps back. The wand in her right hand traced a peculiar mark in the air, resembling both a badge and a kind of rune. A faint azure force emanated from the wand, spreading outward. The moment it touched the mercury blades, the delicate edges disintegrated, reverting into liquid mercury that dripped and scattered on the ground. Shinji's expression finally changed. Regardless of how the opponent blocked the mercury blades, he wouldn't be surprised. However, he had only encountered situations where the moon spirit marrow was directly disintegrated by 2 people. One was the unparalleled Queen of Shadows, Skachik, who was the highest-ranking magus in any era. The other was Kenneth, one of the 12 lords of the Clock Tower and the creator of the moon spirit marrow. It was not difficult for him to perceive and unravel the spells woven into the mercury. Kenneth had proudly stated that even without manipulation, only a top-tier magus could decipher the moon spirit marrow. If he were to control it, no one would stand a chance. When he made that statement, he had already experienced failure in the Fourth Holy Grail War, so the exaggeration was unlikely. Could it be that this girl, who was only slightly older than himself, had already reached the top tier? Or was there some other reason? The girl didn't let Shinji's doubts linger and proudly declared. "So, this is Lord Elmaloyu's proud supreme mystic code, the Volumen Hydrargyrum. It achieves various transformations through the manipulation of pressure and fluids. It is indeed an excellent mystic code. If it were operated by your excellency personally, my little trick would be insignificant. However, this anonymous gentleman seems to lack proficiency in pressure manipulation and relies solely on the embedded spells within the mystic code, which are meaningless in front of me. I see, Shinji nodded inwardly. As the girl had said, this was indeed Shinji's weakness. The moon spirit marrow was a mystic code tailor-made by Kenneth for his composite feng shui attribute. It allowed him to fully utilize his expertise in pressure and fluid manipulation. The water attribute's fluid manipulation endowed the mercury with various forms, while the wind attribute's pressure control made the originally fragile mercury structure more compact, truly giving the mystic code combat capabilities. Take the mercury blades, for example. The sharpness of the mercury was a result of the pressure compressing it into thin slices, creating an effect similar to a water cutter. Without pressure, it would be nothing more than thin sheets of mercury, lacking any killing power. Shinji was pure of the water attribute, so fluid manipulation was given to him, but when it came to the wind attribute's pressure manipulation, he fell short. Although, with Skachika's modifications, the mercury was pre-programmed with pressure manipulation spells, allowing Shinji and Korea, who were both single attribute users, to manipulate it, it was ultimately just a compensatory measure. When facing a true expert in atmospheric manipulation, it was easy to be deciphered. Judging from the girl's previous magecraft of altering trajectories, it seemed that her attribute was wind. Understanding this, Shinji immediately retracted the moon spirit marrow. Carrying the moon spirit marrow was mainly for dealing with group battles and barrages. Since it was just the two of them, using it or not wouldn't make much of a difference. Seeing the mercury retreat, the head of the Gertler family breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. In that case, would you be willing to? Before he could finish speaking, the rune silver bullet pierced through the air once again. This time, it wasn't infused with the hurricane rune but with the thunder attribute, Thursaz. The silver bullet flew slightly slower than before but was less susceptible to interference. However, once again, the silver bullet missed its target. The family head had already activated the workshop's defense system, and the thunderous projectile collided with an invisible wall, shattering into pieces. Shinji also had no intention of achieving victory with a single strike. In the instant the silver bullet broke through the air, he activated leg enhancement magecraft, swiftly crossing a distance of nearly 10 meters like a ghostly figure, with his divine gun's blade coming down from above. Swish! A shadow swiftly intervened from the side, deflecting the magically generated blade, the girl's whip. Interesting. A gleam flashed in Shinji's eyes as the girl before him completely piqued his curiosity. The intricate magecraft of effortlessly deciphering the moon spirit's marrow, the skill to easily withstand his blade attack, and the peculiar mystic code that possessed both softness and hardness, made her a versatile magus in terms of magecraft and physical abilities. It was almost like a second version of himself. Since his mentor, Skachik, had left, Shinji had not encountered a magus who resembled him so closely. Neither his sister, Sakura, who shared a similar rune magic, nor Korea Matou, who practiced both magecraft and martial arts, gave him this feeling. Sakura's physical techniques were only for self-defense and far weaker than her magecraft, while Korea Matou lacked offensive spells. Only this girl had a comprehensive similarity in combat style and tactical approach. If there was anything different, it was perhaps that the girl's maturity level was not yet sufficient. Despite already being in battle, she was still asking, "You, how dare?" Her words gave Shinji an opportunity. In a swift movement, he sidestepped and shifted his stance, and with his right hand free, he threw two runic stones, one with a flame rune, Feihu, and the other with a sun rune, Sowilo. The two runic stones ignited in the air, transforming into two fireballs, one in front and one behind, heading straight to the family head. Although Shinji was intrigued by the girl, he knew his priorities, and killing Gertler's family head was his primary objective. The family head eyes widened, and the magic circuits on his body, extending from his clavicle to his jaw, manifested on his skin. The invisible wall that had previously blocked the silver bullet of thunder reappeared, hoping to thwart Shinji's long-range attack as it did before. However, he underestimated Shinji's strength and the power of runic magic. The original 18 runes expanded into 24 runes, each had more than one meaning. Shinji usually used the high-damage elemental interpretations, but that didn't mean he couldn't utilize other meanings. Feihu, wild, fierce, rapid change. Sowilo, smooth success. Defensive magecraft often relied on stability and lack of change, which happened to be in opposition to the two runes. With the clash of concepts, the two fireballs, one red and one yellow, successfully pierced through the barrier and continued their advance, on the verge of smashing into the man's head. At the critical moment, a gust of wind swept through the entire workshop. This force pushed away Shinji's divine gun's blade and propelled the man's body several meters away, directly outside the workshop. In the eye of the hurricane, the girl raised her head proudly, her chest out, and her long hair dancing in the wind.
Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, Battle at the Gertler's Workshop, Part 3. 1506 words. Wind. It wasn't an ancient language or a special chanting method. It was just a simple English word, wind, with a hint of the girl's unique accent, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind pressure. This is. Shinji, whose steps were disrupted by the strong wind, realized a dreadful fact. Not only did this girl possess the attribute of wind, but her proficiency in wind attribute magecraft was also remarkably high. Oh my, I've stepped into a trap this time. The ability of the opportunist family to form alliances is truly terrifying. They managed to bring in such a formidable expert. While forcing a bitter smile, Shinji didn't forget to activate the Feiwa's rune to isolate the increasingly terrifying airflow. However, dwelling on these thoughts won't help me now that I'm already in this mess. Let's focus on completing the mission, and leave the aftermath for Lord Kenneth to handle. With astonishing speed, Shinji's right hand moved through the air, tracing a series of runic characters that extended for more than 10 strokes. This series of characters embodied the culmination of Shinji's magical training in rune magic, signifying that he had reached new heights in rune mastery. Previously, Shinji had only scratched the surface of rune comprehension, using simple runic symbols and rune scales composed of runes. Strictly speaking, this couldn't be considered true rune magic. However, after his battle with Suren Araya, where he depicted Kongu and Jugyu from the 6 realms, he was finally inspired on how to arrange and combine rune symbols into spells with fixed meanings. This was the true essence of rune magic. In the moment the spell took shape, a dazzling array of colorful radiance illuminated the entire underground workshop. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, 7 spheres of light in different colors surrounded Shinji's hand. Rune magic, rainbow missiles. Extending his index finger, he pointed it towards the girl who resembled a wind-spirited fairy, driven by the raging wind. The 7 light spheres shot out, leaving behind a brilliant rainbow trail in the air. Sensing an unprecedented surge of magical power within the rainbow, the girl didn't dare to be careless. She used her whip to manipulate the airflow, guiding her body to change positions and evade the trajectory of the rainbow. To her surprise, the rainbow missiles had inherent tracking capabilities. Wherever the girl moved, the 7 missiles followed. Helpless, she had to change her strategy and manipulate the airflow to set obstacles in the missile's flight path. Just then, the corner of the girl's eye caught a scene that filled her with immense anger. That detestable cloaked figure had once again abandoned her to chase after the head of the family. From beginning to end, he never regarded her as a threat. Despicable. 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 The girl's left hand gripped the tip of her whip and squeezed it 3 times in succession. With each squeeze, she uttered the word despicable. With each utterance of despicable, the magical power emanating from her body grew stronger. In the end, that power condensed into a tangible form, deflecting the rainbow missiles that had been repeatedly obstructed and were nearing the end of their strength. In the next moment, the girl's figure vanished from where she stood and reappeared behind Shinji. Swinging her whip, it carried a high-speed rotation and highly compressed air. The force of her strike was even more powerful than the mercury blades of the moon spirit marrow. A sense of alarm surged within Shinji, but with the target so close, he managed to evade the girl's attack by a narrow margin, perilously sliding to the side. Whether it was due to excessive force or an intentional display of power, the girl didn't retract her whip in time after missing her target. She let the weapon fall directly to the ground. Instantly, a loud crash echoed through the workshop as the specially reinforced floor sank and cracked, becoming uneven and pockmarked. The girl, who was stronger than a storm itself, flicked her braid and provocatively looked at Shinji with a crisp, crack sound. A chill ran down Shinji's spine. If he hadn't evaded in time, even with his considerable resistance to magic, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. Does she need to be so violent? Does she have to be so powerful?
With this turn of events, things became a bit difficult. In a one-on-one fight, Shinji wasn't afraid of this girl. Even facing 2 opponents at once wouldn't be a problem. It would be preferable. After a few exchanges, Shinji had already realized that Gertler's magical skills were quite average, and he had no coordination with the girl whatsoever. In a certain sense, it would be easier to deal with both of them together than to fight the girl alone. However, the problem wasn't the battle itself. The fundamental difference lies in the objectives of both sides. Shinji wanted to kill Gertler, the head of the family, while the girl and Gertler only needed one of them to reveal the girl's identity. If Shinji continued to act, it would violate the unspoken rules of the clock tower. There's only one path left, to use the noble phantasm and end the battle swiftly. The reason it wasn't used earlier was mainly due to the fear of its overwhelming power, which might accidentally kill the mediator. That is a major taboo. Now that this girl has demonstrated her formidable strength, there is no need to worry about accidentally killing her. As for the extent of her injuries, it will depend on her fate. I never expected the Gertler family to be so troublesome. If I had known, I would have brought the Qingyun sword. With the girl's proficiency in wind attribute magecraft, there would surely be no problem. As soon as regret arose in his heart, Shinji suppressed it because no amount of regret could change the current situation. The immediate priority was to complete the mission. Shinji released the divine gunblade, holding the left hand with Indra's thunder and the right hand with the harp. Born from legends, crystallized by human belief, this miracle bestowed tangible form by the mysterious third magic of soul materialization is now being manifested once again. Golden thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. Plain sickle blades, chilling and cold. In an instant of materialization, the girl felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Wait. Goodbye. Ignoring the girl's exclamation, Shinji glanced at her one last time, and the artifact from India was on the verge of manifestation. This is an attack that not even first-class servants dare to ignore. It is enough to sever the connection between the girl and the target. All that's left is to use the hop to cut off Gertler's head, and the great achievement will be complete. Just as the thunder within the artifact was fully activated and about to strike, Shinji suddenly realized that his target had disappeared. The figure of the self-righteous middle-aged man was nowhere to be seen, neither inside the workshop nor in the corridor outside. It's only been a moment since I shifted my gaze. Where did that guy go? This momentary distraction, which was crucial, finally gave the girl a chance to finish her words. Stop. He has already escaped. Continuing the fight is pointless. As the girl said, continuing the fight indeed served no purpose unless Shinji wanted to kill her. As long as he refrained from killing her, the girl had plenty of opportunities to report her name, making tonight's operation a failure. Damn it. Shinji glared at the girl in anger. The activated divine thunder radiated around him, leaving two stunning marks on the ceiling and the floor. If it weren't for her interference, the Gertler family would have been destroyed long ago. Why did it have to drag on until now? The girl remained unaffected by the intimidation of the thunder and calmly said, getting angry won't help. Why don't we sit down and talk? Perhaps we can find a win-win solution. It's a loss. Where does the win-win come from? Shinji cursed angrily, but the girl didn't hear his voice due to the barrier of his cloak. She continued. My name is. Unfortunately, this time her self-introduction was interrupted once again. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. P.S. Guess the girl's name? Has it been explained why he needs to go to this extent for this? I know Kenneth is an ally, but Shinji seems the type to just shrug and back off once it got to this point, as it's not related to the safety or happiness of someone he cares about. According to their contract. It's always for the sake of Matou family future development in Mystic World. Well, I guess Shinji just want to challenge himself. That makes sense, but I think adding some internal thoughts from Shinji along the lines of finding someone strong to fight, similar to what you did with Suren Arara. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Gertler's Madness, Bonus. 1,417 words. At first, it was very slight, but it soon became obvious. The ground was shaking, the experiment table was trembling. Shinji, who had lived in Japan for so many years, knew very well what this meant, an earthquake. But this was not Japan, where earthquakes are common, but stable Britain, which was not located on a volcanic earthquake belt. Earthquakes only occur once every 5 or 10 years, so could this be just a coincidence? No, it couldn't be a coincidence. Before an earthquake, the Earth's energy would become unstable. This was the headquarters of the Mage Association, so it was impossible for them not to have detected any abnormalities. Which meant this was man-made. Tightening his grip on the two noble phantasms in his hands, Shinji's gaze pierced through the cloak, looking towards the unknown young girl. She was also looking at Shinji, with undisguised bewilderment on her face. It wasn't her, then it must be. Quere, detection. Shinji chanted softly, re-establishing the magical connection with the mercury. The coalesced magical mercury spread out across the floor and walls like a sea urchin. At that moment, the workshop's main door suddenly started to move. The hole that Shinji had violently broken through was rapidly closing up before their eyes. The mercury tentacles had just climbed up to the door but hadn't yet extended out of the workshop when the breach was completely sealed. Shinji sensed a conspiracy. A few seconds later, the results of the Mercury's detection also came back. The Mana node underground was abnormally active, like an active volcano on the verge of erupting, but its interference had been blocked by the workshop's bounded field, which was why Shinji hadn't sensed it before. What's happening? The young girl asked again. In simple terms, this place is about to explode. I hope you two make the most of your remaining time, came the reply, but it was not from Shinji. It was the voice of Getler, whose location was unknown, as it seemed a long-distance communication magecraft had been set up in the workshop beforehand. Lord Getler, what do you mean by that? The young girl furrowed her brow, her slender eyebrows trembling involuntarily. Nothing much, I just want you two to die here. Don't blame me, young lady of the Bartholomew. Blame Lord Elmeloy for not leaving us any room. To deal with our Getler family, he even took out a mystic code from the Age of Gods, and two at that. If you all hadn't been so merciless, I wouldn't have had to resort to this. At this, both the young girl and Shinji understood. The root cause of all this was the two noble phantasms that Shinji had revealed. Noble phantasms belong to heroic spirits, not humans. But this doesn't mean humans don't have mysteries that can rival noble phantasms. Many ancient families have preserved mysteries passed down from the Age of Gods or the Fairy era, and these mysteries are no inferior to noble phantasms. As one of the 12 lords, the Elmeloy family has ruled the clock tower for centuries, so it's normal for them to have inherited an Age of Gods mystic code. But even for a family like the Elmeloy, an Age of Gods mystic code would be a precious treasure kept in reserve. Once deployed, it would represent the family's most resolute stance. From Getler's perspective, and even from the young lady's perspective, the deployment of two noble phantasms signified the Elmeloy faction's unwavering determination to destroy the Getler family. That's why Getler had resorted to this scorched earth tactic. Of course, understanding is one thing, but being able to accept it is another matter. The young lady gathered all her magical power to the tip of her whip, unleashing a series of wind blades to cut through the workshop's door. Her attacks were indeed effective, slicing the door into a mess of gashes, but these gashes instantly repaired themselves. Self-repair. That's right, Gertler's voice was filled with triumphant satisfaction. Although the Gertler family is relatively new, we are still part of the mineralogy department. We know a thing or two about how mineral forms can change. I'll remind you too, the magic power to repair the workshop is coming from the ley line, so it's probably futile to keep trying. This statement subtly revealed that Gertler was able to monitor the situation inside the workshop. You dash, the young lady of the Bartholomew family gritted her silver teeth in anger. My anonymous assassin, you must be Lord Elmeloy's trump card, am I right? Your death will deal a further blow to the already unstable Elmeloy faction, and the fact that you and Miss Lorelei will die here together will likely incite conflict between the Bartholomew and the Elmeloy, perhaps even sparking a war. Towards the end, Gertler could not suppress his laughter. His words were not empty threats. If Shinji truly died here, it would disrupt many of Kenneth's subsequent deployments. Even more serious was Lorelei's identity. Shinji had never in his wildest dreams imagined she would be here. Bartholomew Lorelei, the head of the three great noble families of the Clock Tower, the leader of the aristocratic group, and the daughter of the Bartholomew family, the most powerful of the 12 lords. She is not a mere vase like Solar Ui, without any inheritance rights, but the family head's successor, destined to reign over the Clock Tower and become the future queen of the Mage Association. Although she has only appeared briefly in the prologue of Melty Blood 2 and the side novel The Dark Six, she has left a deep impression on every reader. The Magus of the highest peak, the Queen. Candidate for the position of director of the Clock Tower. Considering the current director is over 2,000 years old, this position may just be an honorary one. Commanding the elite armed forces of the Clock Tower, the Holy Choir, the Clone Corps. A vampire hunter who has defeated one of the 27 ancestors of the dead apostles, striking fear into the hearts of vampires. The title 27 Ancestors of the Dead Apostles originates from the Church, originally referring to the oldest 27 dead apostles. However, as the majority of the 27 ancestors have since been destroyed or sealed by the Church, they have been replaced by their subordinates or other powerful dead apostles, and the title now refers to 27 powerful dead apostles. Each of the 27 ancestors possesses strength on par with that of an average servant. Aoe, who has caught the attention of the Tuko Aozaki, is counted as one of the 27 ancestors in the Church's records but is not recognized as such by the other ancestors, thus lacking a corresponding seat and being designated as a special EX seat. The fact that Lorelei was able to defeat one of the 27 ancestors attests to her immense power. However, that was the future Lorelei. The current Lorelei has not yet inherited the Bartholomew, and her strength and mentality have not yet reached the heights of the future. Now, she is angrily addressing Shinji. Hey, say something, would you? Shinji remains indifferent. Gertler's laughter grows louder and more frenzied. How does it feel? Didn't expect a lowly person like me to be able to kill two big shots and make two great families suffer, huh? HMPH, serves you right. You look down on me, wanting to destroy the ancestors and the family and the cause I've been fighting for. You wanted me dead, so now I'll make you die first. Don't worry, I'll go down with you, I'll erase all the evidence and use myself as the sacrifice for the destruction. This is laughter that has been suppressed for a long time. Who truly enjoys being a dog to others? Who doesn't want to be on top? This is also the laughter of one who has run out of options. The normal rules do not apply in the world of magecraft, and Magi have many ways to uncover the truth. To solidify this, the only option is to eliminate all traces as completely as possible, without leaving any loopholes. So Shinji and Lorelei must die, and their bodies must be disposed of. The head of the Gertler family and the family crest must also be destroyed. From now on, there will be no more Gertler lineage of Magi. Die, Bartholomew, El Meloy. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 216, Lorelei's Fortitude. 1,320 words. Die, Bartholomew, El Meloy. Amid Gertler's maniacal laughter, the mana fluctuations at the mana node reached their peak, and this mana volcano finally erupted. Terrifying mana surged out from underground, the sheer amount of mana directly searing Shinji and Lorelei's magic circuits, and this was just the weakened aftermath after passing through the workshop's barriers. Under the relentless mana onslaught, the sturdy underground workshop began to deform. The original area of around 50 square meters was gradually being compressed. As the area was being devoured, the walls and bounded field of the workshop did not develop any cracks, but instead became thicker and more reinforced due to the compression of mana. The compression technique of solids and liquids was the thesis Lord Kenneth presented when he ascended to the brand rank. Under such a technique, you will be compressed into mush, ha ha ha. What should we do? What should we do? Gertler's arrogant attitude did not perturb Lorelei's composure. As the heir of the Bartholomew and the most noble of the clock tower, her pride ran deep in her bones and would not waver from the ravings of a madman. What troubled her was the dire situation. The outer wall of the workshop was far more resilient than expected, and with only a whip and a few defensive mystic codes, the only hope of breaking through the predicament lay in the great magecraft secretly guarded by the Bartholomew. But she had not yet fully mastered this magecraft, and the success rate of activating it was low. If it failed, then all would be lost. Should she take the gamble, or? Lorelei unconsciously bit her left thumb, a small habit of hers whenever she faced a difficult decision. At that moment, she noticed the man whose face was covered by the cloak standing still, unmoving. Hey, don't just stand there dumbfounded, think of something quickly. Shinji opened his eyes at her words and channeled the mystic eye petrification. Fervor, me sanguis. Boil, my blood. The mercury film spread on the ground and converged around Shinji as the center, forming a spherical mercury shell enveloping the two of them. He was not spacing out or pretending to do nothing but was using the mystic eye petrification to detect the flow and distribution of mana, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, he could not find any clues, but did locate the position of the surveillance and eavesdropping spells, so he used the mercury to encase himself and Lorelei, blocking the eyes on the ceiling and the ears on the ground. Seeing Shinji's actions, a hint of joy appeared on Lorelei's face, and she lowered her voice to ask, "Do you have a plan?" Shinji nodded, then shook his head. "So do you have one or not? Speak up." Lorelei was starting to get anxious. Though she couldn't see, she could feel the pressure closing in. "I do have one." Shinji sighed, deactivating the one-way sound barrier of the cloak. But what? I don't want to use it in front of you." "Eh?" Lorelei thought she had misheard. "What did you just say?" "I said, I don't want you to see my trump card, understand?" Lady Bartholomew. Shinji, whose actions had been repeatedly obstructed, had already built up a lot of dissatisfaction, and his tone now carried some anger. Lorelei's expression darkened, not because of Shinji's tone, but because I have not yet inherited the Bartholomew name, so I don't have the right to use that title. The family name of the clock tower nobility held a sacred and special meaning, only the current head of the family could address others directly by the family name. Gertler could call her the Lady Bartholomew, but Shinji's Lady Bartholomew was unacceptable. And now that things have developed to this point, dwelling on these formalities is meaningless. I can swear on the honor of the Bartholomew that I will not reveal anything I see to anyone. I do not believe in the oaths of Magi, especially those of the Bartholomew family. Shinji remained unmoved. You dash, Lorelei was trembling with anger. Apologize immediately, this is an insult to the Bartholomew. Is it an insult? Shinji shrugged. If I remember correctly, the Bartholomew family presides over the Special Department of Law and Politics in the 13th Department. The Department of Law and Politics, the only one of its kind in the clock tower, had no direct connection to the mysteries. It was a department that used the magecraft and power of the clock tower to intervene in the real world or to adjust the internal balance of the clock tower, a profane but indispensable group. It was not a place to study law and politics, but a functional department that ignored the Magi's innate drive to seek the root, existing solely for the stability and development of the clock tower, fundamentally a heretical faction. Of course. Lorelei held her head high, for this concerned her family's honor, and she had to argue forcefully. The Department of Law and Politics represents law and order, and what we say and do is the same. You should not have doubts about us. Shinji chuckled. Listen to the name of your department, Law and Politics. Is not political maneuvering a normal part of it? I did not intend to insult the Bartholomew, and I am willing to apologize for that, but I will not change my view of the Department of Law and Politics and its ruling family, because that is a well-known fact. Can you honestly say the Bartholomew have never done anything unsavory? Lorelei was at a loss for words. She knew Shinji was telling the truth. To maintain the stability and development of the clock tower, Bartholomew's methods were indeed less than honorable, and few of the other 12 departments were willing to be associated with the Department of Law and Politics. But she was unwilling to admit this out loud. I'm serious. All right, tell me what you want me to do. The obstinate way she bit her lip and the stubborn glint in her eye at the corners reminded Shinji of the most widely recognized title of this young lady, the Solitary Queen. Solitary, lonely, haughty, destined to not fit in with the crowd. Perhaps this unconventional young lady is truly different from others, which is why she can grow to become one of the strongest of humans. You have two options, sign that contract of Geis or lose consciousness. Either one is an extremely unreasonable demand. That contract of Geis is the strictest form of constraint, representing absolute distrust between Magi. And losing consciousness means Lorelei will completely lose her autonomy. If Shinji harbors ill intentions toward her, she will be left in a position of absolute passivity. What if I don't agree to either? Lorelei bit her finger again. I will knock you unconscious and take you away. As he spoke, the lightning of Indra flashed along the mercury membrane like golden snakes. This mercury membrane had more than one purpose. I see, I don't have any parchment to write the document on. Lorelei lowered her hands and closed her eyes in resignation. Her meaning was clear. She had chosen the second option, to let Shinji knock her out. This time it was Shinji's turn to think he had heard wrong. You trust me that much? I do, because you don't want to die, and you don't want to destroy the relationship between Bartholomew and Elmeloy. Not wanting to die means Shinji will break through this workshop. Not wanting to destroy the relationship between the two families means Shinji won't do anything to Lorelei. Such guts, such spirit, worthy of the future queen. These were the last words Lorelei heard before she felt a numbness at the back of her neck and lost consciousness. ======= Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 217, Chapter 217, Bellerophon. 1296 words. Carefully putting away the two noble phantasms, Shinji gently caught Lorelei's fainting body, pulled back the hood of his cloak, and spoke to the unconscious young lady with a sincere voice and his true face. I'm sorry, Miss Lorelei. I will unveil my greatest trump card to express my apology and respect to you. Descend now, divine beast from the age of gods, phantasmal species with the blood of the sea god, now is the time for this ancient mystery to be revealed. With this summons, white lines spread from Shinji's feet, tracing out a crest originating from ancient Greece. An overwhelming magical power beyond the comprehension of most Magi gushed forth from the crest, and a soft magical glow filled the mercury sphere, firmly fixing Shinji's gaze. In the center of the light was something white, purer than the hazy moon. It was earth mystery and never before heard of outside of myths, surpassing even legends, and this mystery now lay beneath Shinji and Lorelei. The pure white being unfurled wings of the same pure white. Just this simple action was enough to instantly disperse the moon spirit marrow, with countless mercury droplets slamming against the workshop walls, making sounds like heavy rain beating on banana leaves on a tropical afternoon. Without the mercury membrane blocking the view, Gertler finally saw the source of the abnormal magical power. It was a horse, purer than any other, a white horse without any tinge of color, and from its flanks sprouted a pair of wings that silently proclaimed its identity. According to legend, when the great Greek hero Perseus severed the head of Medusa, the Gorgon's fresh blood dyed the earth red. From this pool of blood were born a giant and a white horse with wings. This white-winged horse is the famous Pegasus, the origin of the constellation Pegasus in the northern sky. This legend was elevated alongside Perseus, becoming one of Perseus' noble phantasms, and also Shinji's final trump card. A phantasmal species from the age of the gods. No, impossible, how could such a thing appear? Gertler's hysterical roar echoed through the increasingly cramped workshop. Phantasmal species. Just as the words suggest, they are things that only exist in fantasy, subhumans like fairies or giants, and magical beasts like ghosts and dragons. They inherently represent mystery, and their existence can surpass that of magecraft. Mystery disappears in the face of greater mystery. Just as magecraft stores power through knowledge, phantasmal species store power through their long lifespans. The limits of the human body researching magecraft are barely 500 years. For phantasmal species that have existed since the distant primordial age, 500 years of mystery is utterly incomparable. However, the era of phantasmal species coexisting with humans in the same world has passed. The longer a phantasmal species lives, the further it drifts from this world. Nowadays, phantasmal species have vanished from human society, and even if some ancient hidden sanctuaries still harbor them, those are merely young phantasmal species of a few hundred years. The truly ancient phantasmal species have long since left the surface. This must be an illusion. You're trying to trick me into dispelling my magecraft, but I won't fall for it. You all must die, must I? That's why I was reluctant to reveal this trump card. Shinji sighed as he stroked the manet of the Pegasus. Weapon-like noble phantasms can still be passed off as ancient armaments, and a regular Pegasus could be explained away as a chance encounter. But you, the primordial Pegasus Bellerophon, are undeniable proof. Once discovered, I would undoubtedly be placed on the ceiling designation list. Pegasus are not particularly powerful phantasmal species, even mature ones are only at the level of magical beasts. But the Bellerophon that Shinji rode was special. Perseus' era in Greek mythology was quite early, and Bellerophon is much older than heroes like Heracles, Theseus, Atalanta, Jason, Agamemnon, and Achilles. It has already transcended the limits of the magical beasts and reached the level of phantasmal beasts, similar to the highest class of dragon among the phantasmal species, with certain attributes even capable of rivaling or even surpassing the dragon kind. Originally, I was planning to have you make your debut when facing a servant or one of its 27 dead apostle ancestors, but I didn't expect your first appearance would be on such a shabby stage. Bellerophon snorted in displeasure at his master's words. Domesticated equines, let alone Bellerophon, are no ordinary mounts. All right, don't be angry. It's just that I didn't bring my battle lance, which is the specialized noble phantasm for offensive purposes. The penetrative power of Indra's thunder is insufficient, so I'll have to rely on you. When Shinji and Bellerophon interacted, the remaining space in the workshop was reduced to less than half of its original size, with the nearest wall almost touching Bellerophon's nose. If you have any grievances, we can discuss them after we go out. Since you've made your appearance, let the sole audience witness your might. Let's go, Bellerophon. Hii-dash. The pure white Pegasus let out a long, piercing cry, and its equally pristine wings unfurled, releasing magical power that overshadowed the sum of the workshop's compression spells in an instant. The wings of the Pegasus, though appearing delicate, possess strength and sharpness that rival the mightiest of weapons. The power released from the thick-as-a-fist wing roots is such that even the heroes of legend might not be able to surpass it, and the magical energy rushing out from between the feathers is enough to match that of hundreds of modern magi. A simple flapping of its wings was enough to shatter the prison that held the strongest of the clock tower's young generation like crumbling tofu. Immediately after, the Pegasus with its wings unfurled carried Shinji and Lorelei upwards. It did not require direct physical contact, as the swirling magical energy currents surrounding it were enough to utterly destroy everything in its path. Amid the piercing sounds of impact, Bellerophon broke through 4 floors of the ceiling and soared directly into the night sky, basking in the moonlight. Then, the vortex of magical power seemed to increase its rotational speed endlessly, and the radiance accompanying the maelstrom resembled a second moon in the distance. Take this, Pegasus Comet! Before Shinji could fully utter the classic name of the technique, he was interrupted by the displeased gaze of the Pegasus. Shinji could only reluctantly set aside his sentiments and seriously unleash the true name of the noble phantasm. Bella? The Pegasus flew higher into the distant sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye as if heading straight for the moon. In that moment of merging with the moonlight, the Pegasus turned and dove towards the ground. A meteoric descent. Ophun, bridal of chivalry. Amid Shinji's roar, the Master and the Pegasus became a bolt of light. Their target was singular: to annihilate the enemy, along with their main base. The comet's light illuminated the night sky, as bright as day. P.S. In fact, the ancient phantasmal beasts still exist. One known example is Lufbeolf, the highest-class phantasmal beast that was once contracted with Tuco and later became attached to Sujuru. PS2, in Greek mythology, the Pegasus Bellerophon was the offspring of the sea god Poseidon and the Gorgon Medusa, but in the Nassaverse, the Pegasus became a gift from Poseidon to Medusa. Poseidon had invited Medusa to a banquet, but she was prevented from attending by her two sisters, thus avoiding a tragic fate. PS3, people live for the 3R sisters, the big, medium, and small ones. G. Beyblade. Pegasus Comet Fist from Saint Seiya. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, The Assassin and the Young Lady, Part 1. 1229 words. When Lorelei regained consciousness, she found herself not in the distorted and cramped walls, but rather amid the brilliant starry sky and the ruins. The Gertler family stronghold, which had a history of nearly 100 years and had been reinforced countless times, no longer existed. Both the above-ground buildings and the underground facilities had been reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the barrier that blocked the propagation of sound was still functioning, so the fierce battle tonight had not affected the surroundings. Lorelei quietly checked her own body and found no changes, not even a speck of dust on her. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she had displayed resolve and bravery in front of Shinji, she was ultimately an underage girl, and it was understandable that she would feel a little nervous in the presence of an unfamiliar stranger whose identity was unknown. After calming down a bit, the magic power stored in her body spread through her magic circuits, quickly dissipating the soreness caused by her unconsciousness. Lorelei sat up from the simple silver metal bed. It was only then that she realized that the bed she was lying on was made of a fluid-shaped, pressure-solidified mercury. I didn't expect that unpleasant-sounding assassin to be so considerate. I've gained a bit of a better impression of him, Lorelei said, with a slight curve of her lips. The lofty air about her had somewhat abated, replaced by the delicate femininity unique to a young girl. After a moment of thought, she left the metal bed, used her whip to outline a ritual, and dissolved the solidification of the mercury, then stood quietly at the edge of the mercury, waiting. Dozens of seconds later, a figure in a cloak emerged from the wreckage, dragging a safe with his left hand and clutching a gem with his right hand, looking like a nouveau riche. "Ah, you're awake. Good morning, milady. Did you sleep well?" This nouveau riche was naturally Shinji. Sensing that the solidification magic on the mercury had been dissolved, he knew that Lorelei had woken up. It was all right, just a bit too hard. A mattress would have been better, Lorelei replied, not dwelling on the previous offense, perhaps because she was in a better mood after the nap or amused by Shinji's eccentric appearance. "Ah, sorry, I accidentally used too much force and ended up destroying the whole place. Didn't have time to grab a mattress. I'll be more careful next time." Next time. Hearing Shinji's insincere apology, Lorelei's eyelids twitched, and she could barely hold back the urge to make a sarcastic remark. "What happened to the Gertlers?" "They're dead, reduced to ashes, not even a trace left," Shinji said, shrugging. Since the head of the family had witnessed Shinji's supreme form riding the Pegasus, the Gertlers had to die, and their bodies and souls had to be destroyed, lest the maga skilled in necromancy read any information from them. "I see." Lorelei let out a sigh. "What's wrong?" Shinji asked. Lorelei questioned in return, "Do you know why I was here?" "To mediate the conflict between Elmeloi and the Gertlers, right? The Bartholomew and the Elmeloi belonged to the same camp of aristocratic factions and were allies. But this time, the Bartholomew family, who should have been on the Elmeloi side, had sided with the traitor Gertlers. There was an extremely high likelihood that the Gertlers had offered the Bartholomew conditions that they couldn't refuse. A mere Gertler, what leverage could they have to sway the Bartholomew? If they had such leverage, wouldn't it have been better to negotiate directly with the Elmeloi faction? Because the conditions the Gertlers offered were only tempting to the Bartholomew in the entire clock tower, Lorelei explained. At this point, I might as well tell you the important information regarding Atenbros. Whose information? Shinji felt the name was familiar, but couldn't quite place it. Trhvmn Autenros, although the title's White Wing Lord is more well known to most people. With that, Shinji knew who it was. The White Wing Lord of Trhvmn Autenros, the 17th seat of the 27 Dead Apostle ancestors, was a magus turned vampire. A typical vampire, known as the King of the Dead Apostles, in name only, his territory among the 27 was the largest, being one of the oldest dead apostles. The entire magical world knew that the Bartholomew family was focused on hunting dead apostles, and they were especially obsessed with the White Wing Lord. I see, no wonder you would be tempted. But surely a noble lady like yourself doesn't need to put yourself in harm's way. If I didn't have the means to break the impasse, it would truly be the end. Shinji's seemingly normal response made Lorelei furrow her brow, looking suspicious. Are you one of the El-Melloi? Yes, why do you ask? Shinji's heart sank, but his tone remained unflinching. Then you should know the Bartholomews' ideals. Shinji was left speechless, only able to carefully recall the limited information he had about the Bartholomew family and Lorelei's background. It seems that out of some consideration, Lorelei did not delve deeper, and instead continued to explain. The Bartholomew family's ideology is that one's abilities are more worthy of consideration than one's character. So the people in their family take family or personal matters very lightly, and what we value is only ability. If you want to obtain something, you must demonstrate the corresponding ability. While this does not sound like typical aristocratic rhetoric, it is indeed the Bartholomew family's ideology. However, there is a major caveat: this only applies to those of equal status. The Bartholomew firmly believe that only their bloodline possesses true nobility, and the only ones who can stand as their equals are the manifested users of the first magic. Therefore, the Bartholomew completely disregard the well-being of other aristocratic families and rarely interact with them. The family they are closest to is the Archibald family, where Lord Kenneth resides. But even then, after Kenneth's death, the Bartholomew only provided the bare minimum of assistance to ensure the El-Melloi were not disinherited. The other two factions are much the same. Regardless of whether they proclaim noble bloodlines or not, Magi are beings whose rationality outweighs emotion. As long as one has the ability, they will be valued in any faction, just not as extremely as the Bartholomew. Given this underlying premise, the members of the Bartholomew family have long since cultivated the habit of self-reliance and self-sufficiency. They may delegate unimportant matters to others, but crucial things they will always handle personally. Within the Bartholomew, the best way to demonstrate one's abilities is through the hunting of dead apostles, especially those related to Atenbros. The Gertlers happen to possess information on a direct descendant of Atenbros. If I can hunt them down, no one will be able to block my inheritance of the Bartholomew. For now, I'll just assume you are a member of the El-Melloi family. How will you compensate me? P.S. While the White Wing Lord has a vast domain, the vast majority of dead apostles don't care about territory, so he is certainly powerful, but likely still not strong enough to crack the top 10 of the 27 ancestors, at best barely making it into the top ranks. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, The Assassin and the Young Lady, Part 2. 1279 words. The Dead Apostle is the origin of the vampire legend. According to the description of a temporary worker apprentice from a certain empire. Wearing a red cloak and a black dress, a castle by the sea that spans 20,000 square meters, rows of servants and a warehouse full of jewels, sleeping in every day from 6 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., getting up to have a bottle of 82-year-old blood plasma, then inviting a group of fox and dog friends to dance on the street until midnight, of course, that's called a ball, finally standing on the balcony with a glass of red wine, being pretentious under the moonlight until dawn, and then going back to sleep. This is the true life of a vampire, low-key yet luxurious and profound. Of course, this is the image portrayed in modern film and television works. In classical literary works, the image of vampires is more elegant and mysterious. They have eternal life, fear sunlight and holy water, are accustomed to nocturnal activities, possess supernatural powers, and of course, the most important racial trait, the need to consume blood. For vampires, consuming blood is akin to humans needing to eat. However, this feeding process has a side effect: some of the living beings bitten by vampires will be transformed into their kind. Those transformed are called the kin of the vampire, with a relationship like that of a parent and child. The kin will then develop their new kin, eventually forming a vast vampire family lineage spanning generations. Lorelei's target was a second-generation kin directly under the White Wing Lord, who had lived for over 1,000 years and held a high position in the entire Autenros family, managing a large group of kin developed over a long time. To take down such an immortal, thorough preparation was necessary, which is why she valued Gertler's intelligence so much. But now the intelligence that was about to be obtained was disrupted by Shinji, so naturally she had to find the culprit to compensate. She didn't directly confront Shinji because he possessed great strength and inherited mysterious powers from the Age of the Gods, being one of the most capable individuals valued by the El-Melloi family. The Bartholomew family does not emphasize kinship but pays attention to those with strong special abilities. If Shinji did not have these abilities, he would not have reached this point. However, Shinji simply does not care about Lorelei's schemes. You must know how much damage the Gertler family has done to the Elmeloy faction. We will retaliate tooth for tooth and blood for blood. Who would have thought you, young lady, would intervene and make me waste so much effort? You asked me for compensation, but I haven't even asked you for compensation yet. As for the heir of the Bathory family, so what? Is that so impressive? Okay, it is indeed impressive. But Shinji hasn't hesitated to hold a knife to the Lord's throat either. There's no need to be led around by the nose by an underage girl. No problem. What compensation do you want? Lorelei raised an eyebrow, exuding an aura of nobility. Shinji let out a few sounds. He was just casually saying that he couldn't let his momentum be weakened. Who knows, maybe Lorelei was taking it seriously. Besides, he's here tonight as Elmeloy's assassin, he has no right to negotiate terms. The matter of compensation, please discuss it with Lord Elmeloy. I'm just an assassin who doesn't see the light of day. Okay, I will visit Lord Elmeloy as soon as possible to discuss the matter of compensation. Lorelei's serious attitude made Shinji feel increasingly strange. I say, young lady, what are you planning? I'm planning for you. Lorelei said, formally pointing her whip at Shinji's disguised chest, claiming to be an assassin who doesn't see the light of day. I'm very interested in you and hope you can serve me. Hearing such a direct declaration, Shinji's interest in Lorelei rose again. This future queen, could it be that this is how she gathers her subordinates? Come to think of it, it's quite possible. This straightforward approach fits well with her noble bearing. Perhaps this is what they call the aura of a ruler. Although Shinji did not have the idea of bowing his head and pledging allegiance, he did not feel any aversion to it either. He felt that if the compensation was appropriate, there would be nothing wrong with putting in some effort for her. What are your thoughts? Lorelei pressed on. I feel deeply honored to be invited by the young lady. Shinji rubbed his nose. And? That's it. Seeing the disappointment in Lorelei's eyes, Shinji smiled and said, Don't get it wrong, young lady. I am Elmeloy's assassin, and I won't have any thoughts without the Lord's permission. Then, if the Lord allows it, would you be willing to serve me? The hopeful gleam in Lorelei's eyes made him very difficult to refuse. This was not some kind of suggestive magecraft, but the natural charm of the Bartholomew family that they cared little about. Shinji thought for a moment and said, To be honest, I can't switch to the Bartholomew side. Elmeloy's faction is good, I don't plan to leave. But if the conditions are appropriate in all aspects, I don't mind accepting the young lady's employment. As an assassin, killing a traitor is my specialty. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Lorelei finally smiled, her beauty particularly striking in the gradually waning moonlight. How can I get in touch with you? As long as the young lady and the Lord have discussed it, he will give you my contact information. Oh, since the young lady appreciates me so much, let me tell you some information about me. What kind of information? I have a secret treasure that can suppress the dead apostles. Even if it's an ancestor, they will be at a disadvantage if they encounter me unaware. Really? Lorelei's eyes shone like the morning star. I have no reason to lie to you. It seems I need to reassess your value, and that's what you hope for, isn't it? With the excitement subsiding, Lorelei displayed the wisdom befitting a future lord. I don't deny it, Shinji said straightforwardly. If Gertler can negotiate conditions with you about the White Wing Lord, why can't I? Of course you can. I've always believed that people's abilities and values are equal. If you truly have that capability, the Bartholomew family would be willing to pay any price to recruit you. I look forward to your family's offer, Shinji chuckled. Young lady, if you have nothing else, I'll continue my treasure hunting. There are only 15 minutes left before dawn, and the magical law department's people will come to clean up, so I need to find more valuable things as quickly as possible. This small family of only 3 generations, what could they have that's valuable? Lorelei snorted disdainfully. You can't say that. Shinji activated the moon spirit marrow and began clearing the obstacles. Magus lineages always have some hidden treasures. Just because the Bartholomew family doesn't value them doesn't mean they're completely useless. Elmeloy is currently in a period of revival, and even the smallest help is good. Then let me help too. Lorelei manipulated the wind, cutting through some massive ruins and debris. Is that all right, young lady? There's nothing wrong with it. Don't put me in the same category as those pampered aristocratic young ladies. Bartholomew Lorelei was truly one of a kind. Equals. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 220, Chapter 220, Lorelei and Shinji, Part 1, Bonus. 1150 words. Deadly strike, 100 style, Oni burn. TCH, you managed to dodge that. HMPH, don't underestimate me. Now it's my turn, 124 style, Baron bite. I'll defend, I'll defend, I'll defend and defend. This is a good opportunity. It's my chance, you fell for it, deadly strike, 212 style, Koto Moon Sun. Damn it, you knocked off so much of my health, but no matter, I still have a chance. Reversal, I'll strike, I'll strike. You're still so aggressive after losing that much health, it seems like you've lost this round. Don't get too cocky, the outcome isn't decided until the very end. Then let me maintain my advantage until the end. Don't get ahead of yourself, watch me pull off a reversal. Finally, the time has come. Detonation, super deadly, forbidden 1281 style, 8 maiden. Oh no. KO, the winner is Iori. Ha ha, I won. The dialogue above took place one morning at Waver's rented apartment, with two young otaku playing the fighting game The King of Fighters 97. The King of Fighters, or KOF for short, is a series of fighting games published by SNK on the MVS arcade hardware. Being released approximately once every 1.5 years, the series had already accumulated over 10 installments in Shinji's previous life, making it the undisputed leader in the fighting game genre. Shinji and Waver were playing KOF 97, which is considered the most popular entry in the series. Even 20 years later, there are still die-hard fans battling each other across various platforms. Waver chose the character Kyo Kusanagi, while Shinji used Kyo's rival, Iori Yagami, who is the most popular character in the entire KOF series. After successfully defeating Waver and pulling off a comeback, Shinji swept his bangs back, striking Iori Yagami's iconic pose, and delivered the character's classic line. Whenever I see the moon, I'll think of you. Just as Shinji was reveling in the joy of cosplaying as Iori, two female voices suddenly emerged from within the rented apartment. One was youthful, the other was dignified. There they are again, I knew you two were playing games. Well. Whenever I see the moon, I'll think of you. Shinji didn't need to look, he recognized the voices instantly. The youthful voice belonged to the mischievous Reina's Archisort, who was destined to be intertwined with Waver's fate. The dignified voice belonged to the well-known lady of the clock tower, Bartholomew Lorelei. What brings the two young ladies here? Waver tossed aside the controller and stood up from the sofa, ordering the Mercury maid standing at the door, Kurumi, go brew 2 cups of black tea. Understood. Kurumi bowed and left. Ah, I'd like mine with milk, and what about you, Miss Lorelei? Reina's raised her hand. Plain tea, thank you. Lorelei nodded graciously. Understood. Kurumi bowed again and went to the kitchen. Thank you very much, maid lady. After waving at the maid, Reina stepped lightly towards Waver, her face bearing an innocent yet mischievous smile. Big brother, I've come to see you. Still young, Reina's had not yet developed the imposing presence of the next head of the family before the Fifth Holy Grail War, but the intertwining of angel and devil in her nature was already beginning to show, and a simple greeting was enough to make Waver's expression turn sour. Lady, I am not your brother. Waver's exclusive title for Reina's was Lady, as he said it carried a sense of respectful distance. No, no, you are my brother. Reina's smile grew even sweeter. I've already obtained the Lord's consent, and from today on, you will be my mentor and guardian. Or would you prefer I call you uncle? Hearing this title, Waver instantly felt a stomachache. If possible, just call me professor like the others. No way, we're comrades who have fought together, our relationship is much closer than your students. Reina's was referring to their joint efforts to help Kenneth return. All right, brother it is then. Faced with Reina's relentless pursuit, Waver could only surrender. Indeed, in every world line, Waver was powerless against this girl who was over 10 years his junior, completely at her mercy. All right, now you can answer my question. Why are you here with Miss Lorelei? Ah, that's because the Lord asked me to bring Miss Lorelei over. I'm not too sure of the exact reason, perhaps it's because he's interested in a new educational approach for you, big brother. You're overestimating me, lady. Waver was self-aware, a dilapidated classroom, a bottom-ranking department, not worth Bartholomew's attention. No, you're mistaken, Mr. Velvet. Lorelei spoke seriously. Bartholomew has already placed your El Meloy classroom on the list of subjects of interest, and has also discussed your new educational approach. So, what's the result? What's the result? Rayner's pressed. The reviews are mixed, some think it's unorthodox, others see it as groundbreaking. But regardless of the perspective, no one can deny your educational achievements. By the way, I'm part of the approving camp. When your first batch of students graduate, I'm planning to recruit a few talented individuals among them. As expected of my big brother, my judgment was correct. Rayner's had a smug expression. Waver gave a wry smile as he cautioned, my students are all very capable, I can guarantee that. But their capabilities are proportional to their personalities. Recruiting them requires a strong nerve and an iron stomach. No problem, I'm already well aware of the personalities of your classroom students. Lorelei was unfazed. And their personalities are still better than the one standing right next to you. At least they won't openly mock the Bartholomew family, nor try to knock me unconscious. Isn't that right, assassin of the Elmeloi? At these words, both the childish Rayners and the increasingly unflappable Waver were stunned, their gazes turning in unison toward Shinji, who was posing as a statue. I was just stating facts, and I've already apologized, Shinji said resignedly. I didn't take any offense. On the contrary, I appreciated your attitude. That moonlit night, I will remember it for the rest of my life. Still dressed in a neutral outfit, Lorelei approached Shinji and extended her right hand. Let's get reacquainted. I'm Bartholomew Lorelei. Shinji Matou at your service, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shinji adapted to the situation, gently taking Lorelei's hand and lightly kissing her hand. Rayners was dumbfounded. Waver was dumbfounded. Even Lorelei herself was dumbfounded. That, Rayners. The hand-kissing gesture is only to be used for married ladies. Waver. Shinji Matou. Lorelei? In an instant, a gale blew through the area. It was a misunderstanding. I've seen this gesture used in many TV shows, I didn't mean anything by it. Shinji was also dumbfounded and hastily tried to explain himself. Wait a minute. No excuses. P.S. Another girl entered the circle, equals. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Lorelei and Shinji, Part 2. 1,438 words. Lorelei is truly worthy of her title as the Queen. She speaks and acts decisively, and her execution speed is extremely fast. In the early morning after her confrontation with Shinji, she immediately went to the headquarters of the Department of Policies and urgently met with the current head of Bartholomew, after instructing the personnel of the Department of Policies to tightly seal the information. During the subsequent Lords' meeting, Bartholomew changed his previous attitude of providing support to Elmeloi and instead openly declared his full support for Kenneth. His clear stance caught Trambilio and Valuoletta, the other two major noble families, off guard. With Bartholomew's support, Kenneth gained momentum and achieved great success. Not only did he stabilize Elmeloi's position, but he also made certain hostile forces return a portion of the assets they had seized. Additionally, he unveiled several new research, further enhancing his reputation. After the Lords' meeting, Lorelei, who had been waiting for a while, approached Kenneth. Kenneth had already received a report from Shinji in advance and anticipated Lorelei's visit. Thus, these two prominent figures, who both carried the title of genius and were the focus of attention in the clock tower, began bargaining over an ancient and mysterious legacy. Shinji set 3 bottom lines for Kenneth. First, I belong to Elmeloi, and I am your trump card. I will only accept employment and cannot be sold. Second, I will not negotiate with Lorelei. If I want something, I will come to you. Whatever profits you can earn from Lorelei, I don't care. Even if you make 10 or 100 times the profit, it's all yours. Third, do not leak any information related to the Holy Grail War. Regarding other matters such as whether or not to reveal Shinji's true identity and the form of their cooperation, Kenneth can decide for himself. In short, the key phrase is, take as much advantage as you can. Opportunities to exploit the Bartholomew family, the first family of the clock tower, are rare. After several days of intermittent negotiations, Kenneth rented out Shinji for a good price, and Lorelei successfully obtained Shinji's information. Through limited verification using Bartholomew's intelligence network, it was confirmed that the clock tower's influence in the Far East, where Japan is located, is weak. Even Bartholomew would find it difficult to extend their reach there. Therefore, the verification was limited. Although Lorelei was slightly surprised by Shinji's actual age, she still decided to personally visit him as a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, she could take the opportunity to see the young professor who caused a new trend, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, she never expected that a series of surprises and even shocks awaited her. Not to mention the rudimentary rented residence. In her opinion, the daily lives of these two individuals whom she highly praised should be like this. Either reading books, immersed in the ocean of knowledge, conducting experiments, pursuing the essence of magecraft, or diligently practicing to enhance their strength. Even during leisure breaks, they should be discussing strange and extraordinary matters over a cup of tea. But what was the result? Even before entering the door, she could hear the two individuals shouting and yelling in an incomprehensible Japanese language. Although Lorelei was knowledgeable and talented, proficient in various mainstream languages of the world, her understanding of the specialized language of the 2D world was somewhat difficult. "This is just too unconventional," Lorelei muttered softly. If it weren't for the presence of Rainers from the Archisort family by her side and seeing the Mercury maid at the entrance, she almost thought she had come to the wrong place. Upon entering the room, she saw two men wearing cheap t-shirts and shorts, sitting in front of a game console, completely engrossed in playing games. Before she could recover from the contrast, her target mission suddenly cheered and jumped up, striking a very silly pose. Fortunately, as the heir of Bartholomew, Lorelei had seen all sorts of magus. It was not a big deal if they enjoyed playing games. At least it was much better than those weird and eccentric individuals with nauseating hobbies. With that thought, Lorelei felt much better in her heart. Then Shinji's words declared his presence. The subsequent development was satisfactory to Lorelei. Waver Velvet left a good impression on her, and his evaluation of the students was accurate. It would be even better if he dressed more appropriately. Although Shinji only said a few words, it dispelled Lorelei's doubts. This boy was indeed the person she was looking for. Just as Lorelei relaxed and prepared to introduce herself as usual and move on to the main topic, the biggest shock occurred. When she extended her hand for the universally accepted handshake to accompany her self-introduction, to her surprise, this idiot performed a standard hand-kissing gesture. Setting: indoors. The corresponding level of etiquette, nobility and high-ranking individuals. Area kissed, midsection of the fingers, without the lips touching. From the perspective of etiquette itself, it was impeccable. However, Shinji made a crucial mistake. The hand-kissing gesture applies to married women, but it is inappropriate for unmarried women, especially young girls. If it were used, regardless of whether he mistook her for a married woman or was simply ignorant, it was a tremendous breach of etiquette, even more serious than mocking Bartholomew's family in front of Lorelei a few days ago. Therefore, Lorelei erupted on the spot. Fortunately, she still had some composure and only used low-level magecraft like Storm Shooter, so as not to cause any structural damage to the building. Of course, Waver's house inevitably suffered collateral damage. Half of the sofa was destroyed, several newspapers and magazines were ruined, half of the curtains were torn, and there were messy marks on the walls and sofa, presenting a rather miserable sight. In comparison, Shinji, who was directly hit by the magic, was in a relatively better state. The miscellaneous sports clothes he casually bought in England were sliced into beggar-like pieces, but his body remained unharmed. The so-called Storm Shooter is a magecraft that condenses rotating air currents into magical bullets and performs rapid-fire shots. It boasts high precision, minimal environmental damage, and easy control. The power of magecraft is determined by the attributes and proficiency of the practitioner. It is one of Lorelei's most commonly used spells. At Lorelei's current level, Storm Shooter in her hands is akin to a mini-typhoon. While it wouldn't be fatal, it was normal for a few bones to be fractured from a direct hit. Shinji's ability to keep his body intact was thanks to his extraordinary resistance to magic. He possessed the ability to resist 1 to 2 small-scale spells after he had eaten a golden apple. His physical fitness surpassed that of Byakuya by a significant margin, and Shinji, who exercised regularly, was even stronger. At this stage, Shinji's magical resistance, based on the Servants Panel rating, should be classified as C-level. This means he can nullify spells with an incantation of 2 or below, but he cannot defend against large-scale magic like grand spells or ceremonial rituals. However, this C-level is not as absolute as a Servant's class skills. It varies depending on compatibility. Water attribute magic with good compatibility can rise to C+, while those with poor compatibility can drop to C-. Lorelei's Storm Shooter falls into the category of moderately compatible spells with an incantation of 2. It conveniently falls within Shinji's nullification range, so he endures it while allowing Lorelei to vent her dissatisfaction. In Lorelei's eyes, this action became a demonstration of responsibility and accountability. Her anger came and went quickly. After delivering the final blow, sending Shinji flying, Lorelei approached the damaged sofa and began using magecraft to restore the damaged items. That detestable idiot was so responsible, and as the esteemed Lorelei, she naturally had the same sense of responsibility. The young girl focused on the post-repair work and did not see the eye contact between Shinji and Waver hanging on the wall. Otherwise, she would have destroyed the entire room. The translation of their eye contact of the two would be, "Well done. You managed to preserve the console and gain cartridges. Yes, these are precious treasures I painstakingly brought back from Japan. It would be such a shame if they were destroyed." Shinji smiled. Waver gave a thumbs up. The unbreakable bond of otaku friendship, where everything is understood without words. P.S. Rin once used magecraft to repair the glass in Shiru's house. Lorelei's proficiency is only higher, not lower. Support me at mepatayon.com/absolute code. Chapter 222, Honors on Credit. 1,204 words. About 10 minutes later, the damaged items were restored to their original state, and the four of them could finally sit down and have a proper conversation. Waver's sofa followed the standard pattern of one main couch and two side couches surrounding a rectangular coffee table. As the host, Waver and his adopted sister Rainers claimed the seats on the main couch, while Shinji and Lorelei each occupied one side. In the center of the coffee table were freshly brewed tea and some snacks served by the Mercury maid, Kurumi. It added a touch of elegance to this old rental house, even though none of the four were particularly posh. Lorelei gracefully lifted her teacup and took a sip. Not bad. Thank you for the compliment. Kurumi bowed politely, her perfect response further elevating Lorelei's opinion of the Mercury maid and Kenneth. Even the automaton created with magical mercury has reached such a level. It seems Lord Elmeloy has gained quite a lot in these 3 years. It won't be long before he ascends to the grandee position, Lorelei remarked. It indeed won't take much longer, Shinji confirmed. Once Lord publishes his research achievements of the past 3 years, his grand position will be indisputable. So, are the 2 recent achievements you mentioned just the beginning? Rainers asked. Yes, Shinji nodded. Although I'm not sure how many papers Lord is planning to publish, it's certain that he wants to use that grand position as a wedding gift for Miss Solar. Oh my. Rainers clapped her hands. That would be the most precious and romantic wedding gift since the establishment of the clock tower, right, dear brother? Don't look at me, Waver said somewhat embarrassedly. With my talent, even if I had another 200 years, I still wouldn't be able to reach the heights of Professor. I should consider myself lucky if I can achieve the course rank. Oh dear brother, I was simply asking if this is the most romantic and precious wedding gift, not evaluating your rank, Rainers mischievously laughed. In Waver's eyes, it seemed as though she had sprouted a pair of horns on her head, grown wings on her back, and had a wagging tail behind her. Or is it that dear brother intends to use the grandee position as a wedding gift for me, just like Lord Elmeloy? Oh my, I'm not even of age yet. Waver's stomach churned faintly, she's a little devil. How did I end up being bothered by such a little devil? What a misfortune. Shinji's mouth twitched along, this boundary is a bit too much, right? Is she really just 8 years old? Lorelei began to question whether her understanding of this soul-allied family was flawed. Oh, just kidding. Seeing everyone silence, Rainers playfully stuck out her tongue. Lorelei's sense of dissonance grew even stronger. What happened to the prestigious magical lineage that was supposed to be on par with the Bartholomew? What happened to the aristocratic demeanor? What happened to the epitome of a traditional magus? Not to mention the 2 otaku, after all, they weren't direct members of the Elmeloy family but were later additions. Rainers is indeed the heir of the Archibald branch, the legitimate successor of the Archisort family. Why does she have such a personality? Could it be that her character was the reason she was entrusted to Waver as her guardian? The entire Elmeloy family couldn't possibly be like this, right? That would be truly terrifying. Lord Elmeloy doesn't seem like someone with character issues. Or is it just a well-disguised facade? No one answered Lorelei's doubts. Rainers was still immersed in the joy of teasing others, while Shinji worried about Waver. Rainer's unintentional words had struck a chord with Waver's deepest pain. Waver met Shinji's concerned gaze and shook his head. I'm well aware that no matter how hard I struggle, I can never catch up to the footsteps of geniuses. All I do is confirm the solid path that geniuses tread on. Even if I can make others' talents blossom using that knowledge, I will forever be mediocre. The only thing that shines is my surroundings. I can never appear in the spotlight. But I won't despair because I already have enough honor, and that honor was borrowed. So, I must become someone worthy of that honor. Even if the order is reversed, I must prove that he wasn't wrong in his judgment. These were the unspoken thoughts of Waver. The words of that man still echoed in his ears. No, they were engraved on his soul. At that time, he had said those words. You are my king. I vow to serve you and die for you. Please guide me forward and let me see the same dreams as you. How immature and selfish those words were. Once, he had yearned to die alongside him. He had hoped that he would allow him to follow the greatest conqueror in the world, the man who had conquered half of the world at that time, perhaps the closest person in human history to world domination, and die in battle together, like his other subordinates. And the conqueror had shown a bright smile in response. However, instead of an honorable death, he was entrusted with a mission by him. Survive, Waver! Witness all of this and then convey to the world the way your king, and I, is Condor, charge forward with glory. Golden radiance gathered within the young man. That was a pledge that would never be forgotten, a radiance that would never fade away. It's capricious and troublesome, isn't it? In the end, it was that guy who dragged people along to face death, but when the time came, he forcefully handed over this kind of thing. Does he know how much of a headache it is for a meal afterward? Even if I complain all night, I won't finish, that idiot. Waver Velvet had muttered in his heart more than once, but after the muttering, he would lift his head, bid farewell to his youth, and step into a new, different era of youth. I am well aware of both what I want to do and what I am capable of doing. Of course, it's contradictory. Even if I accept my nature, I still envy the brilliant and dazzling talents. Whenever I see outstanding magecraft, my body burns as if consumed by resentful flames. Shinji Matou, Bartholomew Lorelei, Raina's Archisort, the young geniuses effortlessly soar in the sky. The splendid dreams still linger in my soul, however, dreams are always just dreams. It's okay that they're always just dreams. That's how I think now. It's okay that they're always just dreams. I can think that way now. Although some aspects are not quite satisfactory, my life is very fulfilling. There is no need for others to meddle and nitpick. Because I am recognized by the greatest king in the world. The conqueror king, is Condor. Even in death, our bond as ruler and subject cannot be erased. Someday, I will witness the grand and magnificent sandy plains and see the dream of the world's end, as depicted by the king. Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 223, Fighting and Chatting, Part 1. 1,284 words. After being teased by Rainers, Lorelei felt that if she stayed any longer, her worldview might be in jeopardy. So, while maintaining politeness, she casually responded with a few remarks, quickly finished her tea, and used the excuse of an important matter to discuss to call Shinji out. The moment they stepped out of the rental house, Shinji could feel that Lorelei's footsteps were lighter and her breathing wasn't as heavy. He couldn't help but jokingly remark, "Are you not accustomed to this kind of interaction?" "Yes," Lorelei admitted frankly, "it's completely different from the environment I'm used to and the education I've received. It feels a bit too casual." "Is that how it is with Elmeloy?" "Of course not," Shinji shook his head. "Lord Elmeloy is like what you've seen, a typical noble and a traditional magus. Most of the people in his family are like that too. Waverside is more like a concentration camp for heretics, a center for problem children. Miss Rainers was probably thrown to Waver for guidance due to her personality issues. What about you?" Lorelei looked meaningfully at Shinji, and he didn't shy away, speaking honestly. "I'm also a heretic. I love magecraft, but I don't like the values of traditional magus. When I came to the clock tower this time, Lord Elmeloy wanted to arrange for me to stay near the Archibald family under the pretext of studying abroad, but I refused. Most of the people there are magus like him, and I would suffocate being around them. It's better to live with Weber for more freedom and ease. Lord Elmeloy also proposed the idea of me joining the basic training course for study abroad, but I didn't agree. Instead of wasting time there, it's better to have Waver serve as my guide. So, I haven't completed the study abroad procedures yet. I only obtained a temporary residence permit under the pretext of visiting." "I see," Lorelei nodded thoughtfully. Although Shinji's response was unorthodox, it didn't make Lorelei feel displeased. Firstly, someone who can greet her with a hand kiss and dare to say that they would knock her unconscious cannot be judged by common sense. Secondly, Lorelei herself was someone who disliked lying and valued commitments. Rather than insincere flattery and pretenses, she preferred someone like Shinji who spoke straightforwardly and honestly. Perhaps realizing that he might have gone a bit too far, Shinji scratched his head and sheepishly said, "I might have said something a bit unpleasant." If you're angry, you can use the miniature storm you just conjured to hit me a few times. After all, his clothes were already ruined, and a few more hits wouldn't make much of a difference. It's good to have high magical resistance. Lorelei shook her head. I'm not angry. Oh, I see. Then I'll go change my clothes, Shinji said, pointing to the rental house next to Waver's. That was his room. Although he only slept there every day, most of the time, he was in Waver's room playing games together. Wait, put on your combat attire. Who? Shinji tilted his head, indicating his confusion. It's unrelated to what just happened. I just feel that what we're about to discuss is more suited for a conversation while fighting. Understood. Shinji made an okay gesture and walked into his dwelling. When he emerged, he was wearing a cloak, holding a slingshot, and had rune pouches strapped to his waist and thighs, indicating his preparedness for battle. The nearest suitable place for combat is the Modern Magecraft Theory Department, the affiliated experimental field of the El Meloy classroom. There are no classes today, so nobody will disturb us. How about going there? Shinji spent most of his free time playing games with Waver, and when Waver was working, he would use the classroom's experimental field to train his physical skills and magecraft. As a result, he obtained the key to the experimental field from Waver, but in return, he was responsible for cleaning and maintaining the field. Okay. Lorelei readily agreed to this proposal. Half an hour later, a storm raged inside the experimental field. Lorelei floated in the center of the arena, surrounded by ceaseless turbulent air currents. Even a slightly weaker magus would struggle to approach her, let alone maintain their balance. This was the terrifying power of the Bartholomew family's secret magecraft. It didn't require rare attributes or extraordinary abilities. It relied on the accumulation of magic circuits over a long period and a profound understanding of magecraft, allowing it to possess a strength that surpassed the entire magical world. Lorelei gently raised her empty left hand, conjuring a whirlwind that connected the ground to the ceiling. The whirlwind advanced, its target being the figure of Shinji, obscured by the sand and dust. Despite the interference of several air currents, Shinji's footsteps remained steady, not much different from his usual walking. Whether it was Chinese martial arts or martial techniques inherited from other countries, maintaining a stable stance was a fundamental skill. Shinji, who had been taught by Skachik herself, had ingrained this skill into his combat posture. Even facing Lorelei's artificial whirlwind, let alone a typhoon along the coastal regions in summer, no matter how weak the wind was, it couldn't shake Shinji's steps. He let the fierce wind brush against his face, unmoving and unwavering. With a slingshot in his left hand and silver bullets in his right, he launched a beautiful triple shot. At the same time, he didn't forget to speak. Are you saying that you want to formally invite me to join your brigade squad? And that the reason for our battle is to determine my role? Lorelei cracked her whip, her body swiftly moving through the air, evading the barrage of silver bullets. Yes, so you must perform well and not disappoint me. As you wish, but please, milady, take note. His words came to a halt as a visible surge of magic power overflowed from under Shinji's cloak. The powerful magic caused even the howling winds around them to momentarily cease. Vast amounts of magic gathered beneath Shinji's feet and erupted in an instant, resembling the flames emitted from a missile upon launch. And Shinji himself became the missile, launched with great force. This is one of the most practical skills bestowed by Skachik through the wisdom of Dunscathe, Mana Burst. By instantly releasing magic, unexpected effects can be achieved. This previously unused skill exceeded Lorelei's calculations. By the time she reacted and tried to change positions in mid-air, Shinji's left-handed bow blade was already coming towards her. Helplessly, Lorelei swung her whip to block Shinji's magical blade. The power of the blade, amplified by the mana burst, was extraordinarily strong. If Lorelei hadn't constantly maintained her magically enhanced body, she would have already been defeated by Shinji. Even with the strength enhanced by magecraft, she barely managed to block this long-planned strike, only to be pushed to the ceiling by Shinji. Don't disappoint me. If you don't meet the standards, be careful, I won't follow your commands. Shinji raised his disheveled deep blue curls and spoke unfinished words. Gazing into his pair of blue eyes devoid of any trace of jest, a confident smile bloomed on Lorelei's lips. You won't have that opportunity. The next moment, the air between the two of them erupted with a booming sound. P.S. Many readers didn't like the fact that Bajikan is portrayed as Chinese. Why? Bajikan is cool. I've already removed and edited many of the author's personal biases and stereotypes, except for the Bajikan and wuxia reference jokes, which I love. == Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Fighting and Chatting, Part 2. 1,270 words. During the Battle of the Gertler family, Shinji prioritized killing the head as his primary objective, while Lorelei aimed to stop Shinji and mediate the conflict, making conflict resolution her top priority. As a result, both of them held back to some extent. However, today was different. Neither Shinji nor Lorelei had any burdens or hindrances. They fought purely for the sake of battle, without any reservations, fully showcasing their skills. For instance, Shinji finally learned the origin of Lorelei's martial arts that could rival his own. It turned out to be the swordsmanship of Queen Boudica of Britannia, active around 50 AD, with a history spanning over 1900 years. Nevertheless, the whip techniques used by Lorelei and the swordsmanship inherited from Boudica had undergone significant changes. The Bartholomew family, despite valuing lineage and history, was not a stagnant clan. They continuously developed both magecraft and defensive techniques. Today, the Bartholomew defensive arts have integrated the strengths of various Western schools, forming their unique style. Diligent cultivation might allow one to rival those renowned heroes. Truly worthy of being an ancient family like the Clock Tower, if it weren't for Skatchika's cheat-like abilities, Shinji's lifelong efforts would still not be enough to match Lorelei. Even in the present day, Shinji, if not careful, could be easily exploited by Lorelei's whip, as its flexibility sent his divine gun's blade flying. Well done, Shinji sincerely praised. The previous move was impeccable in terms of timing, angle, and force. Lorelei neither showed modesty nor arrogance. She simply nodded calmly, gesturing with her hand for Shinji to pick up his weapon and continue the fight, all while discussing the matter at hand. A few days ago, the safe I took from you was cracked by the Department of Law. It contained the clues I wanted. After destroying the entire Gertler family, Shinji finds a safe amidst the ruins, which is enchanted with encryption magecraft. He had planned to forcibly break it open, but Lorelei intervened, stopping him, and took the safe, claiming it as her reward for assisting him. Related to the White Wing Lord. Shinji rubbed his sore wrist and shifted the divine gun's blade to his right hand. Let me give you a piece of advice. In front of me and my family, don't use the titles White Wing Lord. Just say Autenross directly, Lorelei said as she cracked her whip, sending a gust of wind blade striking near Shinji's feet. The White Wing Lord is a mortal enemy of the Bartholomew family, and any respectful title associated with him would displease the Bartholomew. Noted, Shinji nodded, retaliating with a flame rune. This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Shinji had once held a blade against Lorelei's neck, and Lorelei had used her whip to press against the back of Shinji's head. But regardless of who gained the upper hand, they would immediately cease their actions and continue their evenly matched confrontation. On one hand, it was to assess each other's strengths and determine their future interactions, and on the other hand, it was because finding worthy opponents was difficult. The Bartholomew family adhered to perfectionism, and its members only appeared in public after becoming qualified magi. Before that, they could only stay in the Bartholomew mansion for secret education, and having a mediocre skill level and exposing themselves to the outside world was considered the greatest shame by the family. Therefore, once they entered the association, they were eligible to independently lead a certain department. Lorelei was among the best in this regard. It might be an exaggeration to say invincible since her debut, but Lorelei had indeed not encountered an opponent within 10 years of her age. Shinji was similar in this aspect. Now that the Holy Grail War had ended, and all the servants had departed, he truly couldn't find anyone to engage in unrestricted magical and martial arts battles with. Tuko was a mess in close combat, Su-Ren couldn't be found, Korea refrained from fighting entirely, and Justice couldn't muster enthusiasm. After understanding the nature of the mystic eyes of death perception, Shiki and Tono also lost their value as a combatant. Unless he fought against the third personality hidden within the Shiki-Ryugi connection, linked to the root and claiming to be the all-powerful root style. However, despite knowing each other for so long, this individual showed no intention of appearing, so it seemed she wouldn't reveal herself to anyone aside from Mikia. As for Sakura, who possesses even more remarkable magical aptitude, her strength is sufficient. However, Sakura lacks tactical thinking and adaptability in the heat of battle. Every time they face off, Shinji easily outmaneuvers her. He can only wait for Sakura's mental maturity before they can have an exciting showdown. It's easy to imagine the excitement they feel when they see each other, especially since their fighting styles and ages are so similar. This excitement grows to the point where they won't stop until they have a satisfying fight. The so-called negotiation takes place when the intensity of the battle subsides and they mutually relax their pace. That's why they've been fighting for so long without getting to the main point. Fengio. Lorelei uttered a magical syllable, wrapping the flame in airflow and returning it to Shinji, showcasing Bartholomew's precise control over air currents. Shinji, driven by a sense of comparison, engraved the rune symbol of Gibbo, symbolizing understanding, on the magical blade of his divine gun's blade. With the effect of Gibbo, the flame rune became fixed on the magical blade, transforming it into a flame blade. This not only utilized the rune magic taught by Skachik but also incorporated alchemy learned from Justice, representing the basic version of the shape of life. What's next? Have you found any information about Autenroth's followers? Immediately after, Shinji charged towards Lorelei, wielding the flame blade. Today, Shinji Matou is going to play the role of a magic swordsman. Shinji enchanted his weapon, and Lorelei refused to back down. The symbol of the Bartholomew family appeared on the surface of her whip, accompanied by highly condensed, faintly visible tangible air. Oh, a battle mage, huh? Shinji's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, I want to see if a magic swordsman is stronger or if a battle mage is stronger. The short knife clashed with the whip. The boy and girl simultaneously retreated, and the raging wind merged with the flames as if the collision was not between a knife and a whip but between explosive grenades. Lorelei coughed twice, expelling the scorching air she accidentally inhaled. As she repositioned herself, she spoke. I haven't found them, but I did find information on another dead apostle. No, it's more accurate to say a vampire. Who? Shinji steadied his stance, swiftly tracing magical symbols in the air with his left hand. In the instant the final runic symbol was completed, a blue spell formed in the shape of an equilateral circle, rapidly expanding outward. The temperature of the entire laboratory dropped as a result. In the center of the circular spell, a massive ice pillar with a diameter of over 1 meter quickly took shape. The tip of the pillar had irregular serrations and thrust toward Lorelei. Rune magic, ice pillar blade. Flutter, wind blossom. In that instant, Shinji seemed to see white roses fluttering around Lorelei. Countless white roses, like a plane, swiftly shattered the ice pillar released by Shinji with astonishing speed. When the frost dissipated, Lorelei, amidst the scattered wind blossoms, uttered a name. Child of Einash. ========================================================================================================================Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Child of Einash. 1,330 words. Forest of Einash, also known as the Disemboweling Sea of Trees Einash, is the 7th seat among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Although the seats among the 27 dead apostle ancestors are not strictly based on individual strength, they generally follow the pattern where the top 10 ancestors are a tier above the remaining 17. However, this is not an absolute rule, as some ancestors are not concerned with their seat and may possess the strength to be among the top 10 but choose not to act on it. The most notable example is the 21st seat, known as the Water Demon Samaya. Nevertheless, being ranked 7th among the 27 ancestors is indicative of Einash's power. Einash is a highly mysterious ancestor, and very little information about it is known. Some say it is a creature capable of autonomous thought and hunting, while others speculate that it might be a self-operated bounded field created by a higher-level dead apostle of the same name. Einash appears in the material world every 50 years to feed. Any creature that enters the forest becomes its prey, and there have been instances where entire towns were sacrificed as offerings to satiate its thirst for blood. The blood it consumes condenses into a bright red fruit on a large tree at the heart of the forest. It is said that those who consume this fruit gain immortality. Shinji knows a bit more about Einash. Forest of Einash is not the original 7th seat but inherited the title as the 2nd generation 7th seat. The original Einash was an ordinary dead apostle, but after being killed 800 years ago, its blood was absorbed by a vampiric plant, giving rise to this extraordinary monster. With the will to think and the ability to move independently, Einash creates a forest of bloodlust that borders on the realm of fantasy. Within the boundaries of the forest, it forms a closed extra-dimensional space comparable to a bounded field, with the plants and animals within serving as Einash's eyes and ears. In a sense, Einash is one of the most difficult dead apostles to deal with. Even a coalition of top-tier magus would find it impossible to penetrate the 50-kilometer-wide forest of bloodlust and reach Einash's core, where the legendary crimson fruit is said to be nurtured. Thus, to this day, nobody knows for certain if the legend of immortality through consuming the fruit is true. Even Shinji, who possesses the most mobility among the phantasmal species with his heavenly horse and the hop with the pseudonym Death Side of the Hunted Snake, can, at best, only ensure his survival unless he has specific equipment or abilities targeted against Einash. Lorelei is well aware that she cannot currently target Einash directly, so she has set her sights on Einash's offspring, known as the Child of Einash. As the name suggests, the children of Einash are the offspring of Einash. It is said that the ripe crimson fruits, which no one has yet harvested, often drip blood. Some of these blood droplets turn into seeds and sleep underground for some time before starting their evolution. The evolutionary paths of the children often differ from their parents, and in some extreme cases, the resemblance to the parent is barely visible. The child of Einash refers to their final appearance. The specific child of Einash targeted by Lorelei belongs to the latter category. Quite spectacular, remarked Shinji, disguised in a Hades cloak, as he looked out in admiration. He was currently in the Swiss Alps, and the target for this mission was right beneath his feet. He was aboard the Bartholomew family's exclusive helicopter, overlooking the magnificent scenery below. The adjective used was not a mistake. Although the target was for elimination, Shinji couldn't help but find the scenery breathtaking. The average elevation of the Swiss Alps is approximately 3,000 meters, making it one of the two main glacial centers in Europe and home to many world-renowned ski resorts. The helicopter Shinji was aboard took off from the famous Villers-Grien and Les Diablerets ski resorts, flying north along the continuous mountain range. After passing several perpetually snow-covered peaks, they arrived at a crimson-colored valley. Yes, crimson. Surrounded by pristine white snow and bone-chilling winds, this valley was eroded by vibrant red colors. Even from a considerable height, one could feel the heat radiating from the valley. The intelligence is correct. This time, the child of Einash has evolved towards magma, which is a complete contrast to the environment. Lorelei, who was on the same aircraft as Shinji, proved herself to be a professional dead apostle hunter by conducting thorough research in advance. Lower the altitude a bit more. We can't go any lower, miss. The helicopter's pilot, who was also a member of the Chalon Canticle Brigade, being organized by Roraya, spoke. If we go any lower, it will trigger the alert of the child of Einash, and they might counterattack. Before the words even finished, the previously calm red lava suddenly began to boil. In the next second, the lava erupted, sending a column of lava several tens of meters high, resembling a volcanic eruption. Within the lava column, there were strange creatures that looked like a mix of birds and fish. These creatures, like bloodthirsty sharks, crazily surged towards the helicopter. War Machine, activate defense. Yes, miss. Among the members of the Chalon Canticle Brigade, they referred to each other by code names rather than their real names. This armed force, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Mage Association, directly served Lorelei. It was more accurate to describe them as a military force rather than a group of magus. Soldiers considered following orders their duty, and the pride and aloofness of the so-called magus were not allowed to exist within the Chalon Canticle Brigade. The name brigade didn't refer to militia but rather to their mechanical and robotic approach to operations. The existence of this unit was a manifestation of the Bartholomew ideology and Lorelei's prestigious status. Each member of the unit was carefully selected and personally invited by Lorelei, representing top-tier magicians. The code names of the members followed the naming rules of tarot cards. Officers and special members were referred to as Major Arcana, while regular members were referred to as Minor Arcana. The War Machine, who piloted the helicopter, was one of the officers of the brigade and held a position second only to Lorelei. Without seeing how the War Machine moved or hearing his incantations, Shinji could feel that the helicopter's interior and exterior were shielded by some unknown magical barrier. The menacing flying fish-like creatures couldn't touch the helicopter and were forcibly pushed away, falling back into the lava. Until the last of the strange creatures fell, War Machine released the magic and said in a monotonous voice, "The alert range has been raised by nearly 50 meters compared to the last reconnaissance. It was my negligence. Please punish me, miss. Go to solitary confinement for a day." Lorelei didn't offer any words of comfort and decided on a flat tone. "Yes, miss. Isn't it a bit excessive? No one could have predicted that this creature's growth rate would be so fast, right? Besides, it didn't cause any damage." Shinji complained on behalf of War Machine, but unfortunately, the other party didn't appreciate it. A mistake is a mistake, and it should be punished. It's a rule of the brigade. Once you pass the trial and officially join, you must also abide by it, death. Death is Shinji's code name, the 13th card of the Major Arcana, a title that fits Shinji's image, a subtly significant number for Westerners. P.S. Many of the settings of the Chalon Canticle Brigade were added by the author himself. The original concept was only a first-rate group of 50 magus belonging to Wizard Marshal Lorelei, adhering to a military-style approach. Source, Type Moon Wiki. ======= Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 226, The Trial of the Death. 1285 words. Shinji's unique nature predetermined that he couldn't join the brigade under his true identity. Shinji had never even considered joining the brigade. He was the ace of the El Mello faction, and at the age of only 11, he didn't want to attract too much attention. More importantly, he could return to Japan at any time and didn't want to be bound by militarized management. However, Shinji's displayed strength had completely piqued the interest of Lorelei. She saw him as a boy similar to herself, just a little younger, and she was determined to have him. After some negotiation, coercion, and enticement, the two reached an agreement. Shinji would join the brigade as a special member under a disguised identity, directly under Lorelei. He would receive benefits and privileges equivalent to a high-ranking officer, including the ability to choose missions and exemption from militarized management outside of missions. The reason for making such a concession was primarily because Shinji's strength was truly outstanding, and he had great potential. Additionally, it served as a benchmark to attract more talented individuals to join the brigade. Shinji was that benchmark. Lorelei estimated that the brigade should have at least 50 members, but they hadn't recruited half of that number yet. She didn't want to lower the standards, so she had to change her strategy. By showcasing the achievement of a single member of the brigade, such as annihilating Child of Einash, they might be able to attract more talented individuals to join and also present a satisfactory answer to the entire Bartholomew family. This was Lorelei's plan. Therefore, Shinji had to demonstrate his strength and worth. If he couldn't do that, well, he would bear the consequences. When Lorelei said this, she exuded a complete queen-like aura. If Shinji hadn't been accustomed to various types of kings, Skachik, Artoria, Gilgamesh, Iskandar, he might have truly fallen under Lorelei's charm, even though he hadn't seen her wear a skirt. Although Shinji was somewhat curious about the consequences, considering Bartholomew's family standing behind the young girl, he dismissed the idea for now. Provoking a formidable enemy blindly wasn't bravery, it was foolishness, and Shinji was not foolish. So he agreed to Lorelei's condition of single-handedly killing Child of Einash. This would not only showcase the brigade's strength to the outside world but also demonstrate the formidable power of the death within the brigade, making other equally talented members submit. There's always someone stronger, and if you don't submit, you can give it a try. What's your plan, Death? Lorelei maintained a resolute attitude, calmly asking as if she didn't care about the success or failure of this endeavor. Are you going to find a place nearby to land? No need, too troublesome. Shinji shook his head. We go straight to the center of the lava. Understood. Lorelei glanced at Chariot, and he immediately ascended in altitude, adjusted its direction, and arrived at the center of the magma lake. And then? I'll jump down and destroy the core, Shinji said, leaving his seat and reaching out to open the hatch. The cold air from the high altitude and the scorching heatwave from below rushed into the cabin simultaneously, creating an indescribable contrast. But compared to Shinji's straightforward and crude approach, this contrast was nothing. Chariot, which gave an impression of seriousness and meticulousness, had its mouth wide open, and Lorelei's face showed obvious astonishment. Without giving the two of them time to express their opinions, Shinji jumped out of the cabin, leaving behind one sentence. Remember to come and pick me up. By the time the last word reached their ears, Shinji's figure had already turned into a small black dot. Miss, is he going to be okay? Chariot expressed some concern. He should be fine. He's the only person in the brigade who can hold his own against me. But why am I still a little worried? Lorelei exerted force with both hands, causing the whip that never left her side to bend. Activating the leap of faith, Shinji, whose body was being pulled by gravity, didn't hear Lorelei's inner thoughts. The moment he leaped out of the helicopter, he entered a state of battle readiness. Every nerve in his body expanded to its full capacity, sensing the changes around him. His muscles were balanced between tension and relaxation, allowing him to exert force or adjust with ease. His eyes were fixed on the surface of the lake below, cautiously anticipating any potential attacks. His left hand held onto the rune pouch, ready to unleash the prepared ice-sealing runes, while his right hand loosely gripped a variety of noble phantasms within reach. After a distinct sense of distortion and displacement, Shinji realized that he had entered the otherworld, isolated from the present reality. It seemed that the ability to create a separate realm had been inherited by Child of Einash from his mother. The temperature leaped dramatically, surpassing the limits of what humans could endure in an instant. Fortunately, Shinji was unaffected by the high temperature. He was currently wearing a fire-resistant suit made of fire lizard skin, capable of withstanding even swimming in lava, let alone mere high temperatures. However, the intense heat was merely a prelude, not even qualifying as the prologue of the attack. The sea of molten lava in his line of sight was boiling, and a flowing red flower bloomed on the surface of the lake. The scattered magma acted as petals, the towering columns of fire were the core of the flower, and the bizarre creatures accompanying the columns of fire were the stamens. Regardless of which part of the flower they represented, their objective was singular, to devour the intruder, or rather, the prey, and turn them into their nourishment. Shinji activated the switch of his magic circuits. Accompanied by the familiar sensation of nerve stimulation, he transformed his body into components, drawing magical energy from the omnipresent great source of life. A portion of the magic power that had been assimilated was infused into his feathered shoes. Through the transformation of his wing shoes, he gracefully evaded the direct assault of the lava. As the lava scattered, schools of alien fish leaped out. It was only at this moment that Shinji could see the details of these exotic creatures. The menacing and terrifying bone spurs densely covered their wing membranes and dorsal ridges. Their mouths gleamed with sharp black and gold teeth, emanating a chilling light. The smooth and hard scales evoked the image of freshly polished rubies. It seemed that these creatures possessed high defense against ordinary physical attacks. With this assessment, Shinji abandoned his plan to materialize the Horp. Instead, he threw out two Theurus's Hammer of Thor runes to impede the advance of the alien flying fish with lightning. Upon discovering the conductivity of the flying fish, Shinji pushed even harder. Utilizing the little time gained from Theurus's, he unleashed lightning-based rune magic, a lightning shock. Accompanied by a visible electric flash that could be seen even from within the helicopter, the densely packed schools of fish suddenly lost their vitality, convulsing as they fell into the lava lake. However, these losses were insignificant to the child of Einash. This massive abnormal blood-sucking species did not give Shinji the slightest chance to catch his breath. The second and third eruptions of magma flowers bloomed successively. With the experience gained from the first eruption, Shinji became increasingly composed in his response, evading or countering with magecraft, maintaining a systematic approach as the distance between him and the lake surface grew shorter. Just as the distance narrowed to 20 meters, Shinji suddenly felt a weight pressing down on his body. Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Gaze of the Medusa. 1,429 words. This is. As Shinji felt the changes in his body, he realized that the amount of magical power he had drawn from the great source had decreased, roughly to only about 70% of what it was initially. No wonder the air here feels unusual. So, the problem lies here. It was natural for the child of Einash to inherit the characteristic of devouring life to strengthen oneself and give birth to fruits, just like the forest of Einash itself. This devouring was not limited to tangible creatures but also included the omnipresent great source. No matter how excellent a Magus magic circuits were, they couldn't compare to this colossal entity with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. The closer one got to the entity, the less magical energy could be converted. Fortunately, Shinji had studied rune magic, where the magical energy was already infused into the runes when they were engraved. As long as he had rune stones, his combat ability wouldn't be greatly affected. With this in mind, Shinji increased the load on his magic circuits to maintain the supply of magic to his feathered shoes. Just then, another change occurred in the lava lake, and the red flower continued to bloom. Beneath the petals, a massive bubble swelled upward. Instead of immediately bursting, the bubble expanded slowly, as if nurturing something, reaching an unimaginable curvature. ISA. Shinji raised his left hand, and 3 runestones shimmering with an icy blue radiance shot through the air and landed in the magma bubble directly below. However, the ice magic contained within the runes was utterly insignificant compared to the entire lava lake. It was like throwing 3 grains of sand into the ocean, not even causing a ripple. Shinji instinctively felt something was amiss and subconsciously materialized the shield of Athena. His intuition proved to be completely correct. The moment the shield materialized, the magma bubble finally burst, and a colossal red serpent, as thick as 2 people embracing, broke through the molten lava and shot into the sky. The movements of the giant red serpent were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the shield of Athena. The tremendous force made Shinji's arm ache and pushed him back from a distance of 15 meters to 25 meters from the lake's surface. Sensing the feedback through the shield, Shinji deduced that the serpent's body was likely as hard as the exotic flying fish, making physical attacks ineffective. On the other hand, lightning magic could potentially inflict damage. However, maintaining his stance and continuing to evade the lava flowers, Shinji glanced at the towering and imposing giant serpent. This monster, with a length exceeding 15 meters, would likely be barely affected by ordinary magecraft. It would be like scratching an itch. To defeat it, at least a large-scale magic attack would be necessary. So, Shinji glanced at the sky, confirming that the Bartholomew family's helicopter was not within sight, and a slight smile curved his lips. The next moment, Shinji discarded his cloak and feathered shoes, reverting to his original appearance. He descended rapidly like a severed kite string, re-entering the hunting range of the giant serpent. As expected, the serpent stretched out its body, appearing as if it were crafted from rubies, and aimed to collide directly with what seemed to be its head. The reason for the seeming was that Shinji did not see any organ such as eyes or a mouth in the expected location for a snake. Indeed, everything in this otherworldly realm born from the child of Einash was abnormal. Of course, whether the giant serpent had sensory organs made no difference to Shinji. What he needed was just the fact that the serpent was getting closer. Right before the serpent was about to collide with the shield of Athena for the second time, a dazzling golden light, even more radiant than the crimson hue, manifested from behind the shield, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The light pierced into the serpent's body. Noble phantasm, Indra's thunder. No matter how formidable the exotic serpent was, it couldn't compare to the Indra's Vajra. The gigantic crimson body was no match for the divine punishment of the thunder god. Amidst a faint and resplendent thunderous display, the serpent trembled and collapsed with a resounding crash, splashing a large wave of red. Shinji's body followed closely behind the serpent, plunging into the magma. This natural shield concealed what hidden currents and exotic creatures lay beneath the lava. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra layer of protection. Shinji's caution yielded corresponding rewards. As soon as he dived into the magma, the exotic fish swarmed in. If it weren't for the serpent's body acting as a natural barrier directly in front, he wouldn't have been confident in withstanding such a dense barrage of attacks. But now, with over 40% less defensive coverage, Shinji could handle the situation calmly. He wielded his shield in his right hand and held a runestone in his left, alternating between shield bashes and lightning strikes, combining physical and magical attacks. No matter how many exotic creatures there were, they couldn't break through his defensive circle. When the serpent's body sank to the lake bottom, Shinji found a bend in its serpentine form and positioned his shield to take cover inside. He let the outside world rain and storm while he remained steadfast and unmoving. Of course, he didn't forget to toss an Iwa's runestone under his feet. The entire otherworld was a part of the child of Einash and attacks could come from any angle. Only at this moment did he have a chance to reassess the situation and contemplate what to do next. The visibility in the magma wasn't as awful as he had imagined. While not as clear as pure water, it wasn't truly pitch black either. If one were to make a metaphor, it was probably akin to being immersed in a strawberry jelly, hazy in the distance, but not much of an impact when up close. The connection with the great source has indeed dropped to an all-time low, with a magic conversion rate of only about 30%, barely enough to sustain the consumption of Athena's shield. However, this maintenance is only temporary, as the replenishment of magic will soon be unable to keep up with the rate of consumption due to the fierce attacks from the exotic swarm. It is crucial to determine the location of the core of the child of Einash before that happens. Just like the core of the forest of Einash, which bears the crimson fruit, the child of Einash also has a core. Although there haven't been any reports of a crimson fruit, they do possess a core. Once the core is destroyed, the entire otherworld will quickly wither. The core of the child of Einash usually resides near the most active spiritual vein, near the nodes. It is generally the central area of the entire otherworld. Shinji chose to descend directly above the center of the lake for this reason. The activation of the detection rune sent invisible waves of magic rippling outwards. Seemingly aware of Shinji's intentions, the entire magma lake began to shake, and a crevice wider than the exotic serpent appeared beneath Shinji's feet, resembling the gaping maw of some prehistoric creature, ready to swallow the intruder whole. At the same time, the exotic creatures dwelling in the lake entered a state of frenzy and rushed toward Shinji recklessly. Such a reaction only confirmed that Shinji's judgment was correct, the core must be nearby. As expected, the feedback from the detection rune revealed an abnormally distinct source of life. If the other creatures in the lake were fireflies and the exotic serpent was a star, then this source of life was the moon. I found it! Shinji tightly gripped his shield with both hands, switching the magic circuit's mode from the world's great source to his own small source. The life force strengthened by the golden apple rapidly transformed into magic and infused into the noble phantasm. Nourished by the magic, the central face of the shield, the alluring countenance of the snake-haired Gorgon, became even more enchanting, as if it could come to life at any moment. The magic pushed aside the magma, and Shinji loudly unleashed the true name of the noble phantasm. Aegis, gaze of the Medusa. In his field of vision, everything turned grey and white. P.S. Bellerophon and the gaze of the Medusa are Shinji's two most powerful trump cards. Support me at mepataion.com/absolute code. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, The Perfect Victory. 1,204 words. The scorching air, in stark contrast to the icy Alps, was quickly engulfed by an endless cold current, rapidly losing its warmth. The magma lake, hotter than blood, was gradually fading, blending in with the winding mountains. The creatures inhabiting the lava lake couldn't withstand the low temperatures and stiffened, perishing. The eroded environment was gradually returning to normal under the regulation of nature, and the otherworldly realm shrouding the canyon collapsed like an avalanche. In the moment when the otherworld completely dissipated, the uniquely magnificent scene ceased to exist. Lorelei watched in astonishment from thousands of meters above, speechless as the vibrant red below rapidly lost its color. The regal aura that had soaked into her bones was gone. Even though she hailed from the clock tower's top-ranked lineage and had witnessed various mysteries, she had never seen such a phenomenon of fantasy crumbling. It was akin to Shinji's first encounter with battles between servants, a feeling resembling the world shattering and collapsing, making her acutely aware of her insignificance. Insignificance, not weakness. It had nothing to do with power, it was simply the immense impact brought about by the extreme shock to her sight and hearing. And after the impact, an infinite fighting spirit surged forth. Compared to the world, humanity is so insignificant. But even in our insignificance, we can emit a brilliant radiance, just like him who triggered all of this. Lorelei took a deep breath and casually opened the cabin door. It seems that the Deaths has completed the mission. I will go down and meet him. But, miss, the area below hasn't stabilized yet. It's not the right time to go down. Lorelei raised her hand to stop War Machine from continuing. Don't worry. If I can't handle the aftermath of the Child of Einash destruction, how can I command all of you? Wait for my signal and be ready to land at any time. Yes, miss. The howling wind carried the girl's body as if it were weightless, lifting her away from the helicopter and gently descending downwards. By the time she dispelled the magecraft and stood firmly on the ground, the lava had completely solidified. Only the rising mist from the cracks and the warmth seeping through her boots testified to the existence of the lava lake, evidence that would soon disappear. The man who personally killed the Child of Einash remained as he always was, draped in a plain cloak, squatting beside a mound, absent-mindedly prodding at a peculiar fish-like creature with his hand. Perhaps annoyed by the prodding, the creature suddenly leaped up, its bone wings bristling with sharp spikes, aiming for Shinji's chin. Shinji remained in his crouched position, casually grabbing the creature under its rib, allowing it to struggle in his hand. Seeing this scene, any peculiar emotions that had arisen within Lorelei due to the destruction of the Child of Einash instantly dissipated. You are quite bored, aren't you? If you were faced with relentless assaults from thousands of these things, you wouldn't find me boring, Shintaro said, gripping the creature and standing up. No, even if that were the case, I wouldn't do it. It's meaningless. It's an aberration born from the Child of Einash and can only attach itself to the Child of Einash. With the death of its host, it will soon lose its life and become nothing more than a stone beneath our feet. As Lorelei had said, whether it was the peculiar fish or the giant serpent, neither were normal creatures. They were elemental life forms formed from the gathering of lava. Once they left the otherworld created by the Child of Einash, they were like water without a source, trees without roots, destined only to return to being rocks. As if echoing Lorelei's words, the struggling strength of the creature in Shinji's grasp grew weaker and weaker, as if its life had reached its end. You're right, assuming that the Child of Einash is truly dead. Who? Without giving Lorelei a chance to speak, Shinji's empty hand reached under his cloak and retrieved something. At first glance, it appeared to be a red gemstone with a texture similar to the creature's body. Upon closer inspection, one could sense the magical energy and vitality imbued within it, emanating at a level of spiritual veins. As soon as the ruby approached, the creature immediately became spirited, gnashing its teeth at Lorelei as if mocking her ignorance. This is, Lorelei's body trembled as she thought of a certain possibility. Seemingly relishing in the astonished gaze of the princess, Shinji didn't answer immediately. Instead, he waved the ruby in front of Lorelei's eyes before speaking. This is the core of the Child of Einash, complete and undamaged. I admire myself for being able to obtain it in such perfect condition. Under normal circumstances, Lorelei would have unleashed her queenly aura and lectured Shinji. She despised his arrogant and self-congratulatory attitude. But today, she did nothing but stare blankly at that red core, as if it possessed an enchanting magic of its own. After thoroughly enjoying this exceptionally rare expression, Shinji placed the red core in Lorelei's hand. Here, it's for you. Who? Who? Another scene unfolded. A bewildered Lorelei, usually articulate and able to effortlessly pierce through steel and concrete, found herself unable to hold a core that weighed only a few kilograms. Why? This was a unique specimen, a priceless treasure from both a research and magical material perspective. Why would he give such a thing to her? Consider it an apology, Shinji scratched his head sheepishly. When we first met, I insulted you and knocked you out. The second time we met, I used inappropriate etiquette. I've caused you quite a lot of trouble during this time, and I'm sure I'll continue to trouble you in the future. And more importantly, you need this more than I do, don't you? His final sentence struck a chord deep within Lorelei's heart. Shinji didn't know how to use the core. For him, the treasure had no purpose other than selling it for money or exchanging it for resources. But it was different for Lorelei. The existence of the core proved that her subordinates had achieved an overwhelming victory in their battle against the child of Einash. Without such a triumph, they wouldn't have obtained such a perfect core. This was her best response within the Bartholomew family and the greatest return on her investment in Shinji. It demonstrated her strength, for one cannot gain respect without strength, and proved her ability to judge people, which were indispensable qualities for the next leader of the Bartholomew family. It was precisely because of this realization that Shinji abandoned the simple and reliable method of destroying the core directly. Instead, he chose to use the magical bag, kibesis, to sever the connection between the core and the body, obtaining it intact. Deep in his heart, Shinji eagerly anticipated the moment when Lorelei would return to Bartholomew with the indisputable spoils of war. It would undoubtedly be a more stunning event than the return of the Lord, a glorious queen's coronation. Dogman is cooking. Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Generous Shinji. 1,235 words. Since Kenneth returned to the clock tower, many people said he had changed. He had lost some of his sharpness and gained a smoother demeanor. He was less impulsive and more composed. Overall, he had become more like a lord, more like a noble, more like someone in a position of power. Members of the same faction as Bartom and Sophia Ri felt pleased with the growth of their ally. Meanwhile, those from opposing factions like Trambelio and Valuoletta were filled with worries. However, if they were to witness the scene that unfolded next, the reactions of allies and enemies might have been reversed. What did you say? Kenneth pounded his desk with both hands, roaring. You gave the intact child of Einash core to Lorelei, he exclaimed. The one who provoked such furious anger from Kenneth was none other than Shinji. Yeah, Shintaro nodded calmly, taking a step back. Keep your voice down, will you? HMPH, the study is protected by soundproof barriers. No one outside can hear us. I'm not worried about being heard from outside. It's your spit that's getting on me. Kenneth was instantly infuriated, losing all semblance of composure. If we hadn't signed the contract, I would have punched you. Are you sure you could win against me? Shinji blinked innocently. No noble phantasms allowed, Kenneth added a restriction. Even without them, you wouldn't stand a chance. Shinji patted the smallest pouch at his waist. Before I left Fuyuki to embark on my journey, Emiya Kiritsugu gave me a few special bullets. Want to give them a try? You? Kenneth's face turned red with anger. He knew exactly what Shinji was referring to, although he didn't understand the workings of those bullets. Kenneth was well aware that they posed the greatest threat to Magus, as he had experienced their effects firsthand. All right, calm down, calm down. Shinji-kun, you should also hold your tongue a bit, said Sola, who was brewing tea nearby. She walked over to Kenneth's side and gently patted his back, using her gentleness to dissolve his anger. This time, it was genuine tenderness, not a pretense. Since returning together with Kenneth, she had moved directly into the Archibald household and hadn't returned home since. Through her actions, she was demonstrating to everyone her commitment to stand by Kenneth's side, even though she hadn't officially married into the Archibald family yet. Sora's maternal family, the Sophia Ri family, was pleased with this development. During Kenneth's disappearance, the Sophia Ri not only didn't assist the Elmello faction but deliberately distanced themselves, causing a rift between the once close allies. After Kenneth's return, Sola's father, the head of the Sophilia family, had been trying to mend that rift, and Sola's actions were just what he had hoped for. With Sola's intervention, the increasingly heated atmosphere in the room began to calm down, and the conversation shifted from the desk to the sofa. I mean, it's just a core. Is there a need to get so worked up about it? It seems like you don't know, Kenneth shook his head helplessly. It's not just any core, but an intact one. The last time an intact core appeared was 200 years ago, and it caused a huge uproar at the time. Many families suffered heavy losses in their quest to obtain that core, and a few even collapsed completely. That's so exaggerated. Not at all. Look at the secretive attitude of the Bartholomew family. They're afraid of the news leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble. If that wasn't the case, they would have launched a propaganda campaign long ago. Bartholomew wouldn't miss any opportunity to strike down dead apostles. I see. No wonder there's been no news from Lorelei since she returned home. I thought something had happened to her. That's why Shinji had specially come to find Kenneth. With such a treasure in hand, there won't be any problems anymore. No matter what achievements the other competitors bring forth, they won't surpass this core. The inheritance method of the Bartholomew family was stricter and more brutal than any other Magus lineage. They would select suitable candidates from all vassal lineages, then nurture them while making them compete against each other. The strongest among them would become the new head of the family. This method, similar to choosing an heir to the throne, could only be sustained by the long and profound history of the Bartholomew family. Other families should count themselves lucky if they have a suitable successor. None would be as ambitious as the Bartholomew family. Wait, after all that talk, I understand that this thing is precious, but what exactly makes it valuable? Despite being cautious on the journey with Lorelei, even concealing Brigade's member war machine, Shinji couldn't figure out why this core was so valuable. It's normal that you don't know because it's extremely rare. The most precious aspect of an intact core is that it's still alive. Magical power comes from life force, so such a core is equivalent to a high-quality ley line that can be used at will. Furthermore, it can allow humans to break the limitations of life and extend the lifespan of Magus. With additional lifespan, they can continue their research and development, which is why it holds such great allure for Magus. In addition, it can also be used to transform into dead apostles. You know, many Magus choose to transform into dead apostles through magical rituals when their lives come to an end. However, the success rate of the ritual is not guaranteed, depending on the quality of the materials used and the composition of the spell. But an intact Child of Einash core is a top-tier material with a 100% success rate. After listening to Kenneth's lengthy explanation, Shinji awkwardly rubbed his nose. I guess I was a bit too generous. It's not just being generous, it's downright foolish. Kenneth ignored Solar's meaningful gaze and didn't spare any sympathy for Shinji. You're being stupid, too stupid. If you give me the core, I'll even help you create all the automaton Mercury. Like I said, if I can get one, I can get another. Shinji became spirited. This time, because Lorelei accompanied me, there were some things that couldn't be used conveniently, otherwise I would have been able to handle it even faster. You can say that when you find another one. It might take decades to come across another. Unlike the Forest of Einash's mother body, the Child of Einash cores generally don't live beyond 100 years. Once the life force in the core is depleted, they die. Well, just wait and see. Who knows, maybe I can directly obtain that legendary crimson fruit. Shinji was full of confidence. In his memories, the existence of the Child of Einash was known to him. Although he didn't know the specific location, he knew the triggering conditions. It wasn't just the child, he also knew that the mother's body, the Forest of Einash, would reappear before long. I hope I can see that day, but let me make it clear, I only want the core. If you obtain the crimson fruit, please don't come to me, and don't let me know anything about it. Kenneth's response was decisive and without any hesitation. P.S. Shinji be like. Waifu loot. Gee, yes, Shinji knows how to raise roots. =========================================================================================================================Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 230, The Queen's Commission. 1,373 words. A commoner is innocent, but harboring a precious jade is a crime. Of course, Kenneth is not a commoner, and harboring a jade is not a crime. But what if it's not just an ordinary jade, but the unique Haishi bead? In that case, his fate would not be any better than that of a commoner. The jade refers to the core of the Child of Einash, while the Haishibai is the legendary crimson fruit. The core is still within Kenneth's grasp, but if it were the crimson fruit, even the influence of Bartholomew would not be able to withstand the frenzy of those who covet it, let alone the less powerful El Meloy. To possess a treasure, one must have the strength to protect it. This is an eternal rule, whether in the mysterious world or the mundane world. Kenneth is very aware and won't make the same mistake twice. The crimson fruit, like the Holy Grail, is deadly even as a mere legend. There were only about 20 Magus who lost their lives in pursuit of the Holy Grail, but the number of Magus who lost their lives in pursuit of the crimson fruit has already exceeded 4 digits. Kenneth doesn't want to be one of them, and he doesn't want Shinji to be one either. I think you can understand the meaning behind my words. Shinji nodded, indicating that he understood. I'm just talking. I might not act on it. The child of Einash has already forced me to reveal most of my cards, and I don't even know how powerful the forest of Einash is. I'm still young, and I haven't lived enough. It's best if you can think that way. Kenneth breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their arguments, he truly didn't want Shinji to die. By the way, did you come to see me just to boast about killing the child of Einash? Of course not. I wanted to ask you to inquire about Lorelai's recent situation. It's been almost 10 days since I last heard from her, and I'm starting to worry. As soon as he said that, before Kenneth could react, Sol squinted her eyes. Shinji-kun, could it be that you've taken a liking to Miss Lorelai? That's why you gave her such a precious treasure. Tilda, the more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Sola, can you not joke about that? It has always been Shinji making fun of others, but unexpectedly, today he became the target of someone's teasing. Could it be that he had made fun of Sola too much in the past and now he's facing the consequences? I'm not joking. You're not much different in age, and it seems like she values you. It's just a matter of identity. Identity is not an issue, Kenneth interjected. In the eyes of the Bartholomew family, the difference in noble lineage doesn't matter much. They are the oldest noble lineage, surpassing anyone in terms of status. What they value the most is individual capability, and in that aspect, Shinji completely meets the criteria. If you have feelings for Miss Lorelai, I can help arrange things for you. Once you officially join the clock tower, study for 2 or 3 years, find an opportunity to publish some papers or make some achievements, and once you have gained recognition, you can formally propose to the Bartholomew family. With your strength and abilities, there shouldn't be a problem. As for the Matou family, if you plan to integrate them into the Bartholomew family, you can inherit it yourself, or if you don't want to, you can let your sister inherit it. Were you planning all of this, or it just came out naturally? Shinji's mouth twitched. Marriages between nobles follow the same few patterns. If the lady you have your eye on is not from the Bartholomew family, then it might be a bit troublesome, depending on her lineage. Stop, Shinji quickly interrupted, I think I figured it out. You must have put a lot of thought into marrying Miss Sola back then. Kenneth smiled faintly, not denying it, and simply said, actually, if you marry Lorelai, there are many benefits. For example, it would strengthen the relationship between the Bartholomew and Elmeloy families. Shinji rolled his eyes. That's one of the benefits, and there are others. Stop again. Shinji interrupted once more. I'm telling you, before you consider my marriage, please think about the fact that I'm only 11 years old. Isn't it too early? It is a bit early, but it's not something that can't be considered. Yeah, you can do it like me and Kenneth, make a marriage contract first, and when you both come of age, get married. The two individuals addressed as Big Brother and Big Sister said in succession. Can we still have a proper conversation? If not, I'm out of here. Shinji shrugged his shoulders, preparing to leave. I'll say one last thing and then contact the Bartholomew family. Kenneth stood up as well. I'll lend you my ear. In my personal opinion, there's no girl more suitable for you than Miss Lorelai, Kenneth said earnestly. Is that all? That's all. Then go find out some information for me. Shinji leaned back on the couch. Just as Kenneth was about to pick up the receiver to contact the Bartholomew family through a special line, the telephone rang ahead of him. Kenneth was taken aback but quickly picked up the receiver. It's Lord Elmello. Is it Miss Lorelai, huh? As he spoke, Kenneth deliberately glanced at Shinji. Do you have a message for him? No need to go through the trouble. He's here with me right now, and he asked me to inquire about your well-being. I'll let him listen in. After speaking, Kenneth covered the receiver with his hand and looked at Shinji with a half-smile. It's for you. Listen. Shinji awkwardly scratched his head and walked to the telephone, facing Sola's teasing gaze. He took the receiver. It's me. Are you doing well? Is everything going smoothly? Everything is going smoothly. Thank you for your gift. The voice on the other end of the receiver was no different from usual. I wonder if you regret it after knowing from Lord Elmeloy. Oh, yes, I deeply regret it now. How could I have been so foolish? Shinji said with his mouth, but his face carried a smile. Yes, you really are foolish, Lorelai's voice became a bit more cheerful. But it's too late for regrets. I've already submitted the item. Then I'll have to find another way to compensate. How will you compensate? Well, let's talk about it when we meet. For now, accompany me and help me vent my frustrations. There was a brief silence on the other end. I'm sorry. What's wrong? I'm about to begin the inheritance of the family magic crest soon, so I won't be able to leave home for a while. That's good news. Congratulations, the future Lord Bartholomew. Shinji's voice was filled with joy. That's thanks to your gift as well. How long will the transplantation take? It will take at least a few months until I fully adapt to the magic crest. If it takes longer, it might be a year or even more. At the end of her words, Shinji could hear the tremor in Lorelei's voice. In an instant, Shinji grasped Lorelei's intention. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Help me manage the brigade. The training and management of the personnel can be handled by the vice captain regularly, but there are certain matters that they can't handle. I would like to entrust those to you. Will you be willing to help me? There was a sincere plea in Lorelei's voice. Sigh, you're just passing all the troublesome tasks to me. I'm sorry. Milady doesn't need to apologize. Just give me your orders. Are you saying? I will obey the orders of Her Majesty the Queen. I accept this commission. However, my commission fee is quite high, you know. Even if it's high, I can afford it, thank you. No need to thank me. Support me at mepatayon.com/absolute code. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, Captain of the Brigade. 1,252 words. The residence of the Shalon Canticle Brigade was located in a castle on the outskirts of London, built in the 18th century and belonging to the Bartholomew family. Originally planned as a military facility, the castle's exterior, covered in climbing vines, boasted a Gothic architectural style full of layers, which served as a disguise. However, its interior held hidden wonders. The ground floor of the castle served as the office and accommodation area for the brigade members, while the training grounds and various specialized workshops were concealed underground, occupying an area 5 times larger than the above-ground region. Shinji had once thought that his 3-level, 7-room workshop underground was already impressive, but compared to the Shalon Canticle Brigade's residence, it was still dwarfed. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of the Bartholomew family's influence. He wondered what kind of astounding underground facilities their main headquarters possessed. In the gathering area of the largest facility, the first training ground, all 4 squads belonging to the Shalon Canticle Brigade and their 6 officers, totaling 25 members, were present. The 4 squads were arranged in a column formation in the order of the 1st wand, 2nd chalice, 3rd sword, and 4th pentacle, with their respective code names derived from the 4 major card groups of the Tarot Minor Arcana. Each squad had its focus. The Wand squad excelled in wide area annihilation, the Chalice squad specialized in endurance battles and defense, the Sword squad was skilled in siege warfare, and the Pentacle squad was adept at rapid response. Of course, these were all relative, as each squad possessed formidable combat capabilities and comprehensive skills. The members of the squads were named according to the format of squads, with the squad leaders having corresponding major arcana code names. The Wand squad leader had the code name King, the Chalice squad leader was Pope, the Sword squad leader was Justice, and the Pentacle squad leader was Hermit. In addition to these 4 individuals, 3 others possessed major arcana code names. Lorelei's vice captain, who piloted the helicopter and supported Shinji's missions, had the code name Chariot. The officer responsible for enforcing military law was Judgment, and now, standing in the position that should have belonged to Lorelei, there was a figure draped in a cloak, wielding a sickle, known as Death. I believe Chariot and the Judgment have already informed you in advance. Miss Lorelei, due to her inheritance of the Bathory family's magic crest, will need to leave the team for some time. Until her return, Death, will temporarily assume the position of captain of the brigade. At this point, Shinji deliberately paused, his gaze quickly scanning the faces of each person below. The members of the Shalon Canticle Brigade were all under 30 years old, with males comprising 60% and females 40%. Some of these young individuals furrowed their brows in secret, some had expressionless faces, and some held a hidden scrutiny. However, regardless of their opinions regarding the newly appointed captain of the brigade, not a single person voiced their thoughts, demonstrating commendable discipline. One of the rules of Shalon Canticle Brigade was, no one is allowed to speak when the commanding officer is talking. Shinji inwardly praised their discipline, but his expression remained unchanged, even though he was currently wrapped in a cloak, concealing his face entirely. Perhaps some of you may have doubts about someone like me, whose origins and face remain unknown. Some may question my qualifications as a newcomer who has only recently joined, asking why I should lead us. I understand all of this. Those who can stand here are all elites, and elites tend to be proud. To be honest, when Lorelei asked me to be the interim captain, I initially refused. Leading a unit, especially an elite one, is troublesome, and I'm someone who dislikes trouble. So, I decided to resolve the trouble once and for all. Listen carefully, today I'm giving you all a chance, a one-time opportunity. From the moment I finish speaking, there will be no commanding officer or subordinates here, no hierarchy. You can speak freely, whether it's providing suggestions or even starting an argument. I'm straightforward, if you offend me, I'll likely retort or strike back immediately, so there's no need to worry about retaliation afterward. That's all. Captain. Chariot, standing to Shinji's left rear, hesitated to speak. Shinji waved his hand, indicating that Chariot didn't need to say anything. You can start asking questions now. I'll go first. A man standing to Shinji's right rear raised his hand. He was the oldest member of the team, 29 years old, and one of the members of the Bartholomew family. He typically had an expressionless face and wandered around the base in a formal tailcoat, exercising the supervisory and enforcement authority bestowed upon him by Lorelei. He was the judgment. Please speak. Shinji turned his head to the side. Captain, appearing in this manner must have its reasons, but it makes it difficult to detect any aura or distinguish any features. Judgment is correct. What if the enemy disguises themselves as Death, Your Excellency's appearance? More than one person voiced their agreement. There are indeed reasons behind appearing in this manner, and Miss Lorelei understands that, which is why she allowed me to conceal myself. After the meeting, I will let Judgment and Chariot see my appearance. As for the rest of you, please remember my armament. Every piece of mystic code on me is unique and cannot be imitated by anyone. At least in the absence of the Holy Grail War, and with Shiru no longer being an emir, Shinji had confidence in this. HMPH, for now, let's believe that your mystic code is unique. But how can you guarantee that it won't be taken away from you? Someone murmured. He. Shinji let out a light laugh and countered, why do you think Miss Lorelei made me the captain? No one has anything to say? Is it because you don't know or because you know but don't want to admit it? Regardless of which it is, you cannot deny a reality. Death, that's me, has enough strength. The principle of Shalon Canticle Brigade is strength above all. If you don't agree, you can try to challenge me. Whoever can defeat me will have the privilege to act as they please. Shinji raised his scythe, pointing the blade at each squad. What's the matter? No one wants to challenge? I've already said it, today is your only chance. Whoever dares to disobey after today, I'll deal with them. If someone lacks confidence, I allow you to form teams, with no more than 4 members per squad. Carders count as 2. If there are more, I can't guarantee the safety of every one of you. This statement was extremely arrogant, and under the provocation of such words, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer. I'll do it. A young man in his 20s stepped forward from the 4th squad. I want to make it clear that I don't doubt the captain's strength, I just can't stand your attitude. The entire Pentacle squad, excluding the captain, challenges the brigade captain. The other 3 individuals who were named first glared at their teammates in discontent, then looked at their captain. Seeing that their captain didn't react, they nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shinji lifted the hop with his right hand and gestured with his left, saying, the rest of you, step back. Let's begin. Support me at mepatreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 232, Is there anyone who still refuses to submit? 1,337 words. The battle began quickly. There were no agreed-upon rules, no referees, not even someone to announce the start. Every member of the brigade was well aware that there was no place for those on the battlefield, only victory and defeat. The initiator of the challenge, Pentacle 4, made the first move. His lips moved, uttering several indistinct syllables at an astonishing speed. In the next second, he vanished from his original position. Following him, the 3 teammates of Pentacle 4 launched their attacks. Pentacle 1 appeared to be an ordinary-looking male, slightly older than Pentacle 4. Armed with 2 pistols, he fired a series of magical bullets. Judging from the dispersing magical fluctuations, the magical levels imbued in the bullets were not low. Any magus below a certain level would be severely injured by a single hit. Pentacle 2 was of average height, resembling a high school girl with a doll-like face. However, her fighting style was far from innocent. She was a rare black magus, utilizing ocular or visceral catalysts to complement her magecraft. Though she had slightly weaker endurance, this macabre style might be enough to frighten someone into unconsciousness. But this macabre style was only the beginning. The specialty of Black Magus was curses, draining life force, causing weakness, and depriving senses were just the basics. Qualified black magus were capable of afflicting victims with incurable illnesses, turning them into puppets or the living dead. Pentacle 2 was currently employing a secret and inherited curse of disease. Those cursed by her would experience unbearable itching all over their bodies as if they wanted to tear their skin apart. On the other hand, Pentacle 3 had a matching appearance and combat style, possessing a physique comparable to a bodybuilding coach. With various body-enhancing magecraft and under the cover of teammates, he charged directly towards Shinji for close combat. The tactics of the entire Pentacle squad were straightforward. One provided heavy firepower suppression, one served as an auxiliary weakening force, one engaged in close combat, and the last lurked in the shadows, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Each member of the squad possessed an extraordinary casting speed, turning this simple tactic into a formidable challenge, living up to the reputation of a rapid response team. Shinji dodged and took cover amidst the rain of bullets, silently assessing the strength of the Pentacle squad. Hey, Captain, why are you always hiding? What happened to your arrogance earlier? Taunted Pentacle 3, who had been unsuccessful in capturing Shinji. I just didn't want you to lose too embarrassingly, giving you some time to shine, Shinji replied, coming to a halt. He used his left hand to deflect several magic bullets with a protective rune, while his right hand wielded the hop, with the blade facing down and the bottom facing up. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being impolite, Shinji stated. Who wants your politeness? Pentacle 3 roared, crashing down with both hands clad in metallic gauntlets as if intending to shatter Shinji's bones. The sickle's handle swung down, colliding head-on with Pentacle 3's palm, which was protected by a base cone made of the same material as the sickle blade. With a heavy and dull sound, the ground beneath Shinji's feet shattered, while Pentacle 3's body was pushed back as if by some invisible force, retreating 7 or 8 steps in a row. Not good, too. Pentacle 1, who had been suppressing with firepower, changed his expression. The firing rate of the magical bullets doubled, and he, aided by accelerated magecraft, charged forward. Pentacle 2, alerted by her teammate, quickly pulled out a pulsating purple heart from a bag of materials and hurled it toward Shinji. The support of the two teammates did not change the fate of Pentacle 3. The barrage of magical bullets couldn't break through the protection of Faiwa's, and the purple heart was deflected by the turbulent airflow caused by Shinji's Hagala's rune. Before Pentacle 3 could steady himself, Shinji had already appeared in front of him, delivering a kick to his stomach and sending him tumbling to the ground. Using the force of the kick, Shinji propelled himself into a backflip, evading a direct attack from behind. Pentacle 4, who had disappeared since the beginning of the battle, suddenly appeared behind Shinji. If Shinji had reacted even slightly slower, Pentacle 4 would have succeeded in the ambush. And this slight difference determined the fate of Pentacle 4. The assassin, deprived of the shelter of shadows, could only meet a tragic end unless he was a Creed-level assassin who had received the true legacy of King Hassan. Unfortunately, neither King Hassan nor any of the subsequent Hassans received his true legacy. The only Creed-level assassin, Master Connor, also did not leave behind an inheritance. So Pentacle 4 could not evade Shinji's aerial strike and fell to the ground along with Pentacle 3. Pentacle 1, who arrived halfway through, saw the unfavorable situation and was preparing to retreat, but it was already too late. Taking down 2 enemies at once, Shinji's momentum was unstoppable. Relying on his C-rank anti-magic and rune magic protection, he charged toward Pentacle 1, pressing the sickle blade against the latter's throat. The remaining Pentacle 2, the only woman in the 4-person team, knew that the tide had turned and raised her hands obediently. I surrender, we admit defeat. Only then did Shinji move the sickle blade away and beckon to the captain of the Chalice squad, the Pope, who was standing in the distance. Bring some healers. The 2 on the ground, one has internal organ rupture, and the other has a fractured scapula. Pope nodded and waved his hand, and 2 of his subordinates ran forward in pairs. Oh, what a complete defeat, said the captain of the Pentacle squad, Hermit, as he approached. Although I'm a bit unwilling. That's because you, as the captain, were absent. Pentacle 4 was just a decoy. You are the true sharp blade, the core of the team. Am I right? Shinji analyzed. Upon hearing Shinji's analysis, Hermit burst into laughter. I surrender, I surrender. Acting captain, you're truly formidable. I didn't believe it when a chariot said you could rival Miss Lorelei, but now I find it ridiculous. This statement caused an uproar, and the members of Pentacle squad immediately became agitated, including the 2 who were receiving treatment. Captain, you deceived us. I've never heard you say that before. Yeah, if we had known, we wouldn't have followed to our deaths. I wouldn't dare challenge the captain either. Hermit ignored the protests of the squad members and said to Shinji, "Captain, I would like to ask you to point out their shortcomings. Miss Lorelei used to do the same." "I see." Shinji pondered for a moment and replied, "Pentacle 1, your magic bullets focus too much on quantity, lacking individual power. If you could mix in some high-powered bullets among the barrage, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had such an easy time. Pentacle 2, your curse magecraft is fine, but your adaptability is slightly lacking. If I were you, when Pentacle 3 was in crisis, I would have used at least 3 different projectiles. Pentacle 3, you have the biggest issue. As a melee magus, your footwork is lacking. Footwork is the foundation of all physical techniques. If your footwork is unstable, no matter how many techniques you have, they won't be effective. Starting today, spend half an hour every day practicing the horse stance, and if that's not enough, increase it. Pentacle 4, you need to pay attention to eliminating traces of magic. Can you consider it hidden if your concealed magic leaves traces? On this aspect, you should learn more from your squad captain. That's all. Thank you, Captain, for your guidance." Hermit bowed on behalf of his subordinates. Then, Shinji took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Is there anyone who still refuses to submit?" No one responded. Support me at mepatayon.com/absolute code. Chapter 233, The Rise of the Brigade, Bonus. 1,279 words. Shinji didn't need to ask that last question. When Hermit publicly revealed the shocking fact that the new captain was evenly matched with Lorelei, no one dared to question Shinji's strength anymore. The brigade values strength and every member of the Shalon Canticle Brigade had been defeated by Lorelei before joining the squad. Lorelei's powerful image was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Now, a monster emerged who could rival the young lady herself, and it was acknowledged by the young lady herself. Who wouldn't be convinced? Looking for trouble? Some even started to believe that this new captain might be even stronger than the young lady. During occasional internal combat drills, Lorelei had also fought against the Pentacle squad, and although she emerged victorious, it wasn't as easy as Shinji. The main reason for this outcome was Shinji's sea-level resistance to magic. This skill wasn't very useful when facing experts like Lorelei, but it played a significant role against opponents with relatively lower levels. Shinji could resist direct attack magic from the Pentacle squad, such as magic bullets and curses, either within his resistance range or weakened by defensive runes to a manageable level. This essentially nullified Pentacle 1 and Pentacle 2. Without long range and support constraints, how could Pentacle 3, who lacked proper skills, be Shinji's opponent? As for Pentacle 4, he deserved his misfortune. His concealment magic was shadow magecraft, and he was quite skilled at it. But no matter how skilled he was, compared to Queen Skachik, the ruler of the Land of Shadow, he was still child's play. As a disciple who had been beaten up by Skachik all the way, Shinji didn't even need special detection magecraft to easily locate the enemy. It's not an exaggeration to say that Shinji had complete control over the entire Pentacle squad. He could win even with his eyes closed. However, only Shinji knew the reasons behind this. In the eyes of all the members of the Shalon Canticle Brigade, the new captain effortlessly suppressed the Pentacle squad, possessing unfathomable strength. Being led by such a person was not embarrassing. Shinji didn't clarify these misunderstandings. He established his authority like this and smoothly carried out his duties as the captain. Shinji's first order was, to celebrate the young lady's successful inheritance of the lordship and my appointment as the new captain, let's go and cut off the heads of 2 dead apostates as a gift. This was not a joke, it was a serious command. Of course, the main purpose was not the celebration but training. In Shinji's eyes, the current Shalon Canticle Brigade was far from reaching the heights of the Dark Six, and their combat power didn't match the squad's title. There were reasons for the lack of manpower, and the immaturity of the existing members was also a significant factor. This newly established team has not yet undergone sufficient integration and lacks extensive combat experience. They are not ignorant rookies, but they cannot be considered veterans either. To become the legendary holy squad that commands respect from the Magic Association and instills fear in the dead apostles, they have a long way to go and need enough blood, fire, and smoke to grow. Entrusted by others, loyal to the cause. In one's position, plan for its governance. Since Shinji has taken on Lorelei's commission, he must devote himself wholeheartedly. This is Shinji's principle. Therefore, he will do everything possible to improve the combat power of the Shalon Canticle Brigade, and hunting dead apostles is the most efficient method, aligning with the principle of strength above all in the post-Lorelei. Perhaps there will be casualties among the members in the battles against the dead apostles, but this is not the Tranquil Clock Tower Academy. Before joining, Lorelei had already informed everyone of the dangers of becoming a brigade member. If they have chosen to come, they must be prepared to die in battle. Shinji, as the captain, is no exception. Ever since he made up his mind to kill Zoken, he has been mentally prepared for this. It's either life or death, just as Skachik demanded of Shinji back then. Shinji demands the same from this greatly anticipated squad entrusted by Lorelei. Under Shinji's leadership, the brigade is like a fully fueled tank, speeding into the battlefield with brute force. In Romania, they killed a dead apostle who claimed to be a descendant of Count Dracula. In Norway, they crusaded against the dead apostle of the lake, Louvre, and his blood-collecting faction. In Denmark, they found the infamous Bloody Mary of the dead apostle world and successfully killed her after a fierce battle. In this battle, the squad experienced its first casualty. Sword 3 of the Sword Squad, a very handsome guy who loved to smile, died from the curse of Bloody Mary before her death. His death brought immense grief to the entire brigade and made everyone realize the brutality of the battlefield. Under Shinji's guidance, all members of the brigade joined forces to escort their fallen comrades' remains back home. At the funeral, Shinji established his first rule: a fallen comrade's sacrifice must be commemorated with the heads of 5 enemies. Afterward, the brigade returned to the forefront of hunting dead apostles with a more insane and mature demeanor. Following the clues obtained from Bloody Mary, they systematically exterminated the entire dead apostles faction she belonged to. It was during this battle that the Holy Squad, Shalon Canticle Brigade, officially stepped onto the grand stage of the mysterious world, and even the Holy Church, which specializes in eradicating heresy, took notice. Just as various forces, such as the Magic Association, especially the Wandering Sea and the Atlas Institute, while the Clock Tower had long been keeping an eye on them, the Holy Church, and the 27 ancestors of the apostates, began to pay attention to this newly emerged Magus combat unit and anticipate their next move. The squad retreated to their castle headquarters on the outskirts of London and remained silent for half a month. After relentlessly hunting down numerous dead apostles, the entire squad had reached their limits. It was time for them to rest and recuperate, to relax their bodies and minds, and to reflect on their achievements during this period. The members of the brigade are all Magus. Although they are considered outsiders in the eyes of mainstream Magus, they still need seclusion and study to improve themselves. It is almost impossible for the Magus to level up through battles. Shinji also needed time to handle another task, eliminating dissent and striking against hostile forces on behalf of Kenneth. That was his fundamental purpose for coming to London. Even during the period of hunting dead apostles, he did not forget his priorities. As long as Kenneth entrusted him with a task, he would make time to complete it. Even if he couldn't spare the time, he would find an excuse to have a few of his subordinates, with whom he had good relationships, take care of it. For example, Pentacle 2 and Pentacle 4 became his fans after being defeated by Shinji once, and their magical abilities were suitable for underhanded actions, curses, assassinations. Shinji was not the kind of selfless person. Occasionally using his power for personal gain wouldn't hurt. Juggling these two roles, he was busy for 3 months straight. Then, on a sunny morning, Shinji received news from a distant land in the Far East. Shiki and an unidentified man are living together. P.S. If you are familiar with the original story of Kara no Kyukai, you can easily know the identity of the unidentified man. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 234, Cornelius Alba. 1,345 words. Not long after, Shinji received another piece of news. Sakura has been targeted by a suspicious person. Upon hearing Fujino's words, Shinji exploded. What the hell, my sister is indeed cute and likable, but she's only 10 years old. 10 years old. Who the hell dares to lay a hand on her? I'll chop him to pieces. The last old bastard who dared to harm my little Sakura has been cold in the ground for almost 5 years. I damn well want to see who dares to seek death. If anyone else had listened to the phone call, even Sakura's parents, they would have thought Shinji had gone too far. But not Fujino. Despite having regained her sense of pain and living a normal life, deep down in her heart, she still harbored twisted feelings. And it was precisely Shinji's excessively extreme protective instincts and concern that Fujino admired and became infatuated with the most. Fujino listened quietly to Shinji's roar, imagining the image of the little boy who wasn't even as tall as her, standing with his hands on his hips, spitting as he shouted. It warmed her heart because that little boy had said he was also her family, and he would protect her like this. Tell me, where did that bastard come from? What's his name? What did he do to Sakura? Based on the situation, I'll decide whether to eliminate that bastard's life. Fujino, are you listening? Yes, I'm listening, Fujino softly responded. Then tell me about that asshole. Well, I don't know his name, but he claims to be a classmate of Sensei. Tuko's classmate. Shinji's gaze sharpened, and a name slowly emerged from the depths of his memory. Any distinctive features about him? He wears a red coat, in his 20s, dark golden hair, blue eyes, speaks German, his smile and appearance are strange, Fujino said intermittently. I know who he is, Shinji snorted coldly. Cornelius Alba. He found me before I even went to find him. Cornelius Alba was the descendant of Cornelius Agrippa von Nettesheim in Germany. He was over 50 years old but still had the appearance of a young man in his 20s. He was a former classmate of Tuko Aozaki and Suren Araya during their studies in London. As a highly skilled magus, he once led the Enforcer unit of the Magic Association, responsible for sealing designation to pursue and kill Emiya Kiritsugu, the father of Emiya Shiru. During his time in the association, his research interests were similar to Tuko's, specializing in rune magic and puppet making. However, Tuko surpassed him in both areas. For Alba, who attached great importance to his reputation, Tuko's superior abilities and dismissive attitude towards him were intolerable. Therefore, their relationship during their time at the academy was always strained, and even after Tuko left London, he had been looking for an opportunity to seek revenge against her. With these thoughts in mind, Shinji suppressed all his emotions, leaving only a calm demeanor. Tell me in detail what happened. The sequence of events was not complicated. This Saturday, early in the morning, Fujino and Sakura went to Tuko's office as usual. When there was business, they would assist with simple tasks, and when there was none, they would use Tuko's workshop to practice magecraft and mystic eyes. Before entering the office, the two of them noticed a stranger wearing a red coat in the corridor. Out of politeness, Sakura and Fujino approached him to inquire. Unexpectedly, after carefully observing the two girls, the man said, "You must be Aozaki's disciples." Then he began to ramble on, discussing the derivation and development of Japan's independent magecraft system called Shinto, as well as the characteristics of Japan's regions and ethnic groups, not acting outside his domain and taking action after an event rather than before. He claimed to be an expert in handling things afterward. Finally, he concluded that Japan was a good place and very suitable for causing trouble. The topics jumped around too much, and Sakura and Fujino were at a loss due to the ambiguous choice of words. All they knew was that the person in front of them should be acquainted with Tuko and be skilled in chanting magecraft. His speech was incredibly fast, not only fast but also clear, which made Sakura, who considered herself clumsy, quite envious. After a long discussion, showcasing his high level and sophistication, this guy began to speak ill of Tuko. He mentioned how this woman had a terrible personality, and it must be tough to be with her. For the sake of their future, they should find a better teacher, otherwise, not only would they waste their potential, but they might also attract fatal disaster. He emphasized this point at the end. Tuko Aozaki, that woman, has many enemies, and I am one of them. This time, I just came to say hello and won't do anything to you. But it's hard to say next time. Killing her beloved disciple should make her nickname more fitting, right? As Sakura and Fujino stood there, coldly watching him, the magus who had intruded into their bounded field laughed heartily. You might not know that woman's nickname. Dirty Red. It's a pity, a flawed crimson, which suits the name Tuko quite well. But soon, this title will become even more fitting, I will stain her with crimson pain. After saying that, the boastful magus disappeared before their eyes, leaving behind a gaze that resembled a cat teasing a mouse. Upon hearing this, Shinji suddenly laughed, partly out of anger and partly because Alba's words amused him. This guy truly lived up to the title of the Emperor dying in Type Moon. Not only was he excessively self-confident, but he also had a sharp tongue. Knowing that he was not as powerful as Tuko, he still believed he could kill her. Looking at Sakura and Fujino, who were young, he thought they were easy to bully. Little did he know that Sakura's overall combat ability was only slightly weaker than Shinji's when he didn't use noble phantasms and incantations, and no one didn't even dare claim that Sakura had no chance to win against Tuko. Fujino's mystic eyes of distortion were considered by Tuko and Shinji as a death upon first encounter, meaning that in a first meeting without knowing her abilities, one would be killed by Fujino. This was one of the reasons why Alba was being reckless. If it weren't for Sakura and Fujino's cautiousness and their consideration of Alba's and Tuko's identities as classmates, Alba might have already been dead. Although the two girls hadn't shed blood under Shinji's protection, when it came to killing someone, they wouldn't hold back. They had already experienced death, and Tuko hadn't been sparing in instilling in them the rules of survival in the mysterious world, which included the rule of striking ruthlessly when necessary. Since they had stepped into the mysterious world, killing was inevitable sooner or later. Shinji and Tuko couldn't always be there with them, they had to learn how to protect themselves. The second reckless move was that Alba uttered Tuko's forbidden title. In addition to rank assessment, the Magic Association also had a color assessment specifically for extraordinary individuals. The highest ranks were based on the three primary colors, red, crimson, blue, azure, and yellow. Then, there were the synthetic colors, orange, purple, green, and black. The lower the rank, the lighter the color. Tuko had originally wanted to obtain the primary color blue, but it was taken by her sister, Aozaki Akoko. In the end, she only obtained the impure red and was thus called the Scarred Red. This part of her past, along with the title Dirty Red, was considered taboo by Tuko. She had even made a vow that anyone who dared to violate this taboo would be killed. Whether in the novels of Kara no Kyukai or at present, Cornelius Alba had violated this taboo. P.S. The punching bag guy is here. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, The Paradox Spiral begins. 1,307 words. Shinji kept his evaluation of Alba hidden in his heart and didn't rush to speak out because Fujino's words were not finished yet. When Fujino made the initial phone call, she said, "Sakura has caught the attention of a suspicious person." The report just now didn't fall under the category of caught the attention. It was merely a brief encounter, far from being closely watched. Even if Fujino misspoke, she shouldn't have only mentioned Sakura, she should have used us. There must be more to this matter. As Shinji thought, the morning encounter was just the beginning. Alba hadn't gone far at all, he was instead monitoring Tuko's office from outside the bounded field. When Sakura went out to buy groceries, this guy exaggeratedly performed a gentlemanly gesture toward Sakura and then leisurely trailed behind her until she finished shopping and returned to the workshop. Alba then returned to his original position without doing anything in the meantime. Throughout the tracking, stalking, process, Alba used a form of suggestive magic that had a limited range. Except for magus like Sakura or supernatural ability users like Fujino, who could see the invisible, no one could see his presence. Upon learning of this, Fujino made a special trip outside, and Aruba similarly performed a suggestive magecraft toward her but didn't follow her as he did with Sakura. It was evident that his primary target was Sakura, probably intending to start with the one who seemed easiest to bully and gradually approach his ultimate goal, Tuko. This time, Shinji didn't immediately show his anger. He simply asked calmly, "Does Tuko know about it?" "What does she say?" "I've already contacted Sensei." Sensei said, "Don't mind him. That clueless guy doesn't even consider it worth mentioning. He's putting pressure on you in this way, like a cat playing with a mouse before killing it. He wants to wait until I come back and then kill you to achieve his goal of striking at me. HMPH, his foolish head can only come up with such unimaginative plans. You should attend your classes and practice as usual, treating him as if he doesn't exist. Don't take the initiative against him. That guy is a first-class magus, he won't be easy to deal with. Of course, if he goes crazy and attacks you, don't hold back and beat him to a pulp. That's it." At the current moment, Tuko is not in the city of Misaki. She went to Tokyo alone, assuming the identity of a doctor, and headed to the Tono family's residence located on the outskirts of Tokyo. The current head of the Tono family, Makihisa Tono, has been afflicted with a strange illness and his health has been deteriorating day by day. Despite consulting many experts, no one could find any problems. Akiha Tono, the daughter of the head of the family and the newly hired family doctor, Tuko, operates under this surface setting. However, it's unknown what secret manipulations Tuko has carried out behind the scenes. Currently, Tuko's infiltration into the Tono family is proceeding smoothly, but she won't be able to return to Misaki City for a short period. That's her style, and it's impressive that you've learned to emulate it so well. Because I'm Sensei's disciple, after all. Even though he couldn't see it, Shinji could imagine Fujino sticking out her tongue in a cute manner, which helped ease his anger. Compared to Fujino in Kara no Kyukai, the current Fujino was livelier and lovelier, and Shinji liked this version of Fujino. "So let's do as Tuko said." Fujino softly responded. Alba was just a small figure not worth paying attention to. Even if Shinji wasn't in Japan, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him. The key was the significance behind Alba's appearance in Misaki City. Alba was the most important ally of Suren Araya, and Araya's ability to survive by using the body of a puppet originated from Alba. Aruba agreed to assist Suren Araya on the condition that he would personally kill Tuko to resolve their long-standing grudge. Alba's appearance meant that Suren Araya's plan to take over the body of Shiki was officially underway, and the largest battle in the Garden of Sinners was about to begin. This battle might not have the grand scale of annihilating the dead apostles like Bloody Mary, but its danger was unparalleled. According to the description in Chapter 5, Paradox Spiral, of the Garden of Sinners, this battle resulted in severe injuries to Shiki Ryugi, severe injuries to Miki Okoku too, the destruction of Suren Araya's physical body, Tuko's death, former body, and Alba's complete demise. The extent of the carnage was evident. That was the result of Tuko's intervention. Now that Tuko was absent, Suren Araya might have a chance to fulfill his long-standing wish. Although Shinji and the others had gone to England, they hadn't let go of their concern for Misaki City. He had already disassembled the story of this city into fragments, and he naturally had to take responsibility to ensure that the ending of the story didn't become completely unrecognizable. Just because he didn't kill Suren Araya last time didn't mean he would sit idly by this time. Fujino, I need you to do a few things for me. You tell me, and I'll do it. First, inform Shiki that she should stay at the workshop and not go anywhere for the next few days. If she has to go out, you and Sakura should accompany her. Second, you and Sakura should be prepared. This time, you might have to use your powers. Okay, Fujino's voice carried an inexplicable joy. She had followed Tuko to learn knowledge and diligently practiced her mystic eyes just to be able to help Shinji. Now she finally had this opportunity. How could she not be happy? By the way, what is Sakura doing? Sakura is practicing magecraft. She will soon be able to master the first high-level rune magic. She said she wants to use this magecraft to teach a lesson to that annoying guy outside. She's truly my little sister. Shinji sincerely felt delighted by Sakura's progress. It was the best news he had heard today. Should I call her and have her answer the phone? Let's just forget it. Don't disturb her. Let her finish her practice, and then have her call me. I'll go inform Miss Shiki. Go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Shinji was about to put his phone down when he suddenly remembered something and quickly dialed Tuko's number. Hello, Tuko, it's Shinji. Regarding that stalker who targeted Sakura recently. I know that you know about this. I'm asking if you know the details. Well, it's not like I'm into younger girls. Okay, maybe a little. No, that's not the point at all. Just let me finish talking, okay? Did Fujino tell you that this stalker said bad things about you and mentioned a nickname from your school days? This reaction, you switched personalities. As expected, Fujino didn't tell you. No, maybe it's because you and that stalker are too familiar, so you didn't inquire further. Do you want to hear the exact words? Let's get this straight, I'm just relaying the message, don't take it out on me if you get angry. He said, by the way, you may not know the nickname of that vixen. The Dirty Red is a fitting name for her, with her flaws and imperfections, just like her name, Tuko, Orange. But soon, this title will take on a new meaning. I will stain her with red tilde pain tilde and tilde sorrow tilde. Shinji practically shivered as he uttered the last few words. Even though they were transmitted through wireless waves, he could still feel the chilling coldness piercing through. P.S. Don't mess with Tuko. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 236, Paradox Spiral. 3,514 words. In the unremarkable city of Mifune, there was a highly distinctive building named Ogawa Apartments. The reason it was considered special wasn't because it was a luxurious apartment rare in the Mashihama residential area, nor because it was jointly constructed by 3 companies. It was because of its unique design. Let's first take a look at the 2 architects of the apartment, Suren Araya and Tuko Aozaki. There's no need to say much, just these 2 names are enough to explain the situation. The apartment complex was formed by merging 2 adjacent buildings. These 2 neatly shaped crescent-shaped 10-story structures were built facing each other. If one were to view it from above in a helicopter, one would be surprised to find that the entire apartment complex formed a perfect circle, completely different from the surrounding unremarkable traditional square buildings. The interior walls of the apartments were uniformly painted in a milky white, extremely clean. Strange shapes were scattered all over the walls, and staring at them for too long could cause dizziness and chest tightness. The lobby was the only space that connected the 2 buildings. From the 2nd floor and above, one couldn't directly move from the east building to the west building, they had to first return to the central space and then pass through the lobby. Although the apartments were divided into 2 separate buildings, the structures of the east and west buildings were identical. However, due to the nature of Ogawa Apartments itself, even the residents of the complex rarely knew about this complete symmetry between the two sides. Let's extract a few keywords. Perfect circle. Divided into two from the center. Independently on both sides. And the script used to write these keywords. Did you think of any ancient patterns that every person familiar with this script would recognize? That's right. If you slightly twist the lines, it will become the famous yin-yang symbol, also known as the supreme ultimate symbol in China. The yin-yang symbol elucidates the most fundamental principle of Taoism, the existence of Taiji, from which the dualities of yin and yang originate. In the realm of Western magic, this is referred to as the paradox spiral. And this is precisely the secret of the Ogawa apartments. Suren Araya used the entire apartment complex as a foundation to construct another realm, an artificial boundary. All the families residing in Ogawa apartments are individuals who have already deteriorated. They were people already on the path to decay, inevitably reaching the end of their lives, death. This was supposed to be a decades-long journey towards the ultimate conclusion, but due to the peculiar environment such as the unchanging scenery surrounding the apartments and the bizarre patterns that oppressed the retinas, their decay was accelerated, and they met their demise within a month. These departed lives were concentrated in the west building of the complex. The essence of these lives was extracted by Suren Araya, and using these essences, he created corresponding dolls to mimic the departed lives, allowing them to live in the east building, repeating their final day of demise every day. The east building represents life and yang, while the west building represents death and yin. They are symmetrical to each other, forming the dualities of life and death, constituting the paradox spiral. This was a pure experiment. Suren Araya wanted to see if humans could experience a death different from their ultimate demise. Humans are bound to die, but that is merely the predetermined death for each individual. The so-called final death for a person is only one. A person who dies in a fire, regardless of the specific circumstances, simply dies in a fire. A person killed by their family, regardless of the specific circumstances, is simply killed by their family. They have escaped the predicament of death for the first time, but it is only to embrace the predetermined method of the second, third, and subsequent deaths. This limited way of dying is what we call lifespan. Although the manner of a person's death is predetermined, if the same ending is repeated thousands of times, there may be errors in the spiral. Even the most subtle accidents, such as being run over by a car on the way to class, are acceptable misfortunes. Nevertheless, the result remains the same. 200 uninterrupted repetitions only made Suren Araya realize the fact that the fate of humans cannot be changed. This is a world that concludes within a single day, known as the Hunauden Roku Jiuyunshu. Although it is not a reality marble, it is the manifestation of Suren Araya's mental landscape. It is his incarnation, representing his consciousness and pursuit. His goal has always been to record human deaths, and reaching the source is just a means to that end. The building itself is a spell, designed to serve as a solid altar for Suren Araya's consciousness. With powerful magic, the inherent power of the land, and the sacrifices within the boundary, the Ogawa apartment surpass the level of a magic workshop and become a temple above that. Within the temple, the master of the temple can wield mysteries beyond magecraft, exercising powers beyond human reach. That is the realm of magic. If the workshop is the Magus arena, then the temple can be said to be an extension of the Magus body, where the impossible becomes possible. Suren Araya's temple is called the Hunauden Roku Jiuyunshu. Here, he has the confidence to fulfill his long-cherished desires. Here, he is confident in repelling any incoming enemies. Now, the vessels necessary for his long-cherished desires have stepped into the Hunauden Roku Jiuyunshu under the lure of his pawns and stand before him. Shiki stared at the tall man who appeared silently within 5 meters of her. In her eyes, which could see the death of all things, there was an undisguised astonishment. Up until now, without exception, everyone had a line of death. But this man's line was extremely faint. What surprised Shiki even more was that this man felt very familiar to her. "I remember you." "Yes. It has been 2 years since we last met like this." Suren Araya's voice was heavy as if he was grasping the listener's brain. He slowly reached out to touch his temple. On the side of his head, from his forehead to the left, there was a straight scar. It was the deep scar he carved himself on the last night before Shiki fell into a coma. Even back then, he had targeted Shiki. Everything he has done was for today, to obtain Shiki's body, which is connected to the root. "You are," Shiki felt a great sense of danger. "Suren Araya. The one who killed Shiki." Without even moving his eyebrows, Suren Araya asserted. The pure moonlight illuminated the building of Spiral. In this world shrouded in darkness, a red Honda sedan came to a stop in front of the apartment's main entrance. A young woman with long orange hair stepped out of the car. The brown leather coat she wore, soaked in a lizard-like pattern, did not suit her slender figure. The coat, more like armor than clothing, exuded a sense of protection. She looked up at the apartment and lifted an orange suitcase with one hand. She walked through the courtyard covered in green fur, entering the interior of the apartment. The glass-covered lobby was bathed in cool moonlight. Whether it was the floor, the walls, or the elevator column leading to the upper floors, everything seemed hazy. After a brief consideration, she turned around and decided to change her destination. Instead of taking the elevator, she continued walking eastward through the lobby. At that moment, a rather sharp voice of a man echoed through the lobby. "Oh, Aozaki. It's been a while. How have you been?" Tuko Aozaki raised her gaze. On the staircase sloping towards the second floor, stood a man wearing a red coat and a red top hat. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with dark golden hair and azure eyes, and his features were sharply defined as if carved with a knife. "As I thought, it's you, Cornelius Alba." Tuko's face showed undisguised disgust as she cast a cold glance at the man. "Don't make that kind of expression. I came here specifically to see you." Alba exaggeratedly spread his arms, displaying a smile filled with goodwill. "I don't have time to waste with you." Tuko's expression was the complete opposite of Alba's, so cold that it could drip with water. "I'm truly surprised. So you're this impatient, huh? But this is also a delightful thing. Welcome to my hell, the strongest puppeteer." Magus Cornelius Alba laughed happily. With theatrical gestures, he performed a deep bow. "Your hell? With your caliber, you can't come up with an idea to materialize the Taiji diagram." Impatiently, Tuko placed the suitcase on the ground, making a loud thud. "Enough, call Araya out. I didn't come here to see you today." After speaking, Tuko began to pay attention to her surroundings, completely ignoring the Magus who should have been the one to be cautious, and started searching for a non-existent opponent. Alba just watched her, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as if on the verge of crying. "You're always like this." The word seemed to have burst out uncontrollably. "Yes, you're always like this, always giving me such low evaluations. It was me, I was the first, clearly I was the one who came first, whether it's studying rune characters or the reputation of a puppeteer. It's so obvious, yet your attitude deceived those low-minded fools. Your belittling attitude made them also think poorly of my abilities. Think about it carefully. I'm the next director of the Sponheim Abbey. I've been studying magecraft for over 40 years, and someone like me, why am I always ranked below a girl in her early 20s? When did his words become so impassioned that they echoed throughout the entire lobby? Faced with this opponent who had always pretended to be kind but had now started spreading words of curse, Tuko simply looked at him with disinterest. Knowledge has nothing to do with age, Cornelius. Although you may look young on the outside, you always only pay attention to appearances, so your inner self falls behind. That's why. Although it was a calm statement, there was no greater provocation or insult than this. The man in his 50s listened, and his handsome face twisted with hatred. I haven't even said what my purpose is yet. Trying to calm himself down, the Red Magus changed his tone. As for me, I don't care about Araya's experiments, nor am I interested in some vortex of origins. It's meaningless to pursue something that may or may not exist. If you want to touch the realm of gods, just pursue the truth. There's no need to trace back to the source. Alba took a step back, intending to climb the stairs and slowly ascend to the second floor. But me. I came to this remote place to kill you, Aozaki. With a voice that seemed to strain his throat, Alba laughed loudly and quickly ran up the stairs. By the way, you came looking for Shiki Ryugi, right? Unfortunately, you're one step too late. That girl has already reached Araya's place. Is she still struggling on the verge of death? Or has she already been captured by Araya? Well, either way, it has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with you because you're about to die soon. The first floor lobby was already filled with malicious manifestations created by Alba. Some were humanoid, some were beast-like. Although the surface of their scarred and wart-covered bodies began to dissolve, they immediately reshaped themselves, becoming something even more realistic. Metaphorically speaking, it was like humans or beasts perpetually decaying, simultaneously possessing both ugliness and intricacy. Are these slimes? Tuko described the surrounding aberrations with an unprecedented tone of insult and hatred, saying, in this place, only these things can manifest. Alba, you should consider becoming a film director instead of a magus. With you around, it would save a lot on monster props. But I guess you can only participate in small-scale horror productions, right? How about it? This profession suits you better than being the director. She complained while being surrounded by monsters filling the lobby. Indeed, this situation resembled a horror movie. If we were to point out the differences, crosses or shark guns probably wouldn't be effective against these things. Even though Tuco was surrounded and only about 2 meters away, she remained motionless, reaching into the pocket on her chest and pulling out a shriveled red paper box. Only one left, huh? I'll have to ask Shinji to restock for me. She skillfully lit a cigarette, and the scent of nicotine mixed with the air, slightly easing Tuco's sense of desolation. As the strongest puppeteer, she was a true artist. She would admire interesting things and feel uncomfortable when faced with uninteresting ones, resorting to smoking to alleviate the feeling. The aberrations manifested by Alba were just that uninteresting. No, it seems you wouldn't make a good director either. The performance is just too lousy. It can't bring any enjoyment to the current guests. Well, strange as it may be, at least the level should be maintained. Saying that, Tuco kicked away the suitcase at her feet. Come out! It was an uncompromising, commanding order filled with authority. In response, the suitcase opened with a click. Inside the opened lid, there was nothing. At the same time, a red object surrounded the grand magus known as Tuco Aozaki. The red object was a swirling storm, with Tuco as the eye of the storm, spinning rapidly. In a matter of seconds, the frenzied force cleared the entire lobby, leaving it empty. The monsters that had been overflowing in the lobby disappeared without a trace. The only things that remained were Tuco, the tightly closed orange bag, and the cat sitting in front of her. What? Alba couldn't believe his eyes at the sight before him. The cat was larger than Tuco, its entire body red, without any thickness. It was a two-dimensional red cat formed by shadows. No, it couldn't even be determined if it was a cat. It resembled the shadow of a cat, with eyes resembling Egyptian hieroglyphs only on its head. What is that? Alba looked down at the cat from the second floor. As the cat's eyes, akin to a painted picture, met his gaze, the cat began to smile, erasing the facial features of its mouth to represent a smile. Could this be a nightmare? Alba couldn't help but swallow his breath. Tuco didn't say a word. The only sound came from an indeterminate source, a churring sound. That's not what I heard. Is it true that your familiar was defeated by your sister? Perhaps unable to bear the silence, Alba began to shout. She only replied with a single sentence, "Who knows," and then shifted her gaze to the red cat. I'm sorry for feeding you something unpleasant, but it will get better from now on. Wait a moment, and it won't be those energy blocks anymore. Instead, it will be real human flesh, with more than enough stored spiritual power. Since he is my classmate, you don't have to worry. I've taught you well before, haven't I? Just eat anyone who is an enemy. As soon as she finished speaking, the red cat immediately rushed out. It seemed to glide across the marble floor, crossing the hall and heading towards the stairs. Although it says that the cat's paws didn't move, it still maintained the sitting shadow, only its eyes focused on the red-clothed magus. It took less than 10 seconds from the first-floor hall where Tuco was to the second-floor platform where Alba was, but Alba, who reacted promptly, was not an ordinary person after all. He was a magus. Go away, shadow. It is impossible to touch the thing without visibility. For the darkness, it is impossible to see the thing without touch. The question is prohibited. The answer is simple. I have the flame in my hand. Ah, the hand. Disappear. Phantom, I shall turn the tangible into intangible, forget. Darkness, the intangible shall be untouchable, there is no doubt, the answer is obvious, in my left hand, I hold the light, in my right hand, I hold the truth. Alba calmed down and chanted the spell at a speed close to the limit. For magecraft, the spell is nothing more than a self-suggestion. Wind magecraft is the same as a weapon, the performance and power it possesses are determined from the beginning. It doesn't matter which magus uses it, its effectiveness won't change. However, the chanting can make it different. Chanting spells is to discover the magecraft engraved within oneself, and that content can deeply reflect the nature of the magus. Apart from containing fixed keywords necessary to discover that magecraft, the details of the chanting are also based on the preferences of individual magicians. Magus who like exaggeration, affectation, and self-indulgence tend to have long chants. However, it is a fact that the longer the chanting, the greater the power. The stronger the self-suggestion, the higher the ability derived from oneself can be elevated. From this perspective, Alba's chanting can be considered excellent. It is neither exaggerated nor overly long. Using the minimum amount of rhyme and including words that uplift his spirits, the pronunciation of the chanting doesn't even take 2 seconds. This fact made Tuco go, "Wow tilde," feeling impressed. Although the young man named Alba likes to use chants with unnecessary length and many useless phrases, it seems that he has grown considerably over the past few years. The combination of chanting spells, form, speed, and the connection to the physical world's action circuit is surprisingly agile. If his chanting is simply viewed from the perspective of magecraft that destroys objects, it is undoubtedly a top-notch technique. I, therefore, will defeat you securely. I am the truth of all things. Before me, you will inevitably bring about your destruction. Alba extended his hand. When the red cat arrived at the first step of the stairs, the atmosphere trembled slightly, and the stairs immediately burst into flames. Like a mirage rising from the ground, a blue sea of fire devoured the stairs completely. In just a few seconds, flames emerged from the stairs, pierced through the second floor, and disappeared into the ceiling, resembling intermittent geysers in a volcanic zone. In an instant, the sea of fire deprived the hall of oxygen, leaving only the red cat incinerated from this world. It was only natural. The magical flames, exceeding a temperature of 1,000 degrees Celsius, could turn any creature into gas, as if it were melting butter. The process of turning into a liquid took less than 1,000th of a second. However, Alba saw it. He saw the strange form of a red cat that unexpectedly appeared after the flames burned out. Impossible! His emerald green eyes stared at the stairs. The red cat sadly licked its fading red body, then suddenly turned its gaze to the red-clothed magus. The strange red object rushed forward once again. Alba didn't even have the luxury of seeing through the true form of the red cat. Repeat! Aruba repeated his magecraft with a sharp, tearing voice. Repeat means to repeat, and by repeating the magecraft used previously with this word, Alba showcased the pinnacle of his chanting technique. It was with this skill that he became a top-class magus. The stairs ignited once again, but this time the red cat did not stop. Perhaps it had become accustomed to the flames, as it charged straight towards the magician. Repeat! The sea of flames erupted once more, then disappeared. The red cat climbed the stairs. Repeat! The fourth burst of flames also came to an end. After reaching the second floor, the red cat immediately approached Alba and opened its mouth wide. Its body, as large as a person, began to expand from its feet. If there were a hinge on top of its head, it would resemble an open treasure chest. With no thickness, it seemed that strange residues, like muddy clay, stuck to the flat interior of the red cat's body. Alba finally realized that it was merely a cat-like appearance, but in reality, it was a creature with only a mouth. Repeat, the terror before his death made him utter the final incantation repeatedly. But before that, the body of the red cat, resembling the jaws of a shark, engulfed the magus. Starting from the red coat, everything was swallowed whole. If you don't stand in my way, you can live for 2 more days, but in the end, I will kill you because you have touched a forbidden taboo. This was the last sentence Alba heard before losing consciousness. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Soren Araya vs. Tuco Aozaki. 1,747 words. Ukan. Suddenly, a short verse was heard. The red cat, which had swallowed Alba's body up to his shoulders, stopped moving. Tuco, who had been observing the situation as if a bystander, immediately reacted to this voice. Behind Alba stood a man. His face was filled with unbearable distress, a serious expression, and he was dressed in a black coat. As if he had been there from the beginning, there was no trace of his appearance. The man, with one hand, effortlessly pulled Alba out of the red cat's mouth and placed him on the floor. The red cat came into contact with one of the man's triple barriers and thus couldn't move. The man turned to the woman below. Along with his movement, the previously relaxed atmosphere gradually disappeared. It was as if the apartment itself felt tense, as if preparing to welcome its true master. Long time no see, Aozaki. Ah, likewise, although I didn't want to see you. But your presence here means that she. The first and second floors stood as if divided between heaven and earth. Tuco and the mastermind Soren Araya confronted each other. She has fallen into my hands. Araya calmly spoke, conveying a helpless reality. It seems I'm a step too late. No, you're too early. Originally, everything was supposed to end without you knowing. It seems Alba went too far. I couldn't prepare the bodies of 64 people by myself. Perhaps it's not just that. The injuries on your body were caused by her, right? Tuko locked her gaze onto Araya's chest and neck, where there were deep, bone-visible knife wounds. If I had received such injuries, I would already be dead. As you said, my current condition is not good. Araya didn't conceal his heavily injured state because he knew it was meaningless to do so. If possible, I'd like to chat with you a bit longer, but I'm sorry, my body doesn't allow me to do so. I see. It seems Shiki is temporarily fine. Just to be sure, do you have any intention of returning Shiki? If you want her, it's up to you. HMPH, so it means we can only fight? Honestly, I'm not good at fighting in the first place. It's something that should be left to that brat. Just to be sure, I'll ask you as well. Aozaki, do you plan on assisting me? Araya spoke with an unchanged hostile gaze and a will to kill. Tuko answered, her amber eyes conveyed her will, absolutely not. I see, what a pity. The Magus face bore a heavy burden of distress as he took step after step towards the staircase. The path to the origin has already been obtained. Just a few more steps and my wish will be fulfilled. Anyone who obstructs me will be seen as an obstacle. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. The air solidified, carrying a distorted and dangerous oppressive feeling, perhaps twisted by Araya's intent to kill. Amidst it all, Tuko watched her former classmate from a distance. In the end, she, as a Magus, Tuko Aozaki, asked Suren Araya a question. Araya, what do you seek? True wisdom. Where do you seek, Araya? Only within my own heart. Suren Araya answered without hesitation, his footsteps coming to a stop at the entrance of the staircase. To exclude each other's existence from the world, the two of them began to act. Araya raised one hand from under his black coat. Slowly, he raised his left hand to shoulder height. His palm weakly opened, as if summoning someone from a distance. He stood facing his opponent with one hand raised. This was Suren Araya, the Magus battle stance. In contrast, Tuko Aozaki simply looked up at the dark Magus. The suitcase at her feet remained still as she focused her attention on the enemy's movements. Her familiar, the red cat, was currently sealed behind Araya and couldn't move. Tuko had already seen through the triple barrier that Araya had established centered around himself. It was a magic spider thread woven between the ground and space, between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions. As long as a living being came into contact with the circular lines that formed it, its movement would be instantly taken away. Generally, a barrier protects stationary objects or surds as a boundary that does not move. With himself as the center, bringing it along, visible but intangible, it allowed him to attack the enemy monstrously. So, unless targeted means were employed, Suren Araya was invincible in close combat. However, on the other hand, Araya only had this move. Unlike Alba, he didn't have a direct means of attack. The only way to eliminate Tuko was through hand-to-hand combat. Araya was a man who had lived through turbulent times, relying solely on his body to fight. In Tuko's understanding, no one in the present world could match him. Even knowing this, Tuko still waited for him to approach. Of course, she had no intention of engaging Araya in close combat. That would be equivalent to seeking her death. She was simply waiting for an opportunity, for the moment Araya descended the stairs and entered the hall to launch her attack. However, Suren Araya stood only at the top of the staircase and slightly moved the outstretched hand. Shuku! Accompanied by a low growl, Araya's open palm suddenly clenched. Tuko's body began to tremble simultaneously, and her coat, which could shield various magic system circuits, turned into fragments that scattered on the ground. It was an impact that the eyes couldn't see, striking the entire body from all directions with equilibrium. Tuko involuntarily knelt. This attack was completely different from the one in the battle with Shinji. At that time, Araya simply applied pressure to the atmosphere. This time, he shattered the space where Tuko stood. To give an example, the previous attack was like being hit by a car, while now it was like being run over by a steamroller. Realizing what had happened, Tuko uttered an incredulous sound. She didn't expect Araya to possess that kind of magecraft that could influence space with just a slight movement. I've been hit. Damn it, how many ribs are broken? Tuko swallowed the blood in her mouth while assessing her injuries. For Tuko, who hadn't trained her body, she couldn't accurately gauge her condition like Shinji could. The only thing she was certain about was that she was still alive thanks to her coat. If she were hit again, she would undoubtedly be crushed. Therefore, she couldn't hold back anymore. Go! As soon as the words left her mouth, the sealed red cat suddenly moved. The stiffness it had shown before was all an act. The red cat pounced towards Araya, who had his back turned to it. What? Araya displayed a hint of surprise and quickly turned around. Then, without hesitation, he tightly clenched his outstretched hand once again. A buzzing vibration filled the surroundings. Tuco saw the space in front of Araya collapsing inward step by step. The red cat jumped up before being crushed. Like the force of gravity reversing, it stood on the ceiling, looking at him. This is the end. The other hand hidden beneath the black coat tightly gripped the palm. The red cat, along with the ceiling, was crushed. A hole opened in one corner of the ceiling, and the red cat was compressed until its eyes were no longer visible, then it disappeared. Your pawn has vanished. You said it back at the academy, a magus doesn't need to be strong themselves, as long as they create the strongest tools. Indeed, when a puppeteer's puppet is defeated, it's equivalent to their defeat. Araya turned to face Tuco once again and opened his palm, saying these words. Tuco listened to the words with a displeased expression on her face. My statement was still correct. However, you are amazing. This place is like your own body, and you can freely destroy space as you please. I have already jumped into a massive magic. HMPH, since you were prepared to this extent, why were you almost pushed into a corner by Shiki? Capturing her alive is not easy. If I'm not careful, I might crush her, but not now. For an opponent that deserves to be killed, I will use all my strength to deal with them. Hopefully, you don't end up being clumsy. After readjusting her posture as she nearly fell, Tuco slowly leaned against the wall. Araya, there are 3 ways to instill fear in people. Do you know what they are? First, monsters should not speak human words. Second, monsters must remain unknown. Third, if a monster is not immortal, it's meaningless. Exclamation point. Araya seemed to realize something and quickly turned around. On the ceiling that should have been destroyed, the red cat survived as if nothing had happened. Shuku! He clenched his fist towards the ceiling, and the space instantly compressed. The red cat wavered due to the distortion and jumped down towards him, opening its mouth with a snap. Araya couldn't evade it and was bitten. Ooh! He let out a scream of agony as if in his last moments. With a swoosh sound, Araya, unable to counterattack in time, lost more than half of his body. Only the head and shoulders of his fell to the ground with a thud. With a face that was either dead or full of agony, the pieces of flesh that were once the magus rolled down the stairs. Tuco calmly observed the scene and spoke briefly. If you want to resolve things, you have to strike with a move that can kill. Araya, that's how a surprise attack works. Tuco turned away from the wall and walked out. Just then, she felt a strong push on her back, and her already unstable body couldn't maintain balance, causing her to fall awkwardly to the ground. Before she could figure out what had happened, a dull sound, like dry wood hitting leather, reached her ears. Then, before her eyes, a figure in a dark cloak appeared. The owner of the cloak had blue curly hair and was holding a short knife, protecting her from behind. Shinji. P.S. Within the Ogawa apartment complex, Suren Araya gains the ability of instant teleportation anywhere within his bounded field, the omniscience of any occurrences within the building, and the ability to crush space itself, Shuku. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, The Fallen Tuco. 1,358 words. Shinji. Tuco's surprise on her face had not yet faded when her gaze caught another figure. A tall man, clad in black, oppressive enough to make it difficult to breathe. Startlingly, it was her recently killed classmate. Araya. How could you? If you want to resolve things, you have to strike with a move that can kill. That's how it is, Suren Araya, who was confronting Shinji, said calmly in a deceptively serene tone. Tuco sensed an inexplicable irony in his words. I see, so that earlier one was a puppet. Tuco looked at the Araya before her and then glanced at the remaining half of the body on the other side, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. Araya gave an affirmative answer. That's right. Although my puppet-making skills are inferior to yours, I possess the techniques of my predecessors. You should be familiar with the name of the monk, the puppet maker. The one devoured by the red cat earlier wasn't the true Araya but a puppet that closely resembled him. It was precisely because of the existence of the puppet that Araya didn't rush in for close combat with Tuco. This incredibly realistic puppet deceived Tuco's eyes, making her believe she had already achieved victory and thus letting her guard down. In the meantime, Araya's true self moved behind Tuco and launched a surprise attack. If it weren't for Shinji's timely intervention, Araya would have dug his claws into Tuco's heart, then decapitated her and preserved her consciousness in a container, just as described in the Spiral of Paradox Chapter 5. However, it was unclear when Araya had switched places with the puppet, whether it was from the beginning or midway through. This temple was created by him, and anything could happen here. After answering Tuco's question, Araya no longer paid attention to her and instead focused all his attention on the boy who had interrupted his killing blow. Shinji Matou. It's me, Suren Araya. Shinji nodded, his expression showing no sign of relaxation. Magic power spread throughout his body along his magic circuits, strengthening his body to its current limit. Suren Araya, empowered by the Hunad and Roku Juunshu, was more formidable than any dead apostle Shinji had encountered. With the slightest carelessness, he would end up like Tuco. This time, are you going to stop me again? No, I've come to collect a debt. Shinji shook his head, defying Araya's expectations. A debt? You said it yourself, once you achieve your goal, you can grant me the bounded field 6-realm magecraft. I did say that, but I haven't achieved my goal yet. Araya's voice carried a heavy mix of melancholy, sighs, and hateful tones. But once you achieve it, you won't be in this world anymore. How will you give it to me? Shinji countered. That's true. The Black Magus fell into silence for a moment and then made a suggestion. In that case, let's settle it your way. Let's make a deal. I'll give you my bounded field of 6 realms on the condition that you no longer interfere. That's acceptable. Shinji. Tuco's dissatisfied voice came from behind, but Shinji waved her off, signaling her not to speak. Add one more condition. I want to take Tuco with me. As long as she promises not to interfere, Araya added to his condition. Even if she doesn't agree, I'll watch over her, Shinji answered without hesitation. As long as we leave the apartment, I'll sign the contract of Geis. That's acceptable. With Araya's permission, Shinji maintained a defensive stance while lifting Tuco and slowly backing out of the apartment. He stopped in front of the apartment's main entrance and took out a piece of specially treated parchment from his pocket. The parchment already contained pre-written contractual terms. Contract of Geis, target, Shinji Matou. Based on the following conditions, I pledge to become the subject of the prohibition, without any exceptions. Using his blood to fill in the content, Shinji signed his name at the end of the document and threw it to Araya standing at the edge of the temple. Quickly scanning the document to confirm its accuracy, Araya tossed out 2 scrolls that were thicker than Shinji's thighs. Shinji glanced briefly at the scrolls and placed them in the backseat of the red Honda. He then put Tuco in the passenger seat and finally sat in the driver's seat, skillfully driving away. Araya glanced at the departing car and turned to walk back into the apartment. He casually glanced at the suitcase left behind by Tuco, and it immediately shattered into pieces. Inside the broken suitcase was a device containing lenses and film. It emitted a clicking sound as if it were a functioning projector. This was the true nature of Tuco's familiar, a projection creature created with a projector. Even if the ethereal body reflected in the air was destroyed, as long as the mechanical body continued to operate, it could constantly regenerate, rendering various attacks ineffective. Araya stared at the projector at his feet, motionless like a statue. He nostalgically recalled his time studying in London. In the academy, only he and she didn't belong to the group. He pursued the prototype of the soul, while she pursued the prototype of the body. He had been certain that she would be the first to reach the origin, and he had even entertained the idea of competing with her to see who would arrive first. He held great affection for her. But she gave up. She gave up the goal, even the identity of a magus. She abandoned the past of studying and gaining power for a certain purpose, for salvation, for fulfillment. At the thought of this, anger filled his heart. You have fallen, Tuco Aozaki. Inside the car, the fallen woman spoke, are you not going to care anymore? I don't care anymore. I've signed the documents, so what's there to care about? Shinji made a turn at the first intersection and entered a spot where he could overlook the Ogawa apartments. Really? Tuco's lips curved into a playful arc, and the orange hue in her eyes almost overflowed. Don't tell me you just arrived today and happened to save me. I don't believe it's that coincidental, and what about the phone call you made to me? It's true, Shinji pulled the handbrake and raised his hands in surrender. You can see through everything. I'm afraid of you. Then you better come clean. When did you have contact with Araya, and why did you start keeping it a secret from me? That's why I hate dealing with smart people. Sorry for being smart. If you like idiots, I can introduce you to my sister. Wait, what's with your weird silence? Nothing, I just thought your proposal earlier was lacking in quality and didn't match your usual level of intelligence. I was thinking of how to mock it. Is that so? Tuco scrutinized Shinji's changing expressions with a skeptical gaze. Why do I feel like you're not being sincere? Could it be that you're interested in that idiot? If I say I'm not interested, you definitely won't believe me. After all, that idiot you speak of known as Miss Akoko, the fourth magus who wields the fifth magic, a human rocket launcher. But my interest is only limited to curiosity. Is that so? I still don't think you're telling the truth. Tuko remained unconvinced, her gaze as sharp as a razor. Shinji chuckled, a mix of amusement and resignation. Do I have to say it? No matter what happens, I'll stand by your side. Although I'm interested in your sister, I'm more interested in you. It's because I like you. I'm not a little girl anymore. Tuko leaned back against the leather seat, her skepticism and smile fading away, leaving only a hint of worldly wisdom shaped by time and life's changes. This kind of charm was what Shinji admired the most, especially Tuko. But I'm still a little boy. Shinji grinned foolishly, revealing an expression that matched his age, but only in moments like these. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, Defenseless Tuko. 1,260 words. Tuko felt a wave of relief as if she had just unloaded a heavy burden from her shoulders. It all started with the message Shinji received. Shiki and a stranger man are living together. Shinji knew that stranger man. His name was Tomo Inju, and he bore a striking resemblance to the protagonist of Fate's Stay Night, Emiya Shiru. He was a pawn dispatched by Suren Araya to lure Shiki to the Ogawa apartments. The cohabitation of Inju and Shiki marked the beginning of a story called Spiral Paradox. Shinji received this information because he had stationed surveillance personnel near Shiki's residence, arranged by Tuko as well. The surveillance target was not Shiki herself but rather any unfamiliar individuals entering and leaving her place. In other words, Shinji was waiting for Inju to appear. Of course, Shinji also considered the possibility of Araya using other methods. But regardless of the means, the 2 points remained unchanged. First, Araya's goal was to obtain Shiki's body. Second, Araya couldn't make a move against Shiki outside of the Ogawa apartments, as it would trigger the vigilance of the counterforce and lead to various unexpected consequences. Counterforce would prevent anyone from reaching the route. As long as he kept a close eye on Shiki, Shinji could grasp Araya's movements. Once Inju's presence was confirmed, Shinji began quietly setting up his plans. For example, he had people rent an apartment adjacent to the Ogawa apartments for surveillance purposes, and he had individuals secretly tail Inju. All of these actions took place in the shadows, unknown to his closest sister, Sakura, and his strategist, Tuko. The only ones aware of Shinji's actions were the ones providing him with manpower and financial support, Byakuya Matou. As nearly a month passed, when Tuko left the city of Mifune to go to Tokyo, Shinji had a premonition that something might happen. Using the excuse of personal matters that needed attending to, he requested leave from the brigade and Kenneth and flew back to Japan, settling into a rental house just a street away from the Ogawa apartments, hiding right under Araya's watchful eyes. Just as Shinji had anticipated, Araya made his move. In his scheme, Inju brought Shiki to the Ogawa apartments and encountered Araya, engaging in a battle with her. On the other hand, Shinji received news that Inju and Shiki had gone out for a night excursion together, their first joint outing. This signaled the beginning of Shinji's final moves. According to his plan, once Shiki and Araya engaged in battle, he would initiate the prepared arrangements to destroy Araya's temple in one fell swoop. Afterward, whether Araya lived or died would be determined by Shiki. Just when everything was in place and only the east wind was awaited, Tuko's appearance disrupted Shinji's plan. I thought you would come back to the workshop first when you returned from Tokyo so that you could see the message I left for you. I didn't expect you didn't go back at all and start investigating directly. It seems I underestimated your determination regarding that forbidden name. It was my negligence that you got hurt, and I apologize to you. As Shinji spoke, he traced healing runes on Tuko's body. Under Shinji's treatment, Tuko's complexion gradually improved, and she let out a sigh. That name is a complete negation of my 18 years of life. Even if you were relaying Alba's words, when I heard that name, I had the thought of killing you. It means we're even now. Yeah, we're even. Watching Tuko, who rarely showed vulnerability, Shinji felt a pang in his heart. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one, bringing it to Tuko's lips. He knew that this was what she needed most right now. I got it from a friend, Waver, British made. It might not suit your taste, but make do with it. Beneath her glasses, Tuko's beautiful orange eyes first showed surprise but quickly transformed into an emotion that matched her irises, warmth. The woman with a name that carried warm colors trembled at the corner of her eyes and took a deep drag of the cigarette. You still understand me? After blowing out a smoke ring, she shook her head. No, it's only you who understands me. Otherwise, I would have been killed by Suren Araya. Well, it's also possible that I would prefer death over my current state. Tuko was genuinely angered when Alba spoke the forbidden phrase, prompting her to rush back to the city of Mifune from the Tono household. After conducting an investigation, she successfully located Alba's hiding place and also noticed the differences in the Ogawa apartments, as well as the presence of Suren Araya. This discovery made Tuko abandon the idea of directly killing Alba. Tuko was a rational person, she wouldn't do something without certainty. Just as she was preparing to return to the workshop and deliberate on a long-term plan, she saw Inju confidently enter the apartment with Shiki by his side. In that instant, Tuko understood Araya's objective. After months of being together, she had already noticed the connection between Shiki's body and the origin, which was the pathway that Araya had longed for. The apartment before her, which had already transformed into a different realm, existed solely for the sake of Shiki. Although Tuko's usual creed was to mind her own business and stay aloof, this time it wasn't someone else's affair, it was an event related to her. Ever since Tuko made up her mind to get involved with Shiki, she had predicted that something like this would happen. She couldn't and didn't want to stand idly by. In Tuko's view, Magus treats their disciples or loved ones no differently than themselves. Because they are like their own doppelganger, they would risk their lives to protect them, and Shiki was no exception. Therefore, Tuko gave up on planning and, accompanied by the familiar she had prepared to deal with possible anomalies at the Tono household, stormed into the Ogawa apartments. The moment she stepped into the apartment, she had already prepared herself to die once. Her main objective had shifted from killing Alba to rescuing Shiki. This scene was observed by Shinji, who had been monitoring the Ogawa apartments all along, and he nearly panicked. Even the current Shinji didn't have the confidence to defeat Araya with the support of the Hunao and Roku Jiuyanshu, let alone Tuko, whose combat abilities were inferior to his. Without any hesitation, Shinji directly changed his original plan. Regarding Shiki, protecting Tuko became his top priority. After all, Araya's objective was to capture Shiki, and Shiki wouldn't be in immediate danger. Besides, people prioritize their loved ones. Although it was a bit disrespectful to Mikia, in Shinji's heart, Tuko held a much higher position than Shiki. Even if he knew that Tuko could revive, he didn't want her to experience the pain of death. So, Shinji put on the Hade's cloak and followed Tuko into the barrier. If he weren't detected, he would secretly guard Tuko. If Araya discovered him, he would fight alongside Tuko to break out. Perhaps because both Araya and Alba were focused on their respective targets, Shinji never revealed himself. He hid in a corner, watching Tuko defeat Alba, watching Tuko fight against Araya. Amid the battle, he also pondered how to maximize his gains using the current situation. And the answer lay with Tuko, who had become defenseless, and the two scrolls on the back seat. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 240, or Chapter 240, I will also give him a Spiral 2, bonus. 1212 words. Shinji and Tuko had just left when another black car stopped in front of the apartment's main entrance. A beautiful young girl stepped out of the car. She was dressed in what appeared to be a uniform worn by nuns, simple yet reminiscent of the elegant designs of formal evening gowns. It was the uniform of Raygarden Girls' Academy, a well-known prestigious girls' school among noble circles. Rumor had it that it was quite famous in certain industries associated with the red light district. Of course, this young girl had no connection to such industries. She was a true lady, possessing both virtue and beauty. Her demeanor as she got out of the car was poised and dignified, embodying the grace of a Western aristocrat and the elegance of a Japanese Yamato Nadeshiko. The girl had a pair of extraordinary eyes. Normally, they were a beautiful shade of red, resembling exquisite wine produced by a Bordeaux vineyard. However, under special circumstances, these eyes underwent a marvelous transformation. The magnificent wine-red color would turn into an orange hue, and near the pupils, a green light would appear, giving the impression of a mysterious gem radiating with enchanting colors. Currently, the girl was in such a state, using her unique eyes to survey the round-shaped apartment building from bottom to top. "Miss Asakami, how is it?" The driver's side window rolled down, revealing the face of a young man, a mix of anxiety and unease. "Mr. Mikia, please rest assured. I have located Miss Shiki." The girl turned her head and nodded at the young man. The young man behind the wheel was named Mikia Koku too. He had recently obtained his driver's license and rushed over with a group of unusual friends upon receiving news of Shiki's danger. Now, he observed Asakami Fujino, the girl with mystic eyes, using her peculiar gaze to scrutinize the Ogawa apartments. Asakami Fujino, the wielder of the mystic eyes ability, possessed the power to distort objects within her field of vision with just her eyes. After training and development under Tuko Aozaki, Fujino's mystic eyes had awakened new abilities, farsight and X-ray vision, which she was currently using. A mysterious red and green radiance surpassed physical limitations and projected a bizarre world onto Fujino's retina. In the center of this world stood a girl wearing a white kimono, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. The western tower of the apartment, middle section, 10th floor. There's a different world set up there and Miss Shiki is inside. I'm counting on you, Miss Fuju and Miss Justice. Ganya immediately turned around and bowed his head to the two women in the back seat. The girl with typical black hair and a slender figure nodded gently, and an identical shadow of hers appeared directly above the car, roughly aligned with the 10th floor. She was Kyrie Fuju, the wielder of the ability Dual Existence. The other woman, with long silver hair and a tall, voluptuous figure, closed her eyes. Golden and pure white particles emanated from her body, coalescing into a tangible form in midair, merging with the shadow of the Eastern girl. She was Justice von Einsburn, the imperfect wielder of the third magic. At the same time, the red and green radiance in Fujino's eyes began to deform, forming a spiral pattern with one red and one green band swirling around her pupils. Distort, distort, distort. Accompanied by Fujino's low chant, the spiral in her eye started to rotate. The left eye rotated counterclockwise, while the right eye rotated clockwise, with the axis being the central axis of the Ogawa apartments, separating the east and west towers, the boundaries of light and shadow. The circular apartment building shook violently, and the once straight central axis twisted into an S-shape, aligning the structure of the building with the Taiji diagram. The separation between yin and yang formed a smooth S-shaped curve, resembling the symbol of the yin-yang fish. However, it was only a momentary occurrence. In the next instant, the extreme rotational force shattered the Taiji diagram, blurring the boundaries between east and west, light and shadow, life and death, mixing and merging them. This was the power of Fujino's mystic eyes, worthy of being designated for sealing. It was classified as the distortion mystic eye at the level of rainbow according to the clock tower's classification system. The clock tower categorized mystic eye into 5 levels, the lowest level being artificially created mystic eyes, followed by naturally occurring mystic eyes. First is the noble color, which generally represents abilities such as restraint, enforcement, contract, flame, illusion, and misfortune. It possesses the privilege to intervene in the destinies of others, and many magus believe that only those who have reached this level can truly be called mystic eyes. Beyond the usual noble color, there is the more advanced and powerful golden level, which often contains grand magic lost to modern times. Further up, there exist mystic eyes classified as gem. At this level, the mystic eyes may even harbor mysteries surpassing grand magic, secrets that cannot be replicated by any magic throughout history. Therefore, many people doubt the existence of this level. Even if they exist, they are secretly held by a lord who leads a faction. Finally, there is the legendary level known as the Rainbow. Just the name alone instills fear in many modern magus. Medusa, the Gorgon, possesses the mystic eye of petrification Cybele, Shiki Ryugi possesses the mystic eyes of death perception, and Fujino possesses the mystic eyes of distortion. They all belong to this level. The more powerful the ability, the greater the corresponding risks and costs. The mystic eyes, regarded as the miraculous creation of the gods, are no exception. Fujino's eyes, which underwent such a massive rotation, caused intense pain. The nerves and brain connected to her eyes felt as if they were being melted by the scorching heat. This was an extraordinary pain, one that ordinary people would find unbearable. The average person might scream due to the pain, and those with weaker endurance might cry. However, Fujino was different. Despite her long hair being dampened by cold sweat and her face pale, she showed no signs of pain. The corners of her mouth lifted upward, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Amidst her rapid breathing, the moans that escaped her were not of agony but of joy, she was laughing. One cannot truly appreciate the significance of pain until they have experienced it. Only in moments of pain could Fujino truly feel her existence. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm still alive. I'm here. He needs me. Twist everything. The panoramic view of the lobby and underground parking lot of the apartment complex appeared in Fujino's mind, and she proceeded to distort it entirely. A thunderous roar echoed, as if lightning had struck. The sound of steel beams reaching their breaking point filled the air, and ceilings collapsed in various locations. Shinji, who was hiding in the car alongside Tuko, snapped his fingers at the crumbling circular structure. Suren Araya wants to create a spiral of paradox, right? Well, I'll give him a spiral too. P.S. Gee, wow, that was very cool. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 241, Escape. 1,204 words. No matter how magical and mysterious the workshop and the temple above it may be, they must adhere to one rule: there must be a physical anchor. This anchor can be a building, a cave, a natural environment like a forest, or even a mundane object from the real world. However, it cannot completely detach from the physical realm. Therefore, the best way to deal with the workshop and the temple is to directly destroy their anchors. Without an anchor, even the most powerful effects cannot be unleashed. In the Fourth Holy Grail War, Emir Kiritsugu effortlessly destroyed most of Kenneth's workshop and a significant portion of the magical artifacts by blowing up the entire K Hotel. This greatly weakened the strongest master's power and taught Shinji a vivid lesson. However, Shinji was not as skilled in explosive arts as Kiritsugu, and the security measures in the Ogura apartments were much stricter than those in the hotel. He didn't have the opportunity to set explosives. Fortunately, he had Fujino, whose mystic eyes were even more powerful than explosives and more convenient and discreet. Araya hadn't reinforced the structural integrity of the building, so Fujino could easily cause extensive destruction. It took less than a minute to destroy the foundation of the Ogura apartments. As soon as the foundation twisted, Suren Araya sensed something was amiss. The apartment is shaking. Unbelievable. Someone is sabotaging it from the outside. The temple constructed based on the Ogura apartments, called the Hunauden Roku Jiuyanshu, was another physical vessel for Suren Araya. Destroying the temple was equivalent to destroying Suren Araya's physical body. At first glance, it was like breaking Araya's leg bones. The second glance tore through muscles, and the third glance severed the ankle, until ultimately annihilating the entire body from the feet. Oh no, Shiki Ryugi. Of course, Araya wasn't foolish enough to let his body be destroyed along with the temple. After confirming the irreversibility of the collapse of the Ogura apartments, Araya first severed the connection between himself and the temple. Then, taking advantage of the temple's incomplete collapse, he transferred to the room where the Shiki were located. To Araya's surprise, someone was even faster than him. No, to be precise, it wasn't someone, but spirits. Spirits had arrived. One black, one white. One ethereal, one solid. One dark, one light. One east, one west. In a sense, these two women embodied the principles of Taikai. They were passing through the spatial barrier created by the temple's collapse, attempting to take away the Shiki. Unfortunately, the opening in the barrier directly faced the room's entrance. Araya, realizing what was happening, became infuriated and shouted, "Jugyu!" Circular threads manifested around Araya, a total of 6, resembling 6 whips lashing out at the two troublesome spirits. These threads were woven with magic based on esoteric Buddhist teachings and possessed tremendous destructive power against spirits. Buddhism itself contains the concept of salvation for the deceased. Kyrie, instinctively sensing fear, turned even paler, barely maintaining her physical form. "You go ahead with the others. I'll hold him off here." Justice appeared calmer than Kyrie. The mystic code, shape Ist-Leben, extending from her palm to her arm, unraveled into numerous threads, even more than the Chugyu threads, and denser. These pure white threads, resembling the finest silk, wove together in mid-air, creating a large net that shielded Justice, along with Shiki Ryugi behind her, and Kyrie Fuju. Shape Ist-Leben. The ethereal incantation was followed by the threads of Chugyu landing on the shape Ist-Leben. The 6 realms were a manifestation of Araya's origin, capable of significantly decelerating, or even halting, the movement of objects. However, they were ineffective against something that was already motionless. This time, it wasn't Chugyu slowing down the shape Ist-Leben, it was the shape Ist-Leben impeding the Chugyu. The threads of Chugyu didn't accomplish anything, and Araya wasn't surprised. This ethereal being that had come to steal was unusual. While the Chugyu threads advanced, Araya himself charged forward, intending to break through the shape Ist-Leben's blockade through sheer force. Unexpectedly, this seemingly thin net was exceptionally resilient. Even with Araya's enhanced physical body, it took several seconds to break through the shape Ist-Leben's barrier. Meanwhile, Justice had prepared for a new round of attacks. Mysterious spiritual particles flashed, and above her, an ancient sword appeared. On one side of the sword's blade, there were 4 ancient runes engraved, older than the Sanskrit language, representing the oldest script of the neighboring kingdom, a colossal nation. On the other side of the blade, the sword's name, Qinyun, was carved using pictographic characters. It was the sword of Mo Liqing, the general from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, who was posthumously honored as the Southern Celestial King. This treasured sword came from the mysterious land of Huaxia. Justice intertwined her hands, forming a peculiar seal. This seal had been meticulously studied and deciphered from ancient books that had taken a long time to flow from Huaxia into Japan. Magic power continuously flowed into the Qinyun sword from the Daijian, and the rune symbolizing the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind gradually illuminated. When the four-rune seal, composed of 4 individual runes, was activated, the true power of the Qinyun sword as a noble phantasm was finally revealed. Strong winds blew, and fierce flames ignited. This wind was the Black Wind, carrying countless spears and halberds within. Anyone struck by this blade would be reduced to dust. As for the flames, golden serpents entwined in the air. Black smoke covered the ground, obscuring vision, while the intense flames burned, unobstructed. In the blink of an eye, the Chugyu threads and the Shapist Leben net were torn apart and incinerated by the primordial wind and fire. The relentless black wind and flames, under Justice's control, surged towards Suren Araya. Suren Araya was equally valiant, standing firm without flinching, using the 6 realms to withstand the wind and fire, lunging towards Justice. Although the 6 realms were of lower rank compared to the Qinyun sword, they could at least withstand the wind and fire for a certain period. This time frame was sufficient for Araya to approach Justice and kill her. Just as Araya was about to make contact with Justice's body, the latter suddenly dissipated, her entire being merging into the trembling floor. As a spiritual entity, she couldn't touch physical objects, and Justice took advantage of this characteristic. Her departure also indicated that Kirie Fuju and the Shiki Ryugi had successfully escaped. At this moment, the foundational collapse finally reached the top floor of the apartment, and the floor, which served as a foothold, became precarious. Relying on the last thread of connection with the shrine, Araya initiated the final spatial teleportation. Several seconds later, horrifying cracks swallowed the 10-story building. The Ogora apartments, not even 2 years old, stood upright, disintegrating as if being sucked into the ground. Bricks and debris fell from mid-air, crashing onto the ground with a piercing sound. The collapsing force stirred up dust, creating a cloud-like smoke, resembling cumulonimbus clouds, engulfing the surrounding streets and alleys. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, The Support Team for Shiki Ryugi. 1,237 words. The smoke and dust kicked up by the collapsing Ogora apartments quickly spread to the open space where Shinji and Tuko were located. Tuko's vibrant red sports car was instantly covered in a layer of greyish dust. I see, it's Fujino. Tuko quickly grasped Shinji's arrangement. Indeed, only Fujino's distortion can directly break the temple outside of Araya's bounded field. But Araya's bounded field is really impressive. Even at such a close distance, we didn't hear any sound or feel any vibration. Despite the pervasive smoke and dust, there was no sign of anything unusual. This strange sight amazed Shinji. If it weren't like this, how would it fool the restraining force? Tuko sighed, whether for Araya's determination or their own failed plan. What's your plan now? If my speculation is correct, Shiki should be at the highest point of the West Tower, which is nearly 30 meters high. Even if the Shiki is skilled, I doubt she can come out unscathed. It's time for Sakura to take action. As if in response to Shinji's laughter, a girl with purple hair and purple eyes appeared on the outer wall of the Ogora apartments. She wore the same uniform as Fujino and held a uniquely shaped staff in her hand. It was the symbol of Egyptian authority and the symbol of the pharaoh's power, the Ankh. The Ankh, Sakura held, was one of the scepters used by a pharaoh, infused with divine power by the Egyptian goddess revered in Egypt. Sakura raised the Ankh high, the curved T-shaped head of the staff pointing towards the Shiki suspended in mid-air. After moving the Shiki away from the room, Kirie threw her directly from the 10th floor. Sakura used the power of the Ankh to cushion the impact of the Shiki's fall and also treated her injuries. Healing and protection were the shared abilities of Isis and Selkit. The descent of the Shiki and the collapse of the Ogora apartments happened almost simultaneously. At the moment the Shiki landed, the circular apartment building turned into ruins. On the edge of the ruins, 2 men sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. One was Tomo Inju, an unwitting pawn manipulated by Araya. The other was Cornelius Alba, Araya's collaborator. After the Shiki was captured, the former fled in panic and only managed to run to the courtyard of the apartment complex before the building collapsed. The latter was originally unconscious but happened to be awakened by a piece of rubble hitting his head, snapping him out of his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the collapse of the sky and earth and quickly used magic to blast through the walls and escape. Although Alba was a top-class magus, he couldn't guarantee his survival in the crisis of the collapsing apartment unless he carried a defensive mystic code similar to the moon spirit Matou. Shinji chose to follow Tuko into the apartment instead of immediately destroying it, considering this factor. Later, the owner of the Ogawa apartments, Arara Suren, appeared in the courtyard surrounded by green grass. His Hunauden Rokujiuyanshu not only encompassed the interior of the apartment but also included the attached courtyard. However, the remaining barrier couldn't be called a temple anymore after the main structure was destroyed. A mountain high and 9,000 yards long, yet one misstep led to failure. The painstakingly cooked duck unexpectedly flew away. Even with Araya Sauron's experience and composure of over 200 years, he couldn't help but display a resentful expression. He glanced at Matou Sakura standing on the wall, then looked at Asakami Fujino standing outside the apartment gate. Finally, he cast his gaze towards Justice and Kirie, who were floating beside Shiki Ryugi in their spiritual forms. Many things became clear to him. So that's why Shinji Matou and Tuko Aozaki left so readily. He murmured. Because they knew that even without them, there were other reinforcements, and the support behind Shiki Ryugi was vast. However, the effectiveness of the contract of Geis was absolute. Without the two most difficult opponents, Araya and Alba might still have a chance to fight back. Just as Araya hesitated whether to retreat or make a desperate attempt, an invisible aura of death permeated the air, the focus of everyone's struggle. Shiki Ryugi woke up. Clad in a white kimono and an ill-matching leather jacket, her jet-black hair, wet-like, adorned her blue-black eyes devoid of any daze or confusion caused by her unconsciousness. "I'm going to kill you here," the awakened girl said as she gazed at the black magus who had injured her. Her expression was incredibly calm, as if casually kicking away an obstacle on her path. She simply didn't want to be bothered by this magus anymore, nothing more. Facing Shiki, who approached with a natural gait, Araya also made his decision. "Fine. I shouldn't have planned to capture you from the beginning. Nothing has changed now. Although resurrection might not be possible smoothly, I want to take your head and replace it with mine. I might die, but as long as I can touch the root, this life means nothing at all." Shiki didn't respond to Araya's words, nor did she stop. The distance between the two grew narrower. "Shiki!" An incredibly familiar voice called out from behind Shiki, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object breaking through the air. "Catch this!" Shiki didn't turn around but extended her right hand like an eye growing behind her and caught the object. "You brought it with you." The girl, who usually didn't smile, laughed excitedly when she picked up the object. "Sakura, Asakami, don't intervene. He is my prey." The clear and ethereal light tore through the silent night. The girl's demeanor was natural, like a warrior standing on the battlefield, and the bright object in her hand was her katana. It was an ancient sword, the blade repeatedly forged from refined iron, with a texture resembling copper. Engraved on the tang were 9 ancient Japanese characters. Those who face the enemy are all arrayed in front. Throughout Japanese history, only one ancient sword met these conditions, the renowned Kanasada Kujin crafted by Izumi no Kami Kanasada. With a history of over 400 years, only a family as ancient as the Ryugi clan could produce such a national treasure-like antique sword. History itself represents mystery, and the older something is, the stronger the mystery it holds. When the accumulation of history reaches a certain level, ordinary objects gain the ability to resist magic. Shiki simply drew the Kanasada Kuji without any fuss, and the remaining barrier around the ruins trembled. This was the power brought about by 4 centuries of history. However, even so, Arara still believed he wouldn't lose. Even if the Kanasada Kuji could tear through the barrier, Shiki's combat skills were inferior to his own. Assuming the objective was not to capture her alive, Araya had more than enough confidence in his ability to achieve victory. The black magus raised his hand, and 3 concentric circles appeared around him. The triple-bounded field had a diameter of about 4 meters, and Shiki positioned herself about 2 meters outside the outermost circle. The killing intent emanating from both of them turned the winter breeze into a scorching summer wind. This silently released killing intent seared the skin of everyone present. P.S. Girl power. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 243, Sakura and Fujino vs. Alba. 1,311 words. People can influence their environment, and the killing intent released by Arara Suren and Shiki Ryugi is a perfect example of that, making the air scorching hot. Similarly, the environment can also affect people. Under the stimulation of this murderous atmosphere, Alba's originally despondent mood became uplifted. He took a deep breath, brushed off the dust from his body, and walked towards Fujino and Sakura. "Ah, two lovely young ladies, it's wonderful that you're here. With Aozaki absent, having you two around is a pleasant surprise. Though killing you won't quell the everlasting anger and humiliation I feel, just the thought of the expression she might make when she sees you dead brings me genuine delight." Despite his careful preparations, Alba still lost to Tuco. This outcome drove him mad, and now he only wanted to seek revenge against Tuco using any means necessary. Alba extended his arms as if giving a speech. His smile contained malice, resentment, unwillingness, jealousy, and the joy of revenge and venting. "If you want to hate someone, don't hate me. Go hate your master. Rest assured, I won't keep you waiting in hell for long. I'll soon send your master down to join you. Only then can I satisfy the grudge in my heart." The two girls, one tall and one small, were not intimidated by Alba. They didn't retreat or escape, they simply looked at this man, who was clearly in his 50s but still trying to act young, dressed like a magician in a red evening gown, with undisguised disgust. "Fujino, he's the stalker that brother talked about, right? Yes, whenever we encounter someone like him, we should keep our distance." "Understood, Fujino. My brother said the same thing. But what if the stalker keeps chasing after us? Then we'll show him what we're made of." Upon hearing the girls' conversation, Alba's joy grew even greater. "Ha ha ha, that's right. You must resist, or it won't be fun at all. Let me see what Aozaki has taught you." Alba continued to advance, and the distance between him and the girls narrowed to only 10 meters. "Come on, what are you waiting for? Let me see your mystic code." "Ah? Is it rune? Or a puppet? Or perhaps a familiar? Regardless of which, it must be a crude and vulgar shade of red that contradicts Aozaki's surname and matches her name." Fujino and Sakura remained indifferent, their apathetic attitude provoking the anger of the Red Magus. "Even your arrogant attitude is just like that detestable woman. Well then, since that's the case, just go ahead and die." Losing patience, Alba uttered a simple syllable, and the invisible air was honed into blades that flew toward the girls' legs. Although he said he wanted them dead, Alba had no intention of letting them die so easily. He wanted to slowly torture these two girls, and inflict injuries all over their bodies before taking their last breaths. The rushing air blades had yet to touch the girls' bodies when they were deflected away. The two girls didn't even flinch. This was the effect of magical resistance. Every person has a certain level of resistance to magic, which is determined by factors such as their physical constitution, magic circuits, magical inscriptions, and compatibility with magic. Sakura's naturally resilient magic circuits, combined with her body strengthened by the golden apple, gave her a stronger resistance to magic than Shinji. Not to mention a simple wind-based magic attack, even if 2 more layers were added, it wouldn't necessarily harm Sakura. Sakura lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over the marks left on the lawn by the wind blades. Tuko-sensei was right. This stalker doesn't seem to be very strong. Yes, that's why our sensei told us not to bother with him, Fujino replied earnestly. Sakura blinked, looking confused and adorable. But isn't he sensei's classmate? Why is he so weak? Fujino, in her role as the elder, answered the question and dispelled the confusion. Don't your classmates also have different levels of academic performance? Right. That's true. The innocent words and innocent expressions almost burned through the already raging flames of Alba's anger. Know your place. The Red Magus tore off his gentleman aristocrat disguise, revealing his wicked true nature. I am the truth of all things, and before me, you shall inevitably face destruction. This was the fire-based magecraft he once used against Tuco, and it was Alba's most proficient magecraft. With his proud chanting skills, scorching flames that could melt gold and iron rose from the ground, quickly engulfing the withered yellow lawn and trapping the two girls inside. Facing such powerful high-level magecraft, Sakura dared not rely solely on her magical resistance. She bent down, pressing her hand against the slightly warm ground, and carved a protective primal rune on the ground, I was. Invisible power spread outward from the rune as its center, and once the flames entered the rune's influence range, they would be dispelled. What also dispersed was Alba's anger. Did she just say I was? Could it be that he misheard? Iwaz was a primal rune that had been lost for a long time, and he had researched it extensively but had no clue how to restore it. How could this little girl possibly master it? However, when he saw the flames being obstructed by the rune, he started to waver. At that moment, Sakura's other hand, which had been free, carved another rune at a distance from Alba. The next second, flames ignited around Alba as well. Neither Sakura nor Alba directly applied their magic to each other. Not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't. It was because there was magic flowing inside the Magus body, and it was difficult to directly affect the body of a Magus through indirect interference from a distance unless the magic was directly inscribed on the opponent's body. That was precisely why Magus had a stronger resistance to magic than ordinary people. Therefore, when Magus fought, they often chose alternative carriers to unleash the power of their magecraft before striking. Of course, cooperating with the injured to receive healing magecraft was an exception. Although the flames ignited by the rune didn't have the same range as Alba's flames, they were no less intense in heat. A single rune could summon such flames, undoubtedly the power of the primal rune. It's impossible, impossible, To verify the authenticity of the flames, Alba reached out with his bare hand to touch the flames. Even with his resistance to fire magic, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. It really is Feihu after all, and this effect. Could it be that woman has truly restored all the primal runes and passed them on to her disciples? This is just too absurd. But what hurt Alba more than his hand was his inner turmoil. He stared intently at Sakura's face, hoping to find answers from her. Sakura, with her kind heart, fulfilled his wish. Although I didn't learn my rune magic from Sister Tuko, she indeed mastered the 13 primal runes. Sakura's voice, still tinged with innocence, struck Alba like a heavy hammer, plunging him into the depths of despair. Not only was he overwhelmed in terms of puppets, but the gap in rune magic was even greater. How could Alba, who placed such importance on his reputation to the point of being pathological, endure this? The dark emotions consumed his heart, dragging him into the abyss called jealousy. Why can you juniors walk ahead of me? Why can you little brats boss me around? Repeat. The sea of flames erupted once again, merging with the previous flames to create blue flames with even higher temperatures. The defense line of Vaiwas was on the verge of collapse. P.S. This guy is type moon punching bag. ====================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================== Chapter 244, Woman Like a Dragon, Part 1. 1635 words. Shiki abruptly stopped in front of the bounded field, gripping the handle of the knife she had been holding with one hand until now. She slightly lowered her center of gravity, firmly holding the knife handle in front of her waist, with the blade gradually facing the enemy in front of her. This was a proper stance, commonly used in many swordsmanship styles, and it was the most basic and powerful fighting posture. Shiki stood in confrontation with Suren Araya, her sharp killing intent manifesting as a clear blade piercing through Araya's body. It signaled the instant commencement of an offensive and defensive battle. The rainbow-level mystic eye, the mystic eyes of death perception, awaken. Araya exerted force through their outstretched wrist. At this moment, he acted not out of a desire for battle but purely on the instinct to kill Shiki. Fugu! Although the temple had already been destroyed and the terrifying power to destroy space was no longer present, the remaining bounded still provided Araya with a considerable advantage as if it were his workshop. This raw possessed enough power to crush a human body. There was no delay whatsoever. In the instant of shouting and shaking hands, Shiki's defeat had already been decided, at least, that's what Araya thought. But the next second, reality overturned his expectations. The girl, who acted later than him but moved faster than his shout, raised her hands holding the knife. The speed was so fast that it appeared as a flash of light. The knife, raised high above her head, was swung down with even greater speed than before. The incantation of Fugu was cut off by the slashing death lines. The pressure capable of crushing a human body was eliminated before the girl's eyes. Araya once again infused power into his hands. It was just the act of opening and closing his palms, but it was still too slow compared to the swift movements of Shiki. Araya couldn't utter a sound, and before he could even think, he took that blow. Shiki, as her name suggested, leaped forward. She maintained the posture of cutting through distortion with a single stroke and struck Araya as she approached. Before taking a step forward, she swung her knife horizontally, causing the bounded field that Araya relied upon to disappear. If only the outermost circle was destroyed by that blade, it wouldn't matter much. Araya thought, with a sense of awakening, that even if he was approached, the outcome would be determined when Shiki destroyed the second layer of the barrier. However, with just one stroke, both the outer and inner barriers were simultaneously eliminated. Then Shiki took another step forward. If one were to describe the swing of her knife as a lightning fast, then her footsteps were even faster than a lightning fast. With a single step, Shiki closed the 4-meter distance to 0. Her body flowed, and the step she took was also the pace to unleash the deadly strike. The excessively fast movement of her body even gave the illusion of time moving backward. The blade approached, the strike descended, and Araya jumped backward. Shiki maintained her posture after swinging the knife and watched him, a trace of blood flowing from her mouth. She wasn't injured, it was just a recurrence of the previous injuries. Just over 10 minutes ago, Araya had broken her ribs, and her internal organs had suffered considerable impact. If it weren't for Sakura's emergency treatment using the scepter of Pharaoh, she wouldn't even be able to stand. However, even so, she had only recovered to a level where she could move. Any significant movement would aggravate her injuries, let alone engaging in combat. The current Shiki had every organ from her throat to her abdomen protesting her reckless actions. But this recklessness yielded fruitful results. Suren Araya, who jumped backward, had his right arm severed by her fierce strike. No, it wasn't just the hand, it started from the shoulder, and the entire chest connected to the hand fell off. Araya Suren, a close combat master who could dodge bullets, only jumped backward after completely taking a strike, without even realizing it himself. Who exactly are you? The Iwa's defensive line was in jeopardy, and the 2-meter diameter protective field was quickly compressed to less than a meter. It would soon burn the girl's clothes. Alba, consumed by black jealousy, had no intention of letting the 2 girls off. Tuko Aozaki and all of you will die. Yes, that's right. Once I kill you, I will be the first. I will still be the first, and you shouldn't exist. Just as Alba was preparing to launch another attack and turn the 2 girls into living torches, he encountered an unbelievable situation. His right hand, extended in conjunction with the incantation, moved involuntarily. It spun, kept spinning, 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, and continued until it twisted nearly 90 degrees without stopping, surpassing the limits of what the wrist joint could bear. The twisted pain in his wrist shattered Alba's incantation. In increasingly intense agony and with a bewildered gaze, the wrist emitted a groan of unbearable burden and ultimately snapped. Ah! Aya! A belated wail, filled with extreme misery. Cornelius Alba, who had been late in unleashing that sea of flames, instinctively took several steps back, clutching his arm that had lost its right hand. His eyes, stripped of jealousy and replaced by fear, reflected a pair of peculiar eyes, intertwining red and green, as if ignited spirals. My! Mystic eye, golden, no, could it be a gemstone? Alba, now deprived of his right hand, was incoherent. He was familiar with the clock tower's hierarchy of mystic eyes, but he had never witnessed a gold tier or higher mystic eye before. He never expected to encounter one in this remote eastern land. If he knew that Fujino's mystic eye was not at the level of a gemstone but rather beyond it, at the level of the rainbow, he might have simply fainted. The girl wielding the mystic eye of distortion stepped out of the defensive circle of runes. The power of distortion concealed within her eyes tore through the sea of fire, ripped apart the grass, tore through the earth, and finally locked onto the enemy's head. At this critical moment, the targeted Alba immediately collapsed to the ground, rolling and crawling to evade Fujino's gaze, narrowly avoiding the tragic fate of having his head twisted off. Although he had shown poor performance and repeated defeats, Alba was still a top-tier magus, on the same level as Kenneth during the Fourth War. His experience and knowledge were extraordinary, including his experience in dealing with mystic eyes. After all, mystic eyes relied on the eyes to cast magic, which meant that as long as they were not seen, the influence of the mystic eye would be greatly diminished. Covered in dirt, Alba used both his hands and feet to desperately retreat, while repeatedly chanting. Repeat! 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 Successive waves of flames surged forth, forming walls of fire, obstructing Fujino's line of sight. His remaining left hand was not idle either, carving rune after rune into the air. Nordi's, survival. Iwa's, otherworld. Alge's, protection. Although overshadowed by Tuko later on and despite his incomplete foundation, Alba was still one of the few skilled users of runes in the world. Even with Fujino's rainbow-grade mystic eye, it would take some time to break through the triple runes. Defending with runes that require no incantation and attacking with his unique chanting technique, this is the capital that Alba has accumulated over 30 years in the world of magecraft, although he never imagined that he would have to go all out against 2 underage girls. Under the obstruction of the walls of fire and runes, the distance between Alba and Fujino grew wider and wider, and the heart that had been hanging on the edge of death gradually descended back to the ground. As long as he put enough distance between them, he would be safe. At this moment, Alba had abandoned his intention to kill Tuko's disciples. He wanted to leave this dreadful city as soon as possible, leave Japan, and head to the clock tower. He had to deliver the news about Asakami Fujino, the holder of a gemstone-grade mystic eye, and Sakura Matou, the user of the original room, to the oldest classroom in the clock tower, the Secret Ritual Disciplinary Bureau, Astral Observatory, Kalion. The order for sealing designation would be issued from there. Tuko was already on the sealing designation list, and her 2 disciples would surely be added to the list as well. By then, the clock tower's hounds, the executor forces, would come to deal with these 3 troublesome women. And Alba, who was once an executor and even a squad leader of their executor forces, with his connection to the Secret Ritual Disciplinary Bureau, would take charge of leading the most elite executor forces to seal these 3 women. You will become living specimens, thoroughly, and become the collection of the clock tower. At the thought of this, Alba couldn't help but laugh, and his broken right hand didn't seem so painful anymore. P.S. Based on Alba's understanding of Sakura, her current performance is not worthy of being designated for sealing. He plans to exaggerate the facts. After all, the order for sealing designation is also issued by people. PS2, of course, if Sakura's true identity were fully revealed to the Secret Ritual Disciplinary Bureau, that would be another matter. Not to mention the issues of Sakura attribute imaginary numbers and magic circuits, just the fact that she has consumed a golden apple is enough to warrant a sealing designation. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Women Like a Dragons, Part 2. 1,239 words. If Alba's opponent was only Fujino, he might have been able to escape successfully. After all, Fujino was not a magus, nor was she trained like Ryugi Shiki from a young age, possessing exceptional physical skills. Besides her mystic eyes and women's self-defense techniques, she had no other means of attack. Alba was focused on running away, and she didn't have a way to stop him. However, Alba's opponent was not just Fujino, but also Sakura, who had magical aptitude surpassing Shinji. During the time Fujino was chasing Alba, Sakura didn't stand idly by. Instead, she stayed silent behind Fujino and used Fujino's body as a shield, writing a 3-line incantation in the air. Just when Alba thought he was safe, Sakura finished writing the last rune. Before Sakura could move her hand away, those incantations, written in a special syntax and structure, eagerly embedded themselves into Sakura's body. No, not Sakura's body, but the shadow projected onto Sakura from Fujino. In the instant the incantations disappeared, Sakura's shadow suddenly bulged as if it transformed from a 2-dimensional plane to a 3-dimensional figure. The 3-dimensional position was not fixed but moved between the shadows at an incredibly high speed, beyond what the naked eye could perceive. In 1 second, it was inside Fujino's shadow, and in the next second, it was inside Sakura's shadow. Another second later, it moved under the courtyard's wall. After a few more transitions, the 3-dimensional shadow image arrived at Alba's feet. Sakura's right hand, which caused the shadow to mutate, slowly lifted, and words not belonging to this country spilled out from between her thin lips, apostle of shadows. As the words fell, the swollen shadow finally revealed its true form. It was a creature between black and grey, similar in size to Sakura. The upper body was a sphere, and the lower body consisted of elongated, fluffy strips, somewhat resembling a jellyfish with octopus tentacles. In short, it was a very peculiar-looking monster. The monster emerged from Alba's shadow and silently struck him in the back. "Who exactly are you?" Araya Suren stared at the opponent standing before him, not even paying attention to his wounds. The previous strike can be considered a lethal blow. If Shiki's second strike had killed 3 bounded fields instead of 2, Araya's body would have been split in half. The first boundary, Fugu, which guarded the closest to him, momentarily slowed down Shiki's footsteps, allowing Araya to evade this deadly blow. What surprised Araya even more was that the girl in front of him seemed completely different from just a few minutes ago. Shiki, readjusting her posture, switched from holding the sword with both hands to holding it with one hand. With just this change in movement, the girl transformed back into the familiar figure that everyone knew. She coughed up blood, and if she hadn't been injured, she might have immediately swung at him, taking his head. Why? Is it because of the difference in weapons? Araya exclaimed. The reason Shiki transformed into a different person was not due to any other factor but her battle-willed control, honed to its limits. Long ago, when samurai drew their swords, they accepted killing and being killed as a matter of course. It wasn't because of their mentality as samurai, but because they awakened the moment they gripped the hilt. Their bodies existed solely for killing, and their minds existed solely for survival. It wasn't merely a matter of concentrating before a match, it was a switch in brain function that occurred when drawing the sword, transforming both the mind and body into instruments of battle. From that moment, the muscles moved in a way that was not typical of a living being, the blood vessels changed the flow of blood, and even breathing seemed unnecessary. Yes, they eliminated the human aspect that was useless in combat and replaced everything with components for battle. The stance and the changes caused by self-suggestion are truly astonishing. Upon hearing Araya's pained words, Shiki responded with a casual hum. The true face that Araya feared was revealed in that instant when Shiki opened her eyes. Suren Araya cursed his ignorance. He never expected that there would be a group that still employed this method. He knew that for the ancient-style swordsman, a distance of 3 ken, 1 ken equals 6 shaku equals 1.818 meters, was as good as non-existent. Perhaps Shiki, just now, could have covered a distance of 5 ken in a single step. No one knew what she originally looked like. Almost everyone associated the use of mystic eyes and fighting with small knives with Shiki's fighting style, but in reality, this woman should be a killer wielding a samurai sword. Compared to her current state, her ordinary state was simply insignificant. "I've been deceived. It seems that you weren't serious about fighting with Shiki Tono," Arala remarked. Upon hearing his words, Ryugi Shiki muttered, "No," and shook her head in denial. Her cold gaze conveyed that regardless of the weapon, she always fought seriously. This gaze made Araya realize, now, what did this woman answer? What is the container here? When did this opponent stop being Shiki? I see. So, I finally encountered. Suren Arala roared while pressing on the enormous wound that could no longer be called a wound. The woman wearing a white kimono, the true Ryugi Shiki, appeared with a smile more feminine than anything else. She approached Araya in that manner. Arala did not evade this move, nor did he intend to. He had only one goal, to obtain the current Ryugi Shiki. Even if he lost his body and only had his brain left, he must obtain that coveted treasure. With a chance of victory at stake, the Magus advanced. Kongu! Within the true words that activated the bounded field, Suren Arara used his left hand to block Shiki's blade. The left hand, embedded with Buddha's relics, remained on his body, and even Shiki couldn't sever the protection of the Surya. At the same time, the severed right hand moved, sliding on the floor like a snake, and lunged towards Shiki's neck. Exclamation point! A hand as heavy as 1,000 jin gripped Shiki's throat. In that momentary gap, Suren Araya stepped back further and extended his left hand. Fugu! The final bounded field is compressed with a crumbling force. Impacts from various angles, with the strength to crush bones, headed towards Shiki's body. Ah! A sound of impending death echoed. The leather jacket shattered, and Shiki in the white kimono fell to the ground. No, it should be said that she fell to the ground. The girl whom Araya had been waiting for many years had simply disappeared, but she didn't intend to let go of this opponent. In a state of true unconsciousness, the white figure jumped up. She only wanted to kill Arara Suren. A slash swung, and the blade pierced Suren Araya's chest. The sensation of life fading made Araya feel disgusted. What a joke! Araya kicked Shiki at the same time. It was a midsection kick as if to pierce Shiki's abdomen, like a spear. In an instant, blood splattered. P.S. In terms of footwork, Void Shiki is stronger than Kyrie. Kyrie takes 5 steps to match 1 step of Shiki, and Shiki can cover up to 9 steps. PS2, the true Ryugi Shiki is also known as a Void Shiki. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Woman Like a Dragon, Part 3. 1,394 words. Blood splattered, and the air was filled with swirling blood droplets. There was fresh blood spewed by Shiki, and there was blood brought out from Araya's body by the knife. Both Araya's kick and Shiki's blade carried deadly force, but despite the formidable strength of the two far surpassing that of ordinary people, their lives were not taken away. They endured the impact on their bodies and continued the brutal exchange of attacks with a self-sacrificial momentum. At this point, neither of them had any room to hold back. In Araya's eyes, perhaps Shiki's body would become tattered, but it didn't matter how it looked on the outside. As long as he could maintain a body that allowed him to move, he only needed the body connected to the root. In contrast, his own body could be discarded. As long as he left his head and replaced it with Shiki's body, it would suffice. On the other hand, in Shiki's view, Arara's life was resilient, unlike that of a human. Under the premise of enduring multiple fatal injuries without dying and in a situation where the line of death couldn't be captured, the only hope of truly killing this terrifying man was to leave as many wounds as possible. To kill you. No words were spoken, but the meaning was conveyed through their gazes, movements, willpower, and spirit. A blade, colder than the moonlight, embedded itself in Araya's left shoulder. Araya's remaining left hand struck Shiki's right shoulder. Accompanied by the distinct sound of bones cracking, powdered blood splattered abundantly, soaking the Maga's black robe and staining the girl's pure white kimono. Driven by bloodlust, the old man and the young girl exchanged one arm. Shiki gripped the knife with her left hand. Although the speed of her attacks was not as swift as before, her swordsmanship remained undeniably precise. She aimed to dismember Araya before her. Suren Araya showed no intention of retreating. With his hands gone, he still had his legs and his head. More importantly, he had a final bounded field in place. Perhaps this last bounded field couldn't stop the ancient blade with its long history, but as long as it could delay Shiki's movements, even if it was just for a second, it would be enough for Araya to secure the victory. Although this might be the worst possible way to handle things, in the end, the actions taken are the same. It's just that when failure comes, there's no insurance left. But it is precisely because of the fear of taking real action that one becomes weak. If both Shikis had been killed from the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this point of being hunted. At this moment, Araya had already forgotten the presence of anyone else around him. His eyes were fixed solely on Shiki Ryugi. Golden, floating Sanskrit rings appeared beneath Araya's feet as the final bounded field opened. Shiki's foot happened to step on one of the Sanskrit rings, inevitably affected by the bounded field. Although the bounded field was quickly cut apart by the sharpness of the Kanesada Kuji, it was too late to stop Araya's movement. The tip of the black leather shoe firmly collided with Shiki's knee, at the connection point between her thigh and calf, immediately shattering the fragile patella. Without the support of her knee, Shiki could no longer maintain her balance. She swayed and fell forward, presenting her abdomen to Araya's feet. Araya didn't waste the opportunity he had obtained after much effort. Like a kick breaking through the sky, he mercilessly struck Shiki's chest. Even in such dire circumstances, Shiki didn't forget to counterattack. She swung one final slash. This slash poured all of the Shiki's strength into it. It cut into Araya's right chest and continued to his right abdomen, almost severing Araya's body in two. The old and the young, man and woman, black and white, magus and swordswoman, all tumbled to the ground. A monster emerged silently from the shadows and struck Alba's lower back. The monster didn't appear large, but its strength was formidable. With just one collision, it sent Abla, weighing at least 70 kilograms, off the ground, reaching a height of 3 meters. Alongside the sound of impact, there was also a faint crack, as if a bone had broken. What bones are in the human waist? The answer is only one: vertebrae. The shadow monster mercilessly shattered Alba's spine. Don't forget that Shinji and Sakura are disciples of Skachik. Although their main focus is on rune magic, they haven't skipped the hellish training that Skachika's disciples must go through, which includes getting beaten up now and then. By enduring numerous beatings, they naturally learn which parts of the human body are resilient and which are vulnerable. The waist and abdomen, which lack rib protection and contain various vital organs, are the most difficult to defend and highly fragile areas. An injury to the waist and abdomen can range from hindering movement to direct death, making it an ideal target for defeating enemies. Having embraced Skachika's teachings of victory above all, Sakura has long abandoned naivety and weakness. She struck without hesitation, inflicting severe injuries on Alba and eliminating any thoughts of escape. Due to the existence of magic circuits and magic crests, a magus vitality is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and their pain tolerance is similarly enhanced. Despite having his right hand twisted and his spine shattered, Alba managed to stay conscious. He struggled to focus his vision, wanting to understand what was obstructing him. However, once he saw clearly, he would have preferred to remain ignorant and simply faint. That way, he wouldn't have to endure another blow. That is, a shadow creature. Shadow Apostle. As one of the modern magus who primarily focused on rune magic aside from their reverence for ancient magecraft in Wandering Sea, Alba was well aware of the magecraft Sakura was employing. The Shadow Apostle is one of the high-level rune magics. The classification of rune magic is mostly determined by the runes used. Low-level rune magic spells, such as Rainbow Missiles or Ice Pillar Blade, are composed of the derivative 24 runes. High-level rune magic requires the inclusion of the original 18 runes, while grand sorcery surpassing high-level magecraft must consist entirely of the original runes. Since the incantation includes the original runes, the effect of the magecraft is naturally much stronger. The principle of the Shadow Apostle is to invoke and command shadow creatures using rune symbols imbued with special power. The creature Sakura manipulates, resembling a jellyfish, is one of the most common types of shadow creatures, with a strength equivalent to an elite dragon-tooth warrior. However, due to the unique nature of shadow beings being able to lurk within shadows, the practical evaluation of the shadow apostle exceeds that of dragon-tooth warriors, and the difficulty of magecraft is likewise increased. To Alba's knowledge, there is no runic magus in this world capable of using shadow apostles. Impossible, impossible. I must be dreaming. Cornelius Alba, who hasn't even fully mastered that secondary 24 runes, and can't even perform the most basic rune magic, was completely devastated and finally began to escape from reality. Sakura ignored Alba's pitiful state. This lowly, who stood at the pinnacle of rune magic but was completely unaware of it, focused on commanding the Shadow Apostle. In the instant Aruba landed, she followed up with another collision, which is the only attack method of the jellyfish-like creature. I promised Tukone and Big Brother that I would teach you a lesson with the new magecraft I learned, you hentai stalker. And I did it! Alba's eyes rolled back, and he almost passed out. P.S. Shadow Apostles are similar to ordinary assassins. They excel at surprise attacks from behind but are not particularly formidable in combat. If Alba had time to prepare, 1 or 2 fire magic spells would be enough to deal with them. But who made Alba get beaten by Tuko first, then by Fujino, and just when he finally managed to escape, he got hit by Sakura. It's even worse than Tokiomi. PS2, Alba, why did you have to provoke the whole family of designated seals? Couldn't you have picked someone else to mess with? Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, The Death of Cornelius Alba. 1,389 words. 2 collisions had left Alba severely injured, struggling to breathe with each breath becoming shallower. However, Sakura showed no intention of stopping. She extended her small right hand, preparing to command the Shadow Apostle for a 3rd collision, intending to end the life of that annoying magus once and for all. Just before the Shadow Apostle descended, another hand suddenly appeared on Sakura's hand. Fujino Nichan? A hint of confusion appeared in Sakura's purple eyes. This is far enough, Fujino said as she grasped Sakura's hand with both of hers and gently let go. But the enemy hasn't. It was hard to imagine such cold-hearted words coming from a 10-year-old girl, but Sakura said them, speaking naturally. This was also influenced by Skachik, not showing mercy to enemies and joking about her own life. Sakura was even better at this than Shinji, not because she was heartless, but because of her young age and limited thinking. When people think too much, they become anxious and paranoid. Shinji, who knew too much, often faced this problem, as did Araya, who was too obsessed with Shiki Ryugi. Of course, from society's mainstream perspective, Sakura was a bit twisted. However, Fujino, who was talking to Sakura, was also a twisted individual and didn't see any problem. Fujino once again ignited the spiral in her eyes and spoke calmly. I'll take care of what comes next. That person insulted our teacher, and as disciples of our teacher, we must uphold her honor. But I promised Oni-chan that I would defeat this stalker. You have already defeated him. It's just that taking his life is something I will do. You are not yet 14, not old enough to be stained with blood. I am already 16 and can bear this responsibility. Article 41 of the Japanese Penal Code stipulates that the actions of a person under the age of 14 shall not be subject to punishment. In other words, the age of 14 is the dividing line, and those under 14 are not held criminally responsible, while those 14 and older are fully criminally responsible. In other words, if Sakura, who is not yet 14, were to kill someone, she would not be punished because she is not yet qualified to bear that burden. That is also the reason why Fujino stopped Sakura from delivering the final blow, as the crime of murder would be borne by herself, who already has full criminal capacity. Sakura could sense the goodwill behind Fujino's words, but she did not accept them and only asked, Fujino Nichan, have your hands been stained with blood? No, Fujino shook her head, her already fair skin appearing even paler under the moonlight. She was uneasy. She knew the other person deserved to die, and she knew that following Shinji would lead to this day, but there was still some uneasiness in her heart. It was the uneasiness of taking a step into the unknown, a step that couldn't be undone. It had nothing to do with determination, nor did it waver because it was the path she had chosen for herself. Sakura gave Fujino a strange smile, the curve of her lips unchanged, revealing teeth that were still white and clean. However, the innocence and purity that belonged to a child had diminished significantly, replaced by a depth that bore a resemblance to Tuko. But my hands are already unclean. In that year when she was 5, on the day she had just arrived at the Matou house, on the night she stepped into the basement that had already been filled in, her brother killed the bad person who should have been called grandfather to protect her. At that time, her brother's face had blood on it, and she reached out to wipe it for him. Her brother wouldn't let her, saying it was dirty. She said, "It's not dirty at all, Oni-chan." At that time, she didn't know that dirty had another meaning, but now she understood, and yet she didn't feel any regret. Perhaps that blood was indeed dirty, but the act of wiping away the blood for her brother meant that they both shared in this filth, this guilt of taking a life. Although she didn't kill with her own hands, she had long since borne the sin of killing. "Sakura, you?" Fujino had never seen Sakura like this, and perhaps even her family, including Shinji, had never seen Sakura like this. "I'm fine, Fujino-nichan. Just remembering some things." After that night that changed her fate, to maintain secrecy and prevent any psychological trauma, Justice manipulated Sakura's memories, blurring and fading the memories of that night. But nobody knew that these gradually fading memories would slowly resurface as Sakura's magic abilities improved. When Sakura mastered the Shadow Apostle, she remembered everything. The eerie basement, swarming insects, the terrifying old man, her despair, and the light that cut through that despair. She wouldn't blame Justice, who interfered with her memories, nor would she blame Shinji, Byakuya, and Korea for deliberately keeping things from her. She knew they all did it for her good, wanting her to be happy. But she was even happier that she could remember everything. That way, she could overcome the last trace of uneasiness and fear and walk the same path as her brother, bearing the burden of guilt together with him. "So, Fujino-nichan, don't stop me. I will kill him, for my brother and myself." At this moment, Sakura emitted an aura identical to Shinji's, putting Fujino under inexplicable pressure. "Well, I respect your choice. I will join you. If you're not fast enough, don't blame me." Fujino couldn't refuse Sakura in this state, but she also had her persistence. The red and green spiral in her eyes focused around Alba's head. With a single spin, she could twist off Alba's head. "Then let's begin. I'll count to 3, and we'll act together." Sakura raised her right hand again, extending it straight without hesitation. Her arm declared her determination and confidence, and the Shadow Apostle rose high. 1. Before she could finish counting, something happened to Alba's body. It wasn't Fujino or Sakura trying to escape. It was Alba's movement. Despite being struck twice, Alba hadn't lost consciousness. He was waiting for an opportunity. At this point, he knew he couldn't escape, but he wanted to use all his magical power to launch one final spell. Killing the 2 girls would be good, but if he couldn't kill them, he would at least inflict as much harm as possible. Alba not only possessed the skill of high-speed incantation but also the ability to lower his voice and extend the chanting time at the cost of power. Sakura and Fujino's casual conversation gave him the time to complete his magecraft. Unprecedented magical fluctuations appeared on Alba's body, converging in his outstretched left hand, poised to strike the 2 girls. Sensing that something was amiss, Sakura immediately stopped counting and activated the Shadow Apostle. At the same time, Fujino ignited the spiral in her eyes. This was the showdown, a battle of speed. Who was faster in the end? Alba's magic? Sakura's Shadow Apostle? Or Fujino's mystic eyes? The answer surprised everyone, none of them. The fastest was a bullet, coming from the rooftop of an apartment building 800 meters away, fired from the muzzle of a Walther WA-2000 semi-automatic sniper rifle, a supersonic bullet. This bullet pierced through Alba's head from above, directly penetrating his brain. The tremendous impact caused him to roll on the ground twice even after instantaneously dying. The impending magic, the collision of the Shadow Apostle, and the distortion of the mystic eyes all came to naught. As the slender man who fired the shot ejected the cartridge, he calmly smoked a cigarette and muttered to himself. "Little girls, once blood stains you, it can never be washed away. It's better to avoid getting stained if you can." Who was he? He was Shinji's last line of defense, the Magus killer, Emiya Kiritsugo. P.S. In fact, this scene has a deeper meaning. Sakura, I was here first, I am the legitimate one. Fujino, I respect that you were here first, but I also have my persistence. Watch out for me catching up. PS2, Alba got KS by Kiritsugo. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 248, Chapter 248 and the Death of Suren Araya. 1857 words. Old and young, male and female, black and white, magus and swordsman, they tumbled and fell to the ground, motionless. Both sides of Shiki's ribs were broken, and aside from her heart, her internal organs also suffered varying degrees of damage. She fell unconscious on the spot. Even so, she did not release the sword. Araya Sauron's injuries were far more severe than Shiki's, but he did not lose consciousness. He simply turned his head and looked at the young girl not far away. In this state, you still resemble a girl of your age. The magus shrouded in darkness remained motionless, and his anguished expression deepened further. The thing he desired was right in front of him, yet he couldn't move. That one strike was a final blow that could not be undone. Without any technique, it was a single instinctual strike, a poor strike, but also an immensely powerful strike. After receiving this strike, there was indeed only the path of death to tread. I didn't expect both of us to be equally harmed. This was their karma, just like their first encounter on a rainy night 2 years ago and the confrontation before the collapse of the apartment. Awakening as an originator brings limitations from the origin, the target is within reach, yet the body cannot move, truly living up to the name of stillness. Suren Araya said mockingly to himself, but it wasn't meant for anyone to hear. Beside the magus, a black-haired youth and a red-haired boy ran past, their clothes fluttering in the breeze as they bypassed Araya and rushed toward the girl in the kimono lying on the ground. At the same time, 2 ethereal figures descended from the sky, and the scent known as Lady Winter scattered a golden light from her hands, stabilizing the Shiki's injuries. The other ethereal figure approached Araya, his bloodless lips moved as if trying to say something. Kirei Fuju's life from middle school until 3 months ago was granted by this magus, and her dual existence was also bestowed upon her by him. Without him, she would have died long ago. Without him, she wouldn't have had a chance to float, let alone meet the person who gave her a new life. But she did it all for her friend. Thank you, and I'm sorry, she said. She expressed her gratitude for the gift of extended life and apologized for her actions today. Fuju Kirie, is it? Araya shifted his gaze from Shiki to the girl he had personally chosen as a pawn. There's no need to apologize, and no need to thank me. You don't owe me anything. I paid for your medical expenses, but that was for my purposes, and someone else has fulfilled that purpose for you. Even so, I still want to thank you. Another Fuju Kirie appeared beside Araya, not as a spiritual entity but as a real physical body. The dual existence of the same person simultaneously bowed to Araya, speaking in unison. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's truly pathetic how there hasn't been the slightest change in you humans. Hearing Fuju Kirie's sincere gratitude, Araya's pained face didn't relax at all. Instead, it grew even more tense. How sad, truly sad. Even if it's hypocritical, we still want to live. With courage from an unknown source, Kirie expressed her thoughts to the terrifying magus. That's not sad at all. It's our human instinct, the proof of our existence. Yes, you're right. I'm hindered by this instinct. There's only one step left. This unconscious collective, which encompasses the survival instinct, hinders me. The path cannot be opened. Even those who are born with the path will be prevented. It's truly, truly ugly, this struggle before death. Nobody knows about the world's crisis, yet everyone unconsciously desires to live. Everyone indulges in pleasure without trying to save the decaying world, while unconsciously excluding anything harmful to their existence. What is this contradiction? The desire to live pollutes the prayers for survival. That malevolence is my enemy. Suren Araya lifted his head and looked up at the starry sky, his voice filled with deep resentment. This resentment was something that Fuju Kirie, with only 20 years of experience, couldn't understand. She could only remain silent until Araya finished speaking and showed no intention of continuing before she asked, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Someday, you will understand that your actions are not about gratitude or compassion, but merely self-satisfaction, meaningless. Even now, Araya had no intention of changing his mindset. But this time, I'll accept your self-satisfaction. Help me contact Tuko Aozaki. I have something to say to her. Under the still cold moonlight, Tuko's voice crossed the distance through radio waves. Araya, you failed again this time. Araya didn't answer Tuko's words. It's truly tragic, collecting people's deaths, creating hell, and experiencing their pain. Doing these things will only bring suffering, right? Why do you push yourself to such extremes? Are you still stubbornly pursuing the paradox spiral? Are you still seriously dreaming of saving humanity as a Taimitsu priest? I've long forgotten the reason. After answering, Suren Araya fell into self-contemplation. It had been a long time since it became impossible to save humanity. As long as one is alive, there will always be people who offer no return. It's impossible to make everyone happy. So, what about the humans who cannot be saved? How can we repay their lives? There is no answer. The infinite and the finite are equal. If there were no people beyond redemption, there would be no people to save. In that case, salvation is like flowing money. Those who are beyond saving, and a world without redemption, that is why he wants to record death. Recording the end of things, recording the end of the world, in this way, everything can be thoroughly analyzed. Then, perhaps, we can determine what true happiness is. If we can reconsider those without recompense and those we cannot save, we can determine what can be called happiness. If we can understand that after the end of the world, these are the true meaning of humanity, the people who died for no reason at all, then they are bestowed with meaning as a whole. If the world ends, then people can discern the value of humanity. Only this is the sole and universal redemption. The crackling sound in the receiver brought Araya's consciousness back to the real world. You've even forgotten the reason? Your hope is nothing, and your origin is stillness. So, what are you? I am nothing. I just want to pursue the conclusion. These ugly, filthy, base, and ignorant humans, if all that remains after their death is this history, then I can obtain the conclusion that this ugliness is the true value of humanity. If I know that ugliness and the irredeemable existence are precisely what humanity is, then I can be at peace. Though not in the same place, the two Magus maintained the same posture, gazing up at the starry sky. Tuco asked, so, is that why you want to reach the swirl of the root? There, all the records exist, and even if they don't, everything can return to nothingness. You want to eliminate all the ugly humans for your own sake. That's right. Ultimately, I am also seeking self-satisfaction. The sound of a swallowed breath resounded, and the focus in their eyes disappeared. Even so, Araya remained motionless, still bearing a troubled expression on his face. The darkness and weight upon him were like those of a philosopher burdened with eternal unresolved questions. This body has reached its limit. Are you starting over again? How many times is this now? It seems you never learn. This is precisely the spiral, a spiral paradox, and Araya never changes his expression until the end. Tuco's words carried obvious disdain. Although she despised him, she didn't dislike this Magus turned into a concept. Taking a wrong step. No, if she hadn't taken the wrong step, she would have become the same thing. Not human, not even a living being, just a manifestation of pure theory. She now finds that deeply saddening. Araya coughed, spitting out blood. His body began to turn into ashes, starting from the remaining left side. I didn't create a backup of my body. Until we meet again, it will probably be in the next century. By then, there might not be things like Magus anymore. We probably won't see each other again. You're always alone in the end. Even so, you still won't stop, will you? Of course not. I won't admit defeat. After hearing that, Tuco closed her eyes, concluding their brief exchange after years of separation. In the end, she, as the Grand Magus Tuco Aozaki, asked Suren Araya one last question. Araya, what are you pursuing? True wisdom, the Black Magus replied as his feet crumbled. Where are you pursuing it, Araya? Only within my own heart, he answered as his coat fell, and half of his body scattered in the wind. Tuco watched this transformation. Araya, where is your goal? Araya continued to fade away, leaving only his mouth before disappearing before his words could turn into sound. You already knew it, it's the end of this paradox spiral. She felt as if this response had reached her. Tuco pulled out a cigarette and lit it silently, but didn't put it to her lips. She simply watched as the wisps of smoke dispersed before her eyes, like an illusory mirage that didn't truly exist. P.S. Araya is not death? Or does he survive even after losing his last backup? He is effectively immortal in a sense due to his consciousness surviving even if his body should rot and crumble to dust. He differs from a puppet master who prepares bodies they create in advance in case they should die, and instead switches to a spare puppet body that slowly acclimates to his soul. Unlike Tuco, who has to die before switching to her next body, Araya has never experienced death and instead moves his consciousness to another body. The magic circuits, the wiring moving his physical form, reaches through the body and sublimates the temporary body into the real thing. With much experience in bringing physical bodies under his control, having gone through many bodies in his life, he can complete the process in half a day. He is a solitary existence, so he cannot flee if his body is destroyed, though after his last puppet body is destroyed, both he and Tuco note that he will eventually return in time since Shiki's mystic eyes of death perception only destroyed Araya's body and not his existence itself, due to having struck a different line of death. That explains why he is alive even after being struck by Shiki, so he is able to take over another body even if it takes too long to completely turn into his own. His lycospin from RWBY. Yeah, I understand now. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 249, Relics and Magic Crest, Part 1. 1254 words. The night was dark, and the wind howled, a perfect time for murder and arson. Unfortunately, at this moment, the intended victims were already dead, and the fire had long been extinguished. The group responsible for the killings and arson had left the crime scene and returned to their hideout, or rather, their stronghold. The wounded were rushed into the workshop for emergency treatment. The exhausted culprits found their respective places to rest after a night of hard work. In the end, only one mastermind remained, hiding in the warehouse, counting the spoils. A volume of the Six Realms Secret Bounded Field Magecraft. And an annotation by Suren Araya. The former condensed 1,400 years of Japanese Buddhist heritage, while the latter gathered the insights of Araya's 200 years of practice. The value of these two scrolls can rival the magical spells left by the old geezer. They are unique treasures, reaching the pinnacle in their respective fields. To come up with such a strategy in that situation, I truly admire my brain. Shinji, holding the scrolls in one hand, laughed so hard that saliva dripped down. He looked foolish no matter how you looked at him. After laughing enough, he released the two scrolls and took out a tube-like object from a special hidden compartment in his waist pouch. It was a finger bone. The bone's surface was warm and emitted a jade-like luster, shining brightly in the dark warehouse. Gripping the bone with his hand, a refreshing power seeped into Shinji's body through his skin, instantly making him feel more energized. The excited emotions in his inner self also calmed down considerably. A calm state of mind, nurturing the spirit, this short finger bone had such a miraculous effect. This was the biggest spoil of war that Shinji had gained tonight, a relic left by a Buddhist sage after their nirvana. Relics, originating from the Sanskrit language, are the general term for the remains of a person's body after their death, particularly in India. In Buddhism, the hair, bones, ashes, and other remains left by monks after death are all referred to as relics. Relics are naturally obtained through the meritorious cultivation of precepts, meditation, and wisdom during the monk's lifetime. They are considered sacred objects in Buddhism, and each relic possesses incredible power. The immense power of Araya's lineage crest and this relic are closely related. Unlike bounded field magecraft that require extensive study, this relic can provide Shinji with a significant boost in power within a short period. With the protection of the Buddhist relic, even if Lorelei inherits the magic crest from Bartholomew and experiences a tremendous increase in strength, Shinji has the confidence to contend with her. I won't lose to you so easily, Lorelei. Shinji tightly grasped the relic in his palm, as if he had seized hold of the future. In the instant when the light of the relic was covered by his hand, the lights in the warehouse suddenly turned on. Of course, the lights didn't turn on by themselves, they were switched on by someone. The puppeteer with orange long hair and the pure white winter sainters entered the warehouse. Ah, you're here. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Tuko was startled. I was studying the relic left by Koya's lineage crest. It emits its light. Shinji opened his hand and placed the relic directly into Tuko's hand. The fatigue on Tuko's face quickly eased. It's a really good thing. I've heard rumors that Buddhist relics can be seen as another form of magic crest, and now it seems that it might be true. Is that so? Curiously, Justice, who was born in the Einsburn family, had little knowledge of the mysteries of the East. Feel it for yourself. Tuko handed the relic to Justice. This is... Justice quickly sensed its extraordinary nature. Tuko explained, a magic crest is the stabilized crystallization of a magus knowledge and achievements. It is the solidification of mysteries. In this sense, the relic, which carries the wisdom and insights of Buddhist sages, is the same. When Araya buried the relic within his own body to strengthen himself, it was like a magus inheriting a magic crest from the previous generation. Of course, this has much greater limitations compared to inheriting a magic crest. Why is that? Justice asked. The issue of compatibility and rejection. The transplantation of magic crests is similar to organ transplantation. The success rate is much higher between relatives compared to unrelated individuals, and the resulting rejection reactions are also much milder. Although the lack of blood relation doesn't necessarily mean a mismatch, the probability is like finding a needle in a haystack. That's one of the reasons why the entire magecraft world values blood ties. But why doesn't it work with relics? Because, except in Japan, monks cannot marry, let alone have children. Shinji had already guessed the reason when Tuko mentioned the issue of rejection. Perhaps it's precisely because of the strict rules and precepts that relics possess the ability to function independently even without being implanted in a person's body. Although the effect is far inferior to when it is implanted, it can still be seen as an advantage compared to magic crests that must be implanted. In that sense, Araya's relic is not inferior to Alba's magic crest. What? Alba's magic crest? Shinji didn't react immediately to Tuko's words. Yeah, Tuko looked at Shinji with some curiosity. Don't tell me you thought Alba and I both don't have magic crests. He is the famous direct descendant of Agrippa, and the Cornelius family's history is no less impressive than certain noble lineages. As soon as she said that, Shinji's expression changed immediately. The greedy, burning gaze almost restored warmth to Alba's cold body. So, that's why you wanted to bring his body back. What else would I do? I thought you did it out of consideration for a former classmate, to give him a proper burial. I'm not that kind-hearted. I just don't want to waste such good material. Removing the crest, feeding the familiar with the body, a magus body is the highest grade bait for magical creatures. Tuko let out a cold laugh. Even without taking off her glasses, she exuded an icy and abyssal aura. This was the true nature of Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki, that scarred red, who had once caused a bloodbath and instilled fear in many magus. However, this chilling aura didn't affect Shinji and Justice. The former enjoyed Tuko's unabashed attitude, while the latter was simply naive. What do you plan to do with Alba's magic crest? Like what you did back then. Oh, Alba is already dead, so that method is no longer applicable. Shinji mentioned a dark history that many people were unwilling to talk about. After the color assessment, Tuko was labeled as red, and many people despised her for it, calling her the Dirty Red. Some of these people were directly killed by Tuko, while others were imprisoned by her and then had their magic crests removed through some means. This was done without harming the lives of the magus or severing their connection to the crests, resulting in the creation of a mystic code similar to familiars, guardian beasts. Since then, no one dared to mention this forbidden name in front of Tuko, and the forbidden name took on a new meaning, bringing suffering and pain to enemies. P.S. The mystic code, familiar, made by Tuko using magic crests has already been destroyed by Akoko. Chapter 250, Relics and Magic Crests, Part 2. 1227 words. Generally speaking, Magi crests are unique hereditary items within each family. They represent the cutting edge of a family, embodying the aspirations, hopes, techniques, and experiences of the family. They serve as proof of succession within various Magus families. If the crest is not implanted within oneself and if one does not prepare to eventually become a part of the crest as a Magus, then it loses its meaning. What? It's too abstract, and you don't understand it, readers and translator-kun. That's normal. Shinji didn't understand it at first either, so he translated this statement using his otaku theory. Magic crests are like extra skill levels in games, such as XX skill level +1 attached to certain equipment. They can significantly increase the skill level of a specific skill or even a series of skills. However, not everyone can use these extra skill levels. They have 3 conditions. First, you must have the corresponding skill. If you don't, the unused weightings will cause rejection reactions, and you might end up dead if you're not careful. Second, you must be prepared. When the extra skill level enhances you, the skill levels you have cultivated yourself also become part of the extra skill level. If you're not prepared for this, you still won't be able to use it. Third, the extra skill level is considered a type of equipment. If it's not equipped with the corresponding skill, it won't have any effect. Based on these 3 limitations, after Tuko obtained so many magic crests, she didn't use them directly herself. Instead, she manipulated the original owners of the crests, who were imprisoned, in undisclosed ways to harness the power of the crests. Now that Alba is dead, that method naturally can't be used anymore. Could it be returned to the Cornelius family? Upon hearing Shinji's joke, a slight smile appeared on Tuko's face, and the coldness and darkness that surrounded her diminished. Of course not. I plan to transplant this crest onto Sakura. What? Shinji couldn't understand Tuko's idea and blurted out in English. Just a moment ago, we were discussing the issues of compatibility and rejection. Why are we disregarding them now? What surprised Shinji even more was that after thinking for a while, Justice agreed with Tuko's proposal. This idea has a certain feasibility. No, it has a high feasibility. A puppeteer who can manipulate the magic crests of others to make them her own, and an alchemist who can restore magic circuits and magic crests. The likelihood of both of them making mistakes simultaneously is almost non-existent, making this idea feasible. But why is that? Could it be that the Matou family and the Cornelius family have some undisclosed connection? Or is it just a coincidence that Sakura and Alba have a high compatibility? Or is it about human modification? Thinking of the last possibility, Shinji couldn't help but shudder. If he hadn't intervened, Zokan Matou would have forcibly modified Sakura using his worm magecraft, changing her imaginary numbers attribute into the water attribute that aligns with the Matou family, completely separating her from the Tosaka family and making her a Matou. But this kind of modification would come with great pain and side effects, and Sakura's tragic early life was a result of this. No, I absolutely won't let Sakura undergo such inhumane modification, absolutely not. The determination he made when he traveled through time not only wasn't diluted by time but became even firmer. This time, both Tuko and Justice couldn't keep up with Shinji's thoughts. Inhumane modification, isn't it? The three of them looked at each other, finally realizing that they were not on the same page. You go first, Tuko said to Shinji. So Shinji revealed one of the secrets of the Matou family to Tuko. No wonder Sakura is so attached to you. No wonder you clash with mainstream Magus ideologies. So, this is how it is in the world of Magus. Such things are not uncommon, and there are even more extreme cases. However, it is indeed too cruel for a 5-year-old girl. Don't worry, although I am a Magus, I haven't reached the point of sacrificing humanity for the sake of magecraft research and harming my kind. Unintentionally, the phrase, my kind expressed Tuko's attitude, although neither Shinji nor Tuko realized it at that moment. To transplant the magic crest, some adjustments and adaptability training are indeed necessary, but it won't have a significant impact on Sakura, just a little painful. So you're saying Sakura and Alba have really good compatibility? Yes, indeed, Tuko nodded. The compatibility of magic crests depends primarily on the corresponding type of magecraft. Alba specializes in rune magic and puppetry, which are also Sakura's main areas of study. Shinji still didn't understand. Then why don't you use it yourself? You're more suitable for it than Sakura. Because of the attribute. Alba's attribute is fire, and my attribute is wind. Hold on, let me finish. I know what you're going to say. Sakura's attribute is in imaginary numbers, not a fire, so why can it work? There are two reasons. First, having different attributes doesn't necessarily mean transplantation is impossible. Elements with the same attribute, like your water, my wind, and Aruba's fire, tend to conflict. But Sakura's imaginary numbers is a fictional attribute that generally doesn't conflict with non-fictional attributes. Secondly, Sakura's biological father, Tokiomi Tosaka, also had the fire attribute, and her sister, Rin Tosaka, possesses all 5 attributes, including earth, water, fire, wind, and void. This proves that the fire factor runs in the bloodline of the Tosaka family. During Tuko's stay in Fuyuki City, she couldn't resist Sakura's plea and went to the Tosaka household to help Tokiomi, who was already on the brink of death. Although Tokiomi was beyond medical help, Tuko managed to alleviate his suffering. Through this process, she became acquainted with the members of the Tosaka family. By meeting these 2 criteria, the remaining physiological rejection reactions are the easiest to resolve. Moreover, both you and Sakura have a natural advantage in this regard, with bodies that possess extraordinary endurance and adaptability beyond ordinary people. I don't know what happened to give you these traits, but they can help Sakura accept the magic crest. I believe it's because of these characteristics that Justice agreed with my proposal. Yes, that's right, Justice's response aligned with Tuko's expectations. She was more aware than anyone else of Shinji and Sakura's uniqueness. The combination of their inherent talents, Skachika's rigorous training, and the effect of the golden apple resulted in bodies that shouldn't exist in the present world. If you're still unsure, you can experiment on yourself first. If you can successfully accept the remains of Suren Araya, then Sakura can certainly accept Alba's magic crest. Alright, let's do it. Seeing the unwavering attitudes of the two, Shinji had no reason to hesitate. After discussing the matter of the spoils, the 3 of them, who had been busy for most of the night, finally reached the time to rest. Before parting ways, Tuko threw a statement at Shinji. Even idiots can see that something is wrong with this situation. You should explain to the people who care about you, just like you gave one to me. I understand. I've already thought about it. Tomorrow, I'll explain everything to everyone. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Apologies. 1,204 words. I'm sorry everyone. The next day at noon, inside Tuko's agency, everyone related to the situation, except for Kiritsugu, had gathered. Shinji stood in the corner of the living room and bowed to everyone, offering his apologies. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, the people in the agency were divided into two groups centered around Shinji. On the left side sat Tuko, accompanied by Mikia, Justice, and other smart people who knew or suspected the reasons. On the right side sat a row of Fujino, Sakura, Shiki, and the others, who were unaware of the truth or simply didn't bother thinking about it. The smart people on the left remained seated and motionless, while those on the right wore expressions of confusion. Sakura asked, "Brother, why are you apologizing?" Maintaining a 90-degree bow, Shinji said, "I bear an undeniable responsibility for the situation that has unfolded. I knew about Suren Araya's existence long before Tuko did, and I also knew that Araya's target was Shiki. For certain reasons, I even helped Araya a little." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their gaze fixed on Shinji. In their eyes, there was a mix of exploration, seeking the reasons behind Shinji's actions, and skepticism, questioning his true intentions. There was also dissatisfaction. Why didn't he speak up earlier? Among them, Inju Tomo harbored the most resentment, as he had only met everyone except for Shiki the previous day. Sensing the increasingly heavy atmosphere in the agency, Tuko lit a cigarette and spoke up, "Since you've apologized, I assume you're planning to reveal everything. Whether we accept your apology or not, we'll decide after you finish speaking." Shinji cast a grateful look at Tuko and began from the beginning. This time, he wouldn't hide anything except for the truth about the time travelers. He revealed the relationship between Suren Araya and Fuju Kirie. He explained why he encountered Araya. He disclosed the deal he made with Araya. He spoke about the uniqueness of Shiki. He shared his subjective interpretation of Suren Araya's plan. He revealed the preparations he made to counter Araya. He explained the arrangements from the previous night and the significance behind them. After he had spoken everything he could, he began to apologize one by one. "First Bo, I apologize to Tuko first. I knew that Araya and Alba were your old classmates, but I didn't tell you and acted on my own, I'm sorry. Second Bo, I also apologize to Tuko again. Although Alba violated taboos first, I used it as bait to lure you back, causing your unhappiness and injuring you as a result, I'm sorry. Third Bo, I apologize to Mikia as well. I knew how much you value Shiki, but for my own sake, I put Shiki in danger and caused you to worry, I'm sorry. Fourth Bo, I apologize to Sakura and Fujino. I promised to come find you as soon as I returned, but I didn't fulfill that promise. Instead, I let you face danger on your own. I failed as a family member, I'm sorry. Fifth Bo, I apologize to Kirie. No matter what, Araya is your benefactor, and it must have been difficult for you to hinder him, I'm sorry. Sixth Bo, I also apologize to Shiki. I had people watching your residence without your consent, invading your privacy, I'm sorry. Finally. Wait. Just as Shinji was about to bow for the sixth time, someone interrupted. It was Inju Tomo. Even though the expressions on everyone's faces had improved somewhat with Shinji's explanations, Inju Tomo still had the most unpleasant expression. "Is that all for your apology to Shiki? Is there something more?" Seeing Shinji tilting his head innocently, Inju Tomo's anger surged. "You!" He abruptly stood up from the sofa and reached out to grab Shinji's collar. Just before Tomo's hand was about to touch Shinji, he heard two cold snorts. In an instant, he felt a chilling sensation behind him, his hair standing on end as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. He turned his head and saw the pair of sisters wearing the same uniforms looking at him with cold eyes, as if warning him, "If you touch him, you're finished." After considering the extraordinary abilities displayed by these two girls yesterday, Tomo swallowed his saliva and reluctantly sat back on the sofa. Shinji waved his hand at the two girls, signaling them not to be angry. "Sakura, Fujino, don't scare Mr. Inju. Mr. Inju, please speak up if you have any questions." Shinji knew that Tomo was angry because he liked Shiki, so he wasn't concerned. Tomo let out a heavy snort and frowned. "You apologized to everyone else who got hurt, so why not Shiki? She was the most injured." "Tomo, that's enough," Shiki interrupted, patting Tomo beside her. Her face was pale and lackluster. "It doesn't matter how it happened." "But..." Watching the interaction between Shiki and Tomo, and stealing a glance at the composed Mikia, Shinji silently muttered to himself, "Shiki living with another man, flirting with him right in front of you, and you're not even jealous. You have a big heart, Mikia." But despite his inner musings, explanations still needed to be provided. "Well, since you asked, Let me explain. Shiki's injury was unavoidable. Let's imagine for a moment, if I were to tell Shiki that Araya had been targeting her and it had been going on for a long time, what do you think she would do? I would go and kill him so that he could never come after me again. Shiki answered without hesitation, exactly as Shinji had predicted. You all heard that. No matter what I did, she would go after Araya. If I were to tell her without being prepared, that would be truly dangerous. One wrong move and even our lives would be at stake. I believe Tuko understands this the most. If it were so easy to deal with him, Araya wouldn't have survived for 200 years. Orange agreed with Shinji's statement, although not completely. Well, Shinji, you're not completely wrong either. That's the last thing I want to apologize for. At this point, Shinji bowed for the 7th time. When I did all these things, I didn't consult with you or seek your opinions. To put it nicely, I was too confident. To put it bluntly, it was a lack of trust in all of you, fearing that you would leak information or cause trouble. A bitter taste appeared at the corners of Shinji's mouth, and even his voice became lower. He truly regretted it, felt sorry, and apologized to this group of family and comrades who had always trusted him. Even though all of you are so excellent, so trusting of me, with just a few words from me, all of you came, although I've never thought of it this way, but looking at the process, I'm no different from Araya. I treated all of you as pawns. I don't know how to apologize in a way that will earn your forgiveness, but I still hope you can give me a chance. I won't make the same mistake again. Are you willing to give me a chance? P.S. No, get lost. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, of course, they choose to forgive him. 1,310 words. Would you be willing to give me a chance? As Shinji spoke these words, his voice trembled. There were many people here whom he valued, and he hoped to seek their forgiveness. He truly didn't want to lose them. He kept his head lowered, waiting for the final answer. The people he cherished didn't make him wait long. We don't need any chance at all, because Big Brother is the strongest, and Sakura is dumb, so whatever Big Brother says, Sakura will do. If Big Brother thinks it should be told to Sakura, then tell her, if not, then don't say it. This was Sakura's response. She had always been like this, and since the night she regained her memories, this resolve had become even stronger. My answer is the same as Sakura's. I will support you no matter what you do. This was Fujino's response. Her attitude towards Shinji was even more intense than Sakura's. It wasn't just about family affection, it was a kind of devotion, almost like a belief. To put it exaggeratedly, Shinji was her god. Sakura, Fujino. Shinji's gaze softened. The pure and untainted sincerity of the two girls was the best comfort for him. You have the power to decide what to do, as long as you give me a reason when the time comes. This was a phrase you said to me before, and now I'm returning it to you. It was Justice who spoke next. Justice? She was the first person with Shinji to form a bond within this world, his contracted partner. Their destinies were intertwined, and there was no need for many words, they had already done so, so there was no need for an apology. My life, my overlooking view, everything was given by you. I don't have the position to ask for an apology. The fourth response came from Kyrie. Her voice was as gentle and soft as she was. It's not about positions. I just want to hear your true thoughts. Shinji wasn't a saint, and he didn't have that noble sentiment of granting forgiveness without seeking anything in return, but that was for outsiders. Since they were family and friends, there was no need to calculate so much. True thoughts, huh? Kyrie tilted her head, and the way her jet black hair brushed past her ears had a certain charm to it. I'm still a little angry, just a little bit. If you're willing to spend a day playing with me, then I'll forgive you. No problem. Shinji patted his chest and assured her, and you, Mikia, Shiki, what about you? Mikia didn't answer. He just looked at the girl in the kimono sitting across from him. Shiki, what do you think? I don't have any opinion. Matou hasn't done anything wrong. Shiki leaned against the back of the sofa, like a lazy cat. Eh? But you got hurt and almost died. Inju protested on Shiki's behalf. It's all his fault. But I didn't die, did I? The one who died was the one causing trouble. But... You're so annoying, Inju. Shiki impatiently interrupted. Regardless of the process, as long as the outcome is good, it's okay. Shiki is right, Mikia smiled gently, as calm as ever, seemingly unaffected by anything. Although there was danger, I believe Shinji wouldn't just stand by and let someone die. Besides, it was Shiki's responsibility to get injured so severely. If Shiki hadn't insisted on settling things with Araya and instead chose to cooperate with Justice, she wouldn't have had to fight to the point of mutual destruction. But Shinji's handling of things wasn't without problems. Let's consider it even. To be so troubled over such a small matter and apologize so formally, Matou, you're troublesome, in due too. We were thinking about you, so how did it end up with us being the troublemakers? The two people who were deemed troublesome by Shiki exchanged a glance and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. The only one who hadn't responded yet was Tuko. Forgiveness, well, it's not impossible. As long as you count it as repaying my debt, I can forgive you multiple times. Upon hearing this response, Shinji's expression froze. While Tuko's behavior could be understood as being playful, she was blatantly taking advantage of the situation and extorting him. In the face of such an unreasonable demand, Shinji's response was, no deal. What's with you? Your attitude toward them is so good, why is it so terrible when it comes to me? Tuko protested. Because I'm afraid you'll run away. This response seemed to strike a nerve with Tuko, as her jesting or serious demeanor gradually faded beneath a calm exterior. I won't run away, but I won't forgive you so easily either. I'm not like those little girls, easily fooled. That night, what Tuko referred to as considering it even was just Shinji's mistake. This time, her dissatisfaction was with Shinji's attitude. Am I not worth your trust, Shinji? I know. If you were easily fooled, you wouldn't be the Tuko that I know. If you were easily fooled, I wouldn't feel at ease going to London. Don't worry, if you knew what I was planning, you wouldn't have made that request just now. What is it? Tuko's curiosity was piqued. Lifting your ceiling designation. With Shinji's casual remark, the impact on Tuko was even greater than Araya's shattering of space. It was so overwhelming that Tuko felt as if the world had become unreal. Ceiling designation was a nightmare that had plagued Tuko for many years. No one knew how much she had suffered and endured to evade the ceiling designation. She had thought that she would have to live a life of hiding forever, but today she heard such news. After a while, Tuko asked with doubt. Are you serious? Of course. You're not joking. I wouldn't joke about something like this. I still find it hard to believe. Since the appearance of the ceiling designation, I've never heard of it being revoked. It's just that the conditions for revocation weren't met. Anyone who heard Shinji's statement would consider it a fantasy. The Mage Association had been established for so many years, issuing numerous ceiling designations, and to this day, no one dared to question the authority of the Mage Association. In reality, Shinji didn't dare to do so. Although he was strong, he didn't dare to claim that he could single-handedly confront the Clock Tower's elite force, that Executor unit. The reason he said such words was solely because of a memory from his past life, a memory of Tuko Aozaki lifting that ceiling designation. Before the chimes of the new century rang, a major upheaval occurred at the Clock Tower's astronomy department, the Mage Association's headquarters. It was said to be a tremendous event befitting the end of the century, causing a more intense impact on the Clock Tower than the death of Lord El Meloy. Several individuals had their ceiling designations lifted during this event, and Tuko Aozaki was one of them. This event was described as background information in the El Meloy 2 case files. Although the details were unknown, it was certain that the Magus who had been ceiling designated united and engaged in an unprecedented conflict with the Mage Association, dealing a significant blow and forcing the association to begrudgingly compromise. Engaging in a war with the oldest institution, the Clock Tower, undoubtedly carried great risks. Shinji didn't want Tuko to bear such risks, so he prepared to negotiate with the Mage Association differently. The Mage Association belonged to the Department of Policies and Law, and since it was the Department of Policies and Law, there was nothing that couldn't be discussed. Moreover, the future Lord of the Department of Policies and Law, Bartholomew Lorelei, owed him a great favor. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Winter Date. 1151 words. Stairs. For a while now, Shinji had been enduring the intense gaze of Kyrie, as if the resentment in her slender eyes could drip with water. Perhaps Kyrie had truly learned a bit of the third magic from Justice, converting intangible resentment into substance. Or perhaps the accumulated gaze had exceeded someone's limit of shamelessness. Kyrie? HMPH. Kyrie turned her head away, refusing to look at Shinji. It was clear that she was still sulking. Miss Kyrie? Shinji circled to the other side. HMPH. Miss Kyrie? HMPH. Sister Kyrie. Kyrie-chan tilde? Finally, Kyrie couldn't bear Shinji's persistent pestering anymore and stopped avoiding his gaze. Don't be mad, okay? Shinji grinned foolishly, looking particularly silly. Kyrie's tense jaw couldn't hold on any longer, and she pouted, muttering, "Big liar. How did I lie to you? You said you would take me out to play, but you..." "But I did take you out to play," Shinji chuckled. "Isn't going to an amusement park considered playing?" That's right, Shinji and Kyrie were currently on their way to the amusement park. Yes, it's playing, but what Kyrie was concerned about wasn't that at all, but I wanted to go out and play with just the two of us, you idiot. The trip to the amusement park wasn't just with Shinji and Kyrie. They were accompanied by Tuko, Justice, Mikia, and Shiki. That's right, all the formal and informal members of the Tuko agency were present. It was a collective outing. The second half of the sentence was spoken in a very soft voice, and Shinji couldn't help but bring his ear closer. "Sorry, I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again?" "Forget it if you didn't hear." Kyrie blushed and playfully punched Shinji. Hey, is it my fault that you spoke so softly?" Shinji rubbed his head, looking confused. Seeing Shinji's expression, Tuko sighed helplessly. "He's beyond saving." "What do you mean by beyond saving?" Justice, who was walking alongside Tuko, asked in confusion. "This blockhead Shinji is beyond saving." "Blockhead? Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed?" "Noticed what?" Justice's confusion mirrored Shinji's, and Tuko let out another sigh of exasperation. "Well, you're beyond saving too." "What's wrong with me?" Justice continued to ask. "Nothing." Tuko turned her head away, trying to ignore the situation. Little did she know that the two standing on the other side weren't any better. "Shiki, do you know why Miss Fuju is angry?" "I don't know." "Mikia, do you?" "I don't know either." "I thought you, being a girl, would understand." "But I don't understand." "Neither of you is any better. Why is the emotional intelligence of the people around me so low?" Tuko propped her chin on her hand, wearing a distressed expression almost on par with Suren Araya. Fortunately, this distress didn't last long as the group soon spotted the entrance to the amusement park. On the stairs leading to the gate, three beautiful girls stood side by side, creating a stunning sight. Upon seeing the group's arrival, the girls waved their hands and greeted them. Two of the girls simultaneously called out "Big Brother," their eyes shining with excitement. The younger one was Shinji's sister, Sakura. The older one had black hair similar to Kyrie's and a slender figure that made her appear delicate. However, upon closer observation, one could easily notice the strength hidden beneath her gentle exterior. There was a certain resilience in the girl's eyes, a determination as if she was ready to challenge something. The delicate balance between the young lady's softness and inner strength was perfectly harmonized. If Mikia was respected by his friends due to his kindness, this girl was the type to be respected due to her strictness. The girl's name is Azaka Koku-2, the biological younger sister of Mikia. Currently, she is studying at the Ryan Academy and is good friends with Fujino and Sakura. She is also Tuko's new disciple, and Ashi's at Tsunda. That's right, Azaka is at Tsunda, and it's easy to understand her attitude from her current behavior. Even though her eyes shine brightly when looking at her brother, she says, too slow, big brother. It's not gentlemanly for a man to make a lady wait." "Sorry, it's because Miss Tuko can't wake up early in the morning." HMPH, using Miss Tuko as an excuse. Pathetic. Thus, Mikia understood Shinji's feelings. However, Mikia wasn't as shameless as Shinji. When facing his sister, he appeared flustered and completely suppressed by her. It wasn't until he promised to help with queuing and errands, along with a series of unequal agreements, that the matter was settled. Doesn't it give you a sense of playful banter between a brother and sister? If it does, then you're right. Azaka's most important characteristic is her love for her brother, the kind of love between siblings. Her close relationship with Sakura is also due to their shared bond. Although she feels a little sorry for Fujino, her good friend, Azaka has decided to support Sakura in winning over Shinji. She is Sakura's strongest supporter. Of course, this is something that Shinji and Mikia are unaware of. What's most interesting is that when Azaka suppresses Mikia, Shiki not only stands by and watches with a smile on her face but also occasionally teases, saying, "The sibling bond is so strong." This makes Mikia laugh helplessly and further intensifies Azaka's dissatisfaction. One day, I'll snatch brother away from this woman. Mikia, who is as dense as Shinji, doesn't notice his sister's feelings. His gaze goes beyond Azaka's head and surveys the surroundings. Where's Shiki-kun? He hasn't arrived yet. Geez, didn't he say he would come to welcome us? The group's destination for today's winter outing is an amusement park within Tokyo's vicinity. Because it's close to their homes, Shiki-tono said he would arrive first. Sakura, Fujino, and Azaka set out directly from Ryan Academy, while Shinji and the others traveled by train from Mifune City. As they turned their heads, they saw a boy in a black coat running towards them. Before the boy could say anything, Azaka repeated the word she said to Mikia. Too slow, fake Mikia. It's not gentlemanly for a man to make a lady wait for such a long time. Fake Mikia is Azaka's nickname for Shiki-tono since their first meeting. No matter what Mikia says, Azaka doesn't listen. Shiki-tono truly lives up to the name Fake Mikia. He doesn't get angry at being bossed around by Azaka at all. His gaze towards Azaka is also very similar to Mikia's, as if he's treating his sister. However, just because Tono doesn't get angry doesn't mean no one is angry. A fragile yet determined voice from behind Tono raised the volume. No, you can't bully big brother. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.